Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, 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 squirrels of the world. All right, we're back and better than ever, or just as good as ever, whatever. Shout out to Maisha. Maisha, your ears ringing because we were talking about you today. On the earlier stream, we were talking about Colorado and how much we love you. So, how are y'all doing today, tonight, in the morning, wherever you are, and the time that it is? Heard that, DSN. Shout out to DSN. Putting his son to bed, doing all the things. Hi, Kelly. Happy to see you. Y'all, for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, dude, DSN is killing it in the Discord. Y'all, if you haven't joined the Discord and you're on the fence, let this be a deciding factor for you. DSN is telling jokes, and he is essentially the world's best comedian, basically, in a nutshell. Squirrels. And he's been posting his jokes in the Discord, and we are so beyond lucky to have that. And it is amazing, and you will not regret it, I promise. The other thing, speaking of Discord, that I was talking about doing, that we might do, is Squirrels of the World, where if I can figure out a way, have like a world map. And initially my thought was like dropping pins, but then I was like dropping squirrels instead, like little squirrel icons. Every place where squirrels live. So like every state in every country, just for fun. And then doing like a live stream where we all talk about where we live and stuff. Like I had a couple different ideas about it. So that's another thing you can weigh in on if you are interested about it. And I did already create a new channel on the Discord, or a new thread, whichever they call it, called Where We Live, where if you want to, you can share pictures of whatever it is. It can be your favorite downtown spot to hang out, or your favorite park, or your neighborhood, or anything. Kind of like I have a channel on there already called What We Do. Similarly, Where We Live. So, and that's just for fun. But the Squirrels of the World thing is like mapping it out. So I don't know if that's anything that you guys, Kelly, you are more than able. Actually, I'm thinking words able. You're not just able, you are remarkable. And totally able to do it, I promise you. I am so low tech and everything, and I figured it out. And if you're not on the Discord, please check it out. We will help you through it, man. I can't tell you how many squirrels have said this same thing. I can't tell you. There have been so many. And everybody has, in fact, who was it? The other night, there was somebody who was not going to join, but then what convinced them was Fender had these monkeys that showed up on her balcony in India, and she'd posted pictures on there, and they were like, all right, I'm joining Discord. And after that, Fender told a story about the monkeys. Y'all, the monkeys they broke into her house, they unlocked the doors, they came in, they ate her lunch, they stole food from her kitchen, not even joking, and wreaked all this havoc and left. And oh my God, it's amazing. But there's so much there. We have I'm so happy about the community that we have. And yes, exactly, Fender. And Fender will be here shortly. She's still asleep right now. She should be here soon. And so when she comes, we can make sure to give her a nice warm welcome. She's amazing. I love her. And for anyone who missed it also, she posted her thesis. The link to her thesis, which was published in Science Direct, you can find that also in the Discord. There's so many good things that await you. But yeah, I'm so proud of our squirrel community, and you guys are all so freaking awesome. I feel like the best people on the planet somehow all met each other and, you know, started befriending each other and formed the Squirrel Crew. And it's just the coolest thing. It's the coolest thing. And the Discord is really unique, honestly, because, you know, I you know, other Discords, I don't know, they each have, I guess, their own kind of flair, but like our flair is squirrely. And and by that I don't, obviously it's not just squirrels, but it's just like the live chat, right? It's a positive thing. It's open-minded. It's intelligent. There's lots of room for discussion. There's just lots of connecting in such a good way. I just love it so much. So if you want to hear Fender's accent, if you want to hear Black Witter say things in Irish, if you want to hear DSN tell his jokes, if you want to, all kinds of stuff, man, so many things, right? Like things that we can't do in YouTube, right? You can actually do video chats, you can do voice calls, you can DM, you can post links, you can post pictures, squirrel noises, all of the noises, they're there. Discord, honestly, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I think it's the way of the future. I really do. I really think it's the way of the future. I love that it's free. I love that it is very secure. I love that you can stay completely anonymous if you want. I love that there's no self-promotion because you don't build a profile. There's no profile of like, look at my shit and like FOMO and blah, 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 like other social media. I love that it's just, you know, it's just the people, and what makes it is the communication. It's the community. Maisha, you're not random at all to me. You're right, spot on. Spot on. So yeah, so pictures, you can do pictures, right? And another thing, like videos. Discord's just awesome. It's awesome and it's free, and it does all of the things. Everything that you want the things to do, Discord does. So it's super cool. And it's connected to the channel, so you never have to worry about missing notifications. That's another feature, because, you know, YouTube notifications sometimes work, sometimes don't. Discord notifications always go through. In fact, it's weird. Discord somehow seems to be pretty much immune from technology issues. They're very rare. Every now and again, and I mean very, very, very rarely, it'll be like servers are down for maintenance, but it's like very brief and very rare. In fact, most people will probably never see that message. So, but it's never like delete. You don't just see things missing. Like there's just never issues. It's so good. It's just so good. It's so reliable. You have a lot of, also another thing I love about it, you have a lot of, what's the way to put it? Like you have a lot of say in terms of how you want it to be. Like you have complete agency over notifications, for example. You have so much control. That's the word. You have just so much control over your own preferences and how you want it to go. And I don't know, it's just great. It is weird. The layout is weird. It's not intuitive, I feel like, at first. But then once you get the hang of it, you'll be so glad you did. Thank you, Random Girl, for chiming in here. I know. Help! Help! I know, there she is. Random Girl appreciates the notifications. We appreciate you, Random Girl. Shout out to Texas. Right there. Again, right on point with the Squirrels of the World idea, right, guys? Right, guys? And part of the thing, too, is like, I need to remember where everybody's at. Because I'm like, well, fuck. Like, we've got a couple squirrels in Texas. I got to make sure I remember where everybody's at. Like, it is important to me that I remember everybody. And like, it was bad enough the other day. I got Candace, her location in California. There's a lot of V cities, as it turns out. And I got it confused. And the one that I thought it was, at least it was really close. Like really, really close. But it was the wrong V. I'm like, no. The Squirrels of the World thing, it was just an idea that I had today during the live stream earlier. I think I timestamped it. But it was an idea that I had. And the first idea was like just making that channel, like I said, where you can go on Discord and it's called Where We Live. But then I had an idea because we were looking at, y'all, we had the best time. We did a field trip. It was so fun. If you missed it, highly recommend going and checking it out. It was a blast. And at one point, we pulled up a map of the United States and a map of the world. And that's when, like, looking at the map of the U.S., my first thing that I'm looking at and thinking about when I look at any state is like, oh, a squirrel lives here and a squirrel lives there. And like, that's my thought, right? Or like a case happened here, a case happened there, you know. And I'm thinking about like, oh, these two squirrels look like kind of close to each other, you know, and stuff like that. And that's when I had the idea for the Squirrels of the World of like doing like a map with a lot and doing like a live stream where we go over each country and each state and like who lives there, right? And not anyone's address, obviously, but just, you know, and then putting like instead of a pin, doing like a squirrel, you know, and like, you know, that way the closer they are together, the closer the squirrels are, just like with a map with pins. And anyway, I kind of elaborate more on it there, but it was really fun. Oh, Kelly's going to be moving to Florida. Dude, I'm so glad you said that because you know what? I think you will be, okay, I'm sure you're not the only squirrel in Florida, but you're the first one that I can think of from in a long time saying they live in Florida. It's possible some people live there and don't want to say so. Just kidding, but also not kidding. Shout out to Lisa Lee. I remember you from before. Happy to see you again. My friend, glad. Oh, and Super Planner Girl is here. Excellent. Y'all, please wish Super Planner Girl a happy anniversary. She was this weekend dedicating her time to her husband for their anniversary. They had a staycation. Please remind everybody how many years it's been. Y'all, I will just say, I have met Super Planner Girl and her husband and one of their dogs. And they are freaking amazing. Dude, it was inspiring as fuck. Y'all, seriously. It was inspiring. What a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing. It made me emotional. 18 years. Please send, I'm not going to say your husband's name. Please send your husband all of the love and hugs for me and my bet. He's awesome. You guys are awesome. I love you guys. I love both of you guys. And I love your daughter, even though I've never met her, and both your dogs. Okay, Gulf Coast, Houston, Galveston area. Okay. But moving to Florida. Oh, wait, no. Kelly's moving to Florida. Okay. So speaking of Texas, right? Y'all are both in Texas, right? So we've got Kelly in Texas. We got Random Girl in Texas. We also have someone who's not here right now, South Texas. I don't know where in Texas, but clearly they're in Texas. So we've missed you, Super Planner Girl. I'm so glad you're here, man. And I think, if I recall correctly, you're kind of new to this trial as well, right? Like DSN. Anniversary nuts. Oh my God, Maisha, you're the best. Dude, I love it. I love it. Anniversary nuts. That's so festive and it makes me so happy I could cry, honestly. I love it so much. Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being amazing. Y'all are the best. Literally. Y'all are just the best. Absolutely the best. It has been great though, because you know what? Like, there's been so many Squirrel friends who were here from Depp We Heard round one, feels like ages ago. It wasn't that long, but feels like it. That have come back around, and there's some new Squirrel friends, and you guys. Okay, well, I don't even know yet. You guys, stop the music and sound the alarms. I don't even know. Okay, so dude, all right. First of all, stopping the music. First of all, you and DSN are special because A, we love you. And B, this is your first time watching the trial. But what's so funny is DSN's going to be like, he's going to probably feel like an expert. Dude, he should be back in like 15 minutes. He's putting his kid to bed. I just love this so much, you guys. So Super Planner Girl knows even less. Oh my God. Ooh, I'm so happy you're here, Super Planner Girl. Dude. You can, but you know what? You don't even have to, man. We will. Dude, no squirrel left behind, and you know that. Everyone here knows that. No squirrel left behind. We will fill you in. And I'm sure you already know kind of how this all happened because DSN was watching it from start to finish. And once he got to Amber, I was like, oh, okay, we got to do this together because we can't not do this together. Dude, I love it. All the nuts. We love the nuts. Lisa Lee says this trial will never get boring. Facts. Also, for those of you who were talking about the okay. All the things that Johnny is, according to Amber. Guess what, guys? Guess what? I always fulfill my promises to you guys. Look. There it is, the Rhinoctopus. There it is. Dude, and again, Maisha, we were talking about you today, and then that was another thing. I was even saying today, I was referencing the list, and I literally said, in terms of the list, I was like, Maisha, Spencer, and Kit Smits could probably do the list for memory. Maisha has the list. Hit us with the list whenever you feel. So this is the Rhinoctopus. Oh my God, y'all, I love it. This trial will never get boring. And you know what else, though? I just have to say, that's right. See, the Alex Shrimp Weasel. You guys, speaking of Super Planner Girl, she made the Shrimp Weasel. She made the Shrimp Weasel. Let me see if I can pull up a big picture of the Shrimp Weasel. Hold on. I think I can. Actually, I can probably make it its own thingy on here. Hold on. I bet I can do that. Hold on. Let me just see if I can upload this as another thing for an overlay. I bet I can. So, oh, but what was I going to say? It was some other thing that I love about you guys as I look for the Shrimp Weasel. Yes, all the hybrid animals. So let me find this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. Let's see if this works. Well, I will. Okay. I will remove the background on it. So it's like the other ones. But for now, there you go, guys. That's the Shrimp Weasel. Super Planner Girl made this. This is Alec Murdaugh's spirit animal, is the Shrimp Weasel. Because A, he's a weasel, and B, his color is the color of shrimp. And you can find the Shrimp Weasel. It's the OG, correct? You can find the Shrimp Weasel in places like the Road Trip Crew, where the Shrimp Weasel is down there underneath Poop behind Bubba. By the way, the Shrimp Weasel, after the Shrimp Weasel came into existence, is found in every single thumbnail I made. So every episode for the Murdaugh Deep Dive has a different thumbnail, completely different, based on whatever's going on that day for the recap, or not the recap, but the deep dive. But the Shrimp Weasel, it's like a little Easter egg. It's in every single one somewhere funny, right? Usually near Alec. And then eventually that kind of expanded to where there's always a chicken, there's always a guinea, and there's always a Bubba. But the Shrimp Weasel is the OG. So, but what I was going to say is this, is that we owe it to it was DSN, right, as to why we're doing this. But y'all, so many people have come into the chat that have said things I can't even, I don't even know if I can repeat it because I'll just make me emotional, but like things like to the effect of like, I've been struggling. There's been so much heavy shit going on with the trials and with other things in life. And like this is exactly what I needed. Like to jump right on in with Amber on the stand. And this has given me exactly what I needed. And I can't even tell you guys how much it just like, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. This trial is the thing. This trial is the palate cleanser. This trial is just the thing. It's just the thing. And then here's the full description with Johnny: Hulk, wolf, gangster, bank robber, Rhinoctopus, Spartan, drunken, high pirate, vampire, wizard with scissor fingers who owns a chocolate factory and blends like a chameleon. And I'm sure we will end up adding more. These are all based on things that Amber describes him as, essentially. I mean, Spartan, we could add, Karate Champion could be added to the mix, but I think Spartan covers it. That was in reference to the kick. By the way, let's just make sure. So there's been issues, by the way, for anyone. Angel Baby, I'm so happy you're here, my friend. Hugs to all. Dude, and we have some new commands also, guys. We have some new commands also. Someone, especially if you're new here or haven't tried this yet, type !5 in the chat and see what fun things happen. We have some new commands, and we love everybody. And I need to figure out something to do for a group hug command because I love you guys. But also, I was just going to mention, there's been some issues that every channel's been having with commands and with the chat and stuff. I've been researching it today. And then there's a whole separate thing with StreamYard that's been having issues. Hopefully it'll work right now. But in case there's issues, just know that these are beyond my control, and a true scissor hands hard. Exactly. And hopefully everything will be fine. But if you guys, if you notice that you said something and you're like, wait, where's my comment? Dude, it was YouTube. Just resend it, because that is been happening. And my theory is that YouTube has like stepped up their game for like trying to censor shit. This is just my theory. I don't know. And that they're like having AI kind of like go through and like try to flag things or whatever. And here's why I say that, because the other night I actually was typing something in the chat because it was a time where I didn't want to interrupt. So I typed something in the chat so I didn't talk. And it was something like, actually, here it is. It was just completely innocuous like that, like 2 or 3 words, mundane, benign, whatever. Actually, here it is, I think is what it was. And I got a message that said YouTube deleted it or wouldn't even post it because it was flagged for being inappropriate. And so that's why I'm wondering if they've like upped their whatever it is that does it, and like they just are getting it wrong a lot of the time. So I just don't know. But if you do notice that something you said is missing, just retype it and just know that it was not. I have no settings on for that. In fact, I have them all removed for flagging things or for removing things or filters. I have literally all of it removed because I'm like, I'll do it myself, please. Thank you. So, oh, so type exclamation point. There you go. That's it. That's it. That's it. Yes, he says, there you go. There you go. Angel baby, got it. You got it. You got it. There it is. Dude, Lisa, I wouldn't have it any other fucking way, man. Wouldn't that be fucking amazing if Amber played herself in the movie? And you know what? She would. She would. She would. Oh my God. Sorry. The kick I'm getting out of this in my brain trying to picture this right now. And you know what? Okay, here's the real question. We know that one movie she was in called Into the Fire got like, what was it? A 2.8 on IMDb, which I believe is lower than The Room, which is my favorite B movie. I'm pretty sure if that's lower than The Room. I don't even know how one manages that, but that was rated like 2.8 on IMDb. Here's the question. If Amber Heard played herself in the movie, would it rank higher than that or lower than that? That's the real question. DSN's back. Hey, DSN, guess what now? Super Planner Girl's back and better than ever, and she knows nothing about this trial. Is your brain blowing up? Is your brain? She's here with us, and she literally knows nothing about what's happening. She's never watched it. Oh my God, I'm too excited. I have to just. I'm gonna squirrel myself into oblivion of excitement. So I have to just try to calm down. Yeah, the one she filmed in Guatemala. That's right. Yes. In the fire was a dumpster fire. Correct. Correct. So it was, I think it was 2.8 on IMDb. So the question is, if Amber plays herself in the movie, would that movie rate higher than that or lower than that? That's the $1 million question. DSN finished cross. Isn't it? Isn't it though? It's you guys, this is why the other day we finished, dude, we had like a 1 million hour long stream. We finished direct examination and Defender was like, we need healing cross. We need healing cross. 5 minutes for healing. So cute. She'll be here soon, I'm sure. Well, you're never behind here because we love you. No squirrel left behind. You know. That movie made $2,000. I'm gonna die. Oh God. I don't know what that is. Is that a movie? Huh. For anyone else that missed it, we learned from one of our friends in England. One of our friends the other night let us know, I think you were here still, Maisha, that Amber is living in Spain, y'all. She's living in Spain under the name Martha Jane Cannery, who was Calamity Jane's real name. The real life Wild West famous sharpshooter from the 1800s, Calamity Jane. If anyone saw Deadwood, which was one of the best shows of all time, she was the main character, Calamity Jane. Amber is living in Spain under Calamity Jane's real name, which was Martha Jane Cannery, and that is a fact, a verifiable fact. Isn't that insane? Candace is here. Hi, Candace. Everybody congratulate Candace for her half marathon the other day, Sunday. She's the best. Dude, there was an older gentleman towards the end of the race, man. Okay. This is why I love you guys. Okay. There was an older gentleman towards the end of the race. Yes, Deadwood, the TV show. Yes. Calamity Jane was that main character, the female. And here's the thing. Here's what Candace did. Okay. So this older gentleman was like down for the count, right? Like looked like he wasn't going to fucking make it. Okay. She stopped to help him and give him some Gatorade, you guys. That's Candace for you. This is why I love y'all. Freaking love this TV show though. Deadwood, man, is one of the best shows ever. A masterpiece, an absolute fucking masterpiece. And yeah, Calamity Jane is like one of the main female leads. But yeah, that's a real life person that lived. Not now, obviously. We had the best stream earlier too, guys. He had only 1 mile to go. And I think you said you never knew if he made it. I hope he made it. But that was so beautiful for you to do, Candace. Thank you for that. Thank you. Poot surprise. Poot surprise. Oh, and for anyone who hasn't seen this, we have a new road trip crew plus Lolly situation. Super Planet Girl, you've not seen this, okay? First of all, I have to say, for those of you guys who know the story with this, right? And that the joke is like, here's the road trip crew, right? And then Lolly is trailing behind like garbage. You guys can thank Super Planet Girl for that. That was her idea. I think she said trailing behind like garbage, like cans attached to a car, something like that. But that's where we got that phrase with the garbage. And so then when we added Amber, I think it was Kit Smith who said, even the Lolly bird is flying away from Amber, right? And then somebody else was like, if the Lolly bird is trailing behind like garbage, then what does that make Amber? Look, she's wearing the same outfit. Oh my God, I can't. It's too good. Shout out to the road trip crew. It's so good. It's so good. And again, you can see the Shrimp Weasel, guys. You can see the Shrimp Weasel. I'm dying, you guys. Oh my God. It's just so good. Oh, Super Planet Girl being very honest. Okay. You'd be part of it. Okay. I didn't remember it correctly, but you know what? I appreciate your humility and honesty for sure. Random girl. I love y'all. I love y'all using the commands. Dude, that makes me so fucking happy, man. We have so many good commands. Maisha and Random Girl. Are you in the UK, Lisa? Lolly is a perfect name for someone that has a stick up their bum. Yep. By the way, if for any of you guys who have not seen our coverage of Karen Reed, shout out to DSN because it was his idea that we call the Sallyport the Lollyport. So we call it the Lollyport. So if you ever hear Lollyport, it's the Sallyport, but it's the Lollyport. It's usually worse, Super Planner. Dude, this is the joy of people watching this for the first time. Right here. This is it. This is the joy. This is bringing me so much joy. You guys, here's a question from Super Planner Girl. Is her face permanently like that? Because it looks like that on the stand right now. It's like, oh, just wait. You don't even... Oh my God. I love this so much. I love this so much. Oh, you're in California. That's another California squirrel. California squirreling. Candace is there. Spencer's there. Love it, you guys. Love it. You guys are so funny. Dude, I love this. And I think the Squirrels of the World idea is going to have to come to fruition. I'm going to have to figure out a way to make little little pins that are squirrels. Yep, absolutely. Oh, there's so many treats. There's just so many treats. Okay, you guys, I have to just say, you guys know how I was having the North Dakota. That's why you know about Deadwood, Angel Baby. I have to say something. As I said, I love that show. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. I think it's a fucking absolute masterpiece. That show is the reason why I want to go there, to North Dakota and South Dakota. I never really wanted to go particularly, no offense, but like that show is the reason why visiting those states is on my list. Eventually, what I plan to do is do a road trip all the way out west because I love the desert. I've never been to the desert, but I want the desert. I want to go out west and go through all the desert, go across from North Carolina and then up and then across back over. And actually, North Dakota and South Dakota would be my final destinations before heading back down to North Carolina. And the reason I added initially the plan for the road trip that I've had I had it as a wishful thinking thing in my brain for decades, probably, for a long time, right? Initially, it was going to be finishing up in like Utah and then coming back down. I added North Dakota and South Dakota into my imagination for this trip because of Deadwood, for sure. And also that dinosaur. Oh my God, why am I blanking on her name? Dinosaur 13, right? Yeah, Dinosaur 13. I'm Angel Baby. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. That's the other reason, because I really love dinosaurs. So like a lot. And you're not the only squirrel in North Dakota. We actually have another squirrel in North Dakota, and we also have a squirrel in South Dakota as well, who's not here all the time, but someone from STS who's from South Dakota. So shout out to the Dakotas. So yeah, but last night, you guys, Streamyard was having these issues, and it's so funny because, well, actually, I'm going to save this story for when Fender gets here. Because she actually asked a question about it, about how was anyone able to stream, and I think I have more of an answer. So I'm actually going to wait until Fender gets here, and then I'll tell the story about Streamyard, I was going to say. So come up during spring or fall. Why not summer? It's hot as balls as well here. I love the heat. I'm happy in dry 140-degree weather. No, I've never been in it, but I've been in like the saunas, like the dry saunas where it's like 140 degrees and it's just dry heat. And literally, it's like I could live there. It's heaven for me. I don't even have words, you guys. It is what my body wants and needs. It's just so crazy. It's like, whoa. Oh, yeah. Muggy? Nope. Not doing the muggy. Desert. I'm a desert squirrel. It's so funny. Whenever I'm doing like surveys or like, people ask and it's like, where do you want to live? Or where do you want to... I've resigned myself to just giving one word, desert. That's how I answer it these days. Desert. Don't even care which one, honestly. If it's a desert, I would be happy. Colorado's dry heat. Maisha's trying to convince me to move to Colorado, sounds like. I've been to Colorado. It was really great. And it's funny is we were talking about skiing earlier on the earlier stream today. And when we were doing our tour of the US, which was just so fucking fun. Dude, the stream earlier was a blast. Y'all should check it out if you missed it. We did a field trip to Mansfield, Massachusetts, because Kieran's house is on the market. But here's what's so crazy, y'all. When we flew into, it was for a family ski trip, right? We flew into Boulder, and Boulder was really cool. And it was okay, we left, it was winter here in North Carolina. So it was like, there was even snow here. Like there was snow, it was cold. I don't know how cold it was. It was below freezing, right? Obviously. Snow, winter, right? And we flew to Boulder. We get to Boulder. Boulder is like 80 degrees and sunny and dry. And I was like, yes, can't we just stay here? Why are we going skiing? And then it was like, how are we going skiing? It is like summertime here. What is happening? So that's Boulder. And then we either had a car, rented a car, whatever, and drove up to the Big Five, as I mentioned earlier, right? So like Vail, Breckenridge, Aspen, Keystone, and Copper. We had a pass for the Big Five, and I'm calling them the Big Five. There might be some real name. That's what I call it. And we had a pass for all five. And then we drove. And as we got by the time we were 1 hour away, it's nuts. It was 20 degrees and there were mountains of snow. It was wild. Y'all, that is, what a thing to behold. What a sight to witness, right? It was crazy. And by the time we got to, we were actually staying at Keystone on the slopes. And by the time we got up to in that region, it was I think it was one of the record snow years. It was like the snow was like, it was wild. It was wild. It was like just dumping feet. It was just dumping. Actually, I have a funny story about that. I don't know if funny is the right word, where there was a blizzard and I went catapulting. Anyway, I have so many stories. I feel like I've cheated death several times, but you know. Super Planner Girl still trying to figure this picture out. Is Amber having an ice beverage? Well, okay, there is speculation that she's been doing cocaine on the stand, Super Planner Girl. And I'm not even saying that's not even a wild theory. That's like kind of just accepted as fact. So whenever she does the fake thing with the tissue, it's very weird. It's like, what is she doing? Maisha says she loves Aspen. Went snowboarding there for 3 times. Awesome. Yeah, love it. Yeah. And that's how it was when I lived in Boone. It was like that too. But we did not get as much snow as what I saw when I was there. That was just so much snow. It was like a snow factory. It was great. Boone can be a snow factory as well. But the other thing that would happen in Boone is there was an ice factor, right? Versus like, dude, we got really lucky with the weather. When we were there skiing, this was a long time ago, but like it was just the fresh powder and it was so dry. It was dry. So the snow wasn't wet, dude. It was optimal conditions, right? So we're talking, it was super dry and fresh powder. So there was no ice. There was no slush. There was no damp cold. It was the dry cold, which for me is like dry heat, which is like just great. Like you don't even feel cold. You don't even feel cold. In fact, you would get hot even though it was cold. Like, I don't know. It was awesome. Anyway, so let's jump right on in, shall we? So here's where we're at. And fingers crossed that everything works because EDB had issues today, which I'm going to talk more about when Fender gets here. But fingers crossed that this works. And if it doesn't, we will, I don't know what we'll do. We'll figure it out. But here's where we're at right now. So Amber is on cross pretty recently at this juncture. Okay. She's been on cross for maybe 30 minutes or something. Okay. And we're getting towards the end of day 16. Actually, let me put a banner up. We're getting to the end of day 16. Where is my banner? Banner, where are you? Where are you, my banner? Banner, 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 da, da, da. Okay, here we go. Sorry, just added that one. The Trooper Paul quotes are the best. So here, what happens is Amber finishes direct. They start cross, and Amber's on the stand on cross for like, I don't know, an hour, maybe less total. And it's like a bloodbath. It's a slaughter. In fact, it's so epic as it ends this day, which we're going to watch this, you guys. We're going to watch this. It's so epic that in my memory, and I wasn't the only one, in my memory, what happens at the end of this cross ended her entire time on cross. I kept thinking, wait, but this is the end of cross. No. Au contraire. It's the end of her first day on cross, which was only like, again, less than an hour. You talk about an attorney that chose every single fucking question strategically. Camille is a boss bitch, and let no one tell you otherwise. No one would. No one would. No one would. Dude, we don't have enough, I don't think. Angel Baby really wants to visit Florida. That's awesome. We need to do like a squirrely reunion somewhere. Lisa says, not to get off topic. Kidding. I never heard anyone talk about the hand signals Amber was giving her sister when she was on the stand. It's so obvious when you notice it when Whitney was on the stand. After you notice it when Whitney was on the stand. Right. I remember, I haven't paid as much attention to that, but I do remember seeing that. This go around, we're only watching the certain parts because this was a spur of the moment palate cleanser. But yes, that's right. Camille Crossboss Vasquez. That's right. You guys, is everybody ready? Does everyone have sandy nuts? Does everyone have drinks, snacks? All right. Let's get started. So that's where we are. Where we are is we're on cross. Oh, and here's where else we are. Okay. So they just showed the picture of Johnny Depp with the ice cream party, as that's what's been called. Johnny Depp with the ice cream, right? Where he's passed out. This is where we're at. Okay. And what happened is Amber's trying to bullshit and gaslight everybody that she took the picture to help him, and it's bullshit. And Camille is like, but hold on, you sent this picture. That's right. Oh, Elaine gets, that's right. Accurate. Thank you, DSN. Elaine gets owned on redirect as well. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. It is the best. And I know Fender loves that redirect, and I'm so excited that she'll be able to see it. So it is exceptionally bad. And by bad, I mean good. So Camille is like, but hold on though, you sent this picture to your best friend, right? And then Amber, I think, tries to bullshit. And then where we're at now is they're trying to talk about this exhibit, and Elaine is trying to be like, blah, 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 blah. And there's going to be a sidebar, and we're going to read the sidebar. Another thing that's awesome about this trial is we have the sidebars. All right, let go. Ah. Of course, right? Did you guys see that happen? That just happened. I tried to press play, and oh my God, look at her face, you guys. She's possessed by the devil. Maybe it wasn't that bad after all. Look at that. Look at that face. Oh my God. Okay, let me see if I can find where we were. Okay, let's see where this is. Hold on.
On drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg.
This is cause for this is right in the right region. So we'll just start here.
Alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
Yeah, this is the right area.
I hated it.
This is good.
I hated it.
Liar.
Look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence.
Y'all, my goat. I've got my goat. Don't worry. Never fear. The goat is here. I have the goat. Here
You
it
took
is.
this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
Perfect.
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you
really.
took a picture of it.
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Camille.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
Shut the fuck up,
The
Elaine.
question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp,
I
is it?
agree. It
No,
does look
it's not.
uncomfortable. Yes.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think.
And I think that's part of why this is so great, because here's the thing. Camille did not shy away from this picture, right? She's like, yeah, you would agree with me that it's embarrassing, correct? Right? It's like reverse psychology in a way. Like, you would agree with me that this is embarrassing, because Amber already has called it that, right? So now Amber has to agree with her, but let's see what she does with this for those who haven't seen it.
It's a part of getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
Gross. The gaslighting is strong.
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up
Dude.
Defendant's Exhibit
Dude.
252.
Hold on. I need to do something.
We'll only be looking at the portion of this document.
Not.
So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
Okay, hold on, guys.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted.
Hold on.
I don't recall.
This is
it.
important. Hold on.
I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the
You know, the number of times since we've covered this again that I've found myself saying these words. I'm goating early today. Again, I'm goating early today. There's no way around it.
portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for
Great point.
support. That's correct.
Shut up. Sorry.
There's no question yet, misheard.
That's right.
So
no
directing your
question's
attention,
pending.
I'm going to move to admit
Question's ending.
Exhibit 252A.
Any objection?
Y'all.
Any objection, Ms. Murdaugh?
Well, it's the same go as EDB and Runkle, by the way.
Could you turn
Elaine.
on? Could you turn your microphone again?
Where to fucking God, Elaine.
Thank you.
Ugh.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not
Go
misheard
up or down on
text
it.
messages.
What is Elaine
Consistent
grumbling
with
about
hearsay.
now? Elaine's going to grumble all the way to Sidebar. Yeah, definitely, Kelly. Yes, yes.
You ready to approach?
All right, there it is, guys. Y'all ready for a sidebar? I know. Elaine, your mic. Elaine, your mic. Elaine, your mic. So where I got the goat was Amazon. And here's what happened was Kit Smits, who I'm sure will be here at some point. This was, I'll tell you exactly when this happened. It was during, oh fuck, what was it? We were doing Karen Reed. Yes, we were doing Karen Reed. And it was when the interview came out with Paul O'Keefe, I believe. And those of us who were there that night, I believe it was me, Fender, and Kit Smits, because it was like late. We actually, none of us had seen the interview with John O'Keefe, or Paul O'Keefe rather. And so we watched it live together, and we did it twice. We did first with no commentary, second with commentary. And I believe it was during that stream. So just recently though. And then Kit Smith was like, sent me a super chat and it was like, this is for a goat. This is for a screaming goat. Cause I'd been talking about the goat, right? But it's like the type of thing that like, you know, you have to earn it, right? You know what I mean? It's like, it's not the type of thing you're just going to go buy yourself. And so it was when that happened, I was like, well, wait, where can I get one? And then she was like, you can get it on Amazon. And I was like, wait, hang on. And then I looked and I searched everything. I just searched Google, like, and then I went back and I looked at Runkle's goat and EDB's goat. And I was like, this is the goat that they have. It's on Amazon. Literally. It's the goat that they have. And so I got one and it is the best thing. And it was like, I feel like I've reached a point, like this is like a huge moment. It's like to have the goat, you know what I mean? I hope everybody's saying it, right? Oh, yeah, that definitely. Yep. You're right. That would be really, does that exist already or no? Maisha's helping Super Planner Girl. Says Amber Ugly cried for a couple of minutes and the judge didn't even believe her because she would have called for a 5-minute break. Great point, Maisha. By the way, I know all of you guys, but Maisha, here's what I say. Maisha knows this trial backwards, forwards, upside down, sideways. And let me be more specific. Not just this trial, but every single feed. Like we'll be watching it and she's like, oh, this feed doesn't show when this thing, it's really incredible. It's really, really incredible. Maisha's also like a Disney, like trivia, not trivia, but like facts scholar. She was enlightening us the other night. We were talking about Disney stuff. It was amazing. Yeah, I searched on Amazon first and then I was like, but just to make sure, right? And like literally any other link just took you back to Amazon. But then I went back and I looked at the videos, you know, because I actually have some clips saved because they're hilarious of Runkle and EDB with their goats. Actually, I have some saved on my computer from during Karen Reed with the solo cups. Of course, there's lots of goating to be had then, right? And I was like, oh my God. And actually I realized it too, because remember not all of you guys were there, but like I initially was like, whoa, the goat is so quiet. And then I was like thinking how I actually said this out loud, like how I always thought EDB, like if you guys notice, whenever she goats, she takes the goat and she like pushes it forward towards the camera, towards the screen or whatever camera. I don't know if y'all have noticed that. I've noticed it. It's like she takes the goat and goes push. And I thought she was just being funny, kind of like the way you do like high five or something. But I've learned it's because the speaker of the goat is on the very bottom of the goat. And if you don't hold it the right direction, it's not going to get picked up on the microphone. And the same thing with Runkle. And also the way that they hold it is kind of funny. And I've learned why, because there's a way you can hold it that we can get a better purchase to push the button. Anyway, it's very goat specific things, but it's specific to this goat, which is just funny. Yeah, cool. Love that. Do it, Maisha. It could be a scholar on this for sure. Lisa, $1 million idea right here. A Proctor bobblehead in a solo cup. I'm going to save this. I can actually save this comment. if ever we have the ability to make things, we will make this. So yeah, and Mr. Depp's attorneys, so they're sitting behind him, right? You know, it's just like in criminal trials. So you know, obviously civil and criminal are very different, but what's you know, same pretty much, right? So you've got behind Johnny Depp are all of his attorneys. He's got a fucking slew of them. There's a bunch. And they're all behind him. And then on the other side are Amber's, is Amber and her attorneys. Well, not Amber, because she's on the stand. So, okay, while we're going through all this, you guys are awesome. I love y'all. Let's do the sidebar. So in order to do that, I have to, as you guys have seen probably before, I have to share my screen differently. So let me do that. Okay, and we're ready. So, sidebar, it's a sidebar. Miss Murdaugh, that's Elaine, by the way, Super Planner Girl. Miss Murdaugh is Elaine. Your Honor, you may recall that when we were putting our evidence in, they got to look at it and then talk about context. Oh, not with the context again. And then they're trying to suggest here that she's just willy-nilly. You guys, I'm going to die. She's just willy-nilly sending these pictures to embarrass him. But the context here, hold on. Side note, do you think Judge A is going to be like, context is not an exception to hearsay? But the context here is this is to Rocky Pennington. And she's saying, are you guys okay? And then Amber says, barely. I think I knocked on your door when you were at yoga, which is what I've been dealing with. And then sends these pictures. So I think in context, I think that has to come in because the context is what she's asking. Oh my God, I called it. There it is, the court. Again, context is not an exception to hearsay. Guys, context is not an exception to hearsay. This is amazing. Miss Murdaugh, well, Your Honor allowed them to put in documents for context. The question to her is, she's suggesting that she's sending it to her to embarrass him, but in fact, Rocky's asking her, and then she's coming back and saying she's asking how she's doing. She says, barely, this is what I've been dealing with. The court. So barely is coming in. Ms. Vasquez, right. The court. All that coming in. Ms. Vasquez, right. The court. Just which of you guys? Okay, coming home now. I was at yoga. Miss Murdaugh. And dealing should come in as well. The court. That's all in. Miss Vasquez. That's all coming in. So basically, Elaine has a problem with something that's not even a problem. Classic Elaine. The only thing we're hoping to have, the court. All Amber's texts are coming in, correct? Just Miss Pennington. Miss Murdaugh. Okay. The court. Okay. Miss Murdaugh. Okay. So the still fighting is coming in as well. The court. Barely. I think I knocked on the door when you were at yoga. This is what I've been dealing with. Miss Murdaugh. But if you go up the page before, this is still Amber. The court, that's not coming in at this point. Miss Vasquez, it's been redacted. Miss Murdaugh, still fighting? The court, no. This is their evidence. This is all they want to bring in. Any objection to what they're bringing in? Oh my God, fucking hell, you've got to be kidding me. So her first objection was hearsay. Now she's changing it to completeness. Miss Murdaugh, yes, Your Honor, because it's not complete. Kill me now, guys. Like what? Like what? The court. Judge A laying down the law. The court. All right, understand. Overruled. It comes in. Fuck yeah, it does. The court. Miss Murdaugh. Sorry, Miss Murdaugh. Okay. Back to open court. Hi ho, hi ho. It's back to open court we go. Do 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 do. And we are back. And better than ever. So I'll just fast forward through the sidebar since we just read it. See, never ever again do we have to be like, happening? What are they talking about? What are they doing? We know the deets. See, Elaine's like, Your Honor, context. And Judge A's like, Elaine, I told you, context is not an exception. Elaine has the long white jacket thing on. Camille is the boss bitch. And I say that in a good way. In the navy blue. Judge A is obviously Judge A. And y'all, I'm blanking on the court reporter's name. Judy. Sorry, Judy. Judy's the court reporter. With his here, I'll pause it. Right here with his back turned. Okay, that's Ben Chu. That's the lead attorney for Johnny. This is Miss Meyer. She's just sort of like a supporting attorney. Sorry, no. This is Miss Lecaraz, actually. Sorry. This is Miss Lecaraz. This is Miss Meyer. And this is Mr. Oh, fuck. What was his name? We only see him like once. I forget his name right now. It'll come to me. And there's others. That's not all of them. Yes. Thank you guys for being, oh yeah, Mr. Moniz, that's who it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I see now. Somebody put that in there. Yes, May, you should put it in there. There it is. Yep. Mr. Moniz is the guy whose name I just couldn't remember because he's only in like a couple things. He comes up in that one funniest moments from the sidebars with Mr. Moniz's finger. And that's where he makes his shining appearance. Yeah, Moniz is the dude who I was just like, I couldn't remember his name. Here, let me do this. Let me find it better because now his head's cut off right now. Hold on. So what's so funny is Mr. Moniz hurt his finger, the same finger as Johnny, who lost the fingertip thing. Like that was so weird when that happened, and it happened by like accidentally bumping into him or something. It was very weird. That sidebar was insane. And now we're getting the spinning wheel, which it's been doing for this trial. But I was going to show you guys Mr. Moniz. Candace, you missed a sidebar where Elaine tried to get a text message in, or not text message, sorry. She was objecting. She was objecting initially to hearsay, and then was arguing about context again. And then Judge A reminded her that context is not an exception to hearsay again. And then after that, she tried to go with completeness, and it still didn't work. Let me just, this is so funny how it's been doing this with this trial. I've never had these issues except for since I started doing this a few days ago with this trial. So what did I have? The other day it helped when I refreshed it. So let me try that.
I'm seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
Okay, I backed it up.
I don't recall.
Now it won't.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252.
Okay. I don't know why it's not full screening. Okay, hold on, guys. I swear, between StreamYard and YouTube.
I'm seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
So let me go to where we were.
I don't recall.
All right, perfect. Mr. Moniz is right here. That's Mr. Moniz with the finger. At this point, his finger's not been injured. It's still injury-free. But that's him right there. Her stupid face. Oh, you know what song was I singing earlier today? Oh, Reflection. Somebody said that was their favorite Disney song. It came up with the Karen Reed house tour because there was this weird mirror in the dining room. And I was like, in case you want to stare at yourself while you're eating. And then I started singing that song. Okay.
Sir, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture
Oh, it was
to
a
your
wall.
friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
Oh, we're going to watch Spiegel, guys. Don't worry.
And you sent it to
We're
her
going to watch Spiegel. You
on
guys,
August 7th, 2000.
it's double now because it's not just DSN. Super Planner Girl also hasn't seen it. So we're going to watch Spiegel. We're going to watch Spiegel. It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. And now I have a goat, you guys. Like, y'all, the things I feel like I need to go back and redo now that I have a goat.
14 at 11:24 p.m. Correct.
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote, Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
Ha!
That
Get
is
it,
me
Neil.
getting support from my best
Shut
friend.
the fuck up, Amber.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
No.
You weren't afraid the
Wrong.
monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This is the point.
This was
Okay, here's the point, guys, right? So here's the thing. There's a reason why Camille used the word monster. Because Amber is trying to say that this is someone who is abusive to her and has been abusing her for years. And all this, right? And that she's, I guess she doesn't really say she's afraid of him, although she should be saying that if any of it were accurate, but whatever. So this is such a great fucking point. Because not only does it show that Amber's lying, not only does it show that she's a hypocrite, not only does it prove all her things wrong, but it also proves the other factor, which is why the fuck, if you're afraid of somebody, that they're going to retaliate against you, you send a picture of them like this to somebody else. I just...
Opiate Johnny. This is a different
No,
version of him. This
No,
is
stop.
Opiate on the nod Johnny.
shut up.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me. Of course.
Did it
But
stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
That reminds me of, there was a moment like that in Murdaugh, wasn't there? What was it? Fuck. There was a moment like that in Murdaugh. Alec, dude, where was that? Alec did something, he said something almost identical, and it was something very, in a similar situation where it was like he didn't realize the significance. Oh God, hold on. Oh fuck, what was it? It was very similar. He was like, well, he was like, why would I? But it was like he didn't understand the significance of it. Same thing here. Why would it? Let me back that up. This is a brilliant moment actually in this trial. Hold on.
Mr. Depp,
Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me. Of course.
did it
But
stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
Wow.
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Miss Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
Black, what are your two favorite?
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please take a look at one of those.
Black
You
Widow.
could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence.
Pete Black Widow. Since in case you didn't know, the Super Planning Girls never watched this trial before and knew nothing about it until tonight. So we've got two Debbie Heard first timers. I mean, DSN's watched its cross at least, but isn't this amazing? What a treat. Right. Yes.
Directing your attention, Ms.
Accurate.
Heard,
Super
to
Planner Girl. She learns
a
fast.
photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
Oh man.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange.
Yes,
And this is your breakfast
That's
table.
right, y'all.
that is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
I would say to this, they can, other times, they let you keep your phone and then they will learn your password or find a way to get into your phone and read it, or force you to let them into the phone. Which is in some ways maybe more of an invasion of privacy. Oh yeah, we know you watched the trial, yeah. I love it because the way we know Black Widow watched the trial is because every time she comes back, she's like, I can barely stand this. I'm paraphrasing, of course, Billy. It's like she hates it, but she's here because she loves us type thing. 4 lines, right? I know that's another $1 million question.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine.
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
Oh, this part.
There are 4 lines of
This
cocaine
is
on
so
this
good.
table, right,
This
Ms.
is so
Heard?
good.
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue
No.
around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell.
Y'all.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And
It
there's
doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the
Oh my God.
driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine
Oh my God.
in your nose.
Oh my God.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy
Oh my God.
smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there, back right.
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
What is condensate?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
It doesn't mean.
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
Oh, this is the best part.
And when you sent it, you said,
Yep.
quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
I swear to God, Amber.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
Nope.
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
Mid-snort. Oh my God.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine,
What do you mean by that?
holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have
Nice.
seen him pass out in
Well done, Camille.
all sorts of places. Yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Beating up some cabinets.
Sorry, say that again.
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things
Oh,
around.
does
yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did.
Hold on. I did not know that. Is that true? Game also means Coke? She may not have known. I didn't know. Did anyone else know that? Right. Of course, you put girls into this. Right. So I call this her Kim Jong-un outfit, but a lot of people call it her Dr. Evil outfit. There's a lot of ways. Yes, religious uniform plus chef outfit. There was a picture that DSN posted in the Discord when he got to, I think it was day 7 of the trial, where she's wearing, I think it's one of the outfits I called one of her circus ringleader outfits. And he posted a thing in there and it was like, why does Amber Heard look like, why is Amber dressed like Tom Cruise from A Few Good Men? And he put a side by side and it's like, they look identical. Her outfits are one of the many great things of this trial that you can make fun of. It's just so good, man. R.I.P. the cabinets. Yes. Okay. I did not know that. Interesting. Yeah. Isn't it great though? This is why I love it. I love it because it's like noticing these things for the first time. Amazing. I love it. So good.
I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed
Okay.
in August of 2000.
You know what though? Shout out to South Texas. That means we have 3 Texans in the chat right now that I know of. But you know what? Amber's from Texas. So honestly, that is awesome insight. And actually, Kelly is the one who first said it was yay, and she's also in Texas. So it must be a Texas thing. But yeah, that's where Amber's from. So well done, guys. Well done pointing that out. Yeah. Candace is saying the weirdest thing is that Depp would wear an outfit and the next issue would have on a copy. That's right. That was very weird. It was very weird. I also say yay a lot. I don't know. I'm wondering if it's a Texas thing, though, the yay for Coke. Anyone who's listening, let us know if you live elsewhere that's not Texas and you've ever heard of Coke being called yay. Because learning is growing.
2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings for Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Right.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Lies. It will be proven later. Bye. Dude, hold on. Y'all, did you guys ever notice this? I don't know that I noticed this before. Camille takes a huge ass fucking sigh. Deep breath. Listen, hold on. Wow.
Was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
That's Camille. Wow. Because she's pissed, dude.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8, exactly.
Here we go,
your
guys.
settlement
Buckle
amount
up.
was $7 million.
Buckle up.
That's correct.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
Here we go, guys.
You
Pledge
stated you would be
donate.
donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
I love that y'all have lived all over the place. That's awesome. I love it. Squirrels of the world, yeah. I'm telling you, we got to do the math thing.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the
Just
statement below.
Just wait, Super Planner Girl. Just wait.
Is that the statement you released, Ms.
No
Heard?
one spoil it for her.
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
Oh, Elaine.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement.
Oh,
This is some.
fuck.
this
She
is-
just testified, Your
She
Honor,
said
that it's her statement.
I swear to God, Elaine.
May I say the full?
Everything
Oh,
else is
sorry.
redacted.
This one, right. I remember this.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
The statement reads,
Oh, God.
as described in the restraining order and divorce
right.
settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no, it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
Oh, good. Amber.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize now.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution
So $100,000
to each
to the ACLU.
and to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement
God.
to give away and reap
God.
a tax benefit from.
Oh, God.
I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
I'm going to say something real quick. I agree with you, DSN. So DSN was saying, and I want to point out what the significance of this statement is, that, okay, if she didn't try to weasel out responsibility for donations when he's bad, yes, I agree. But here's why this matters in this trial. Because this is not, okay, think about in other trials, right? 404, right? Character evidence, right? Propensity, character, okay? Like, if that's a criminal trial, I mean, of course, you can have that in civil cases, but in other situations, this might have been kept out, like this whole thing. But why does this matter? Well, it's really a substantive issue as far as, you know, like everything regarding their divorce is fair game, right? Going to come in for the most part, right? But here, it's because it's her own fault because of the op-ed. It's because of her own statements before this trial that she came out in public all over the fucking place and said she donated the money. Long before the trial, right? She came out and said she donated the money. And remember, this case is about defamation. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because we had a really good conversation the other night about what is the issue here? Is the issue about who abused who or who didn't abuse who? And I was reiterating that it's a defamation case. It's just about the statements and were the statements false. And yes, you can then draw an inference logically after that if the statement is false, then what the statement is saying is false. But that's not what it's about. It's about the statement. So every time she came out and made a statement about having donated the money, if that statement is false, that matters because this is a defamation case. Does that make sense? And because that's one of the big issues here.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
Happy to see you,
And
Abby.
Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce as per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
Boy.
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break, that if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, you know, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
By the way, anyone who was here the other night when we were talking about weed and Boo the dog, and I was referencing Abby, and I said, I wish Abby were here because remember Amber is like, oh, Boo the dog has permanent bathroom issues because when Boo was a puppy, Boo ate some of Johnny's weed, and now Boo is permanently messed up or whatever. And I was like, I don't know about that. I was like, where's Abby when we need her? Anyway, Abby was here for the earlier stream and I asked her and she called bullshit on that without any hesitation. So she's here to elaborate on that if she so chooses. But yeah, bullshit. She was just trying to throw Johnny under the bus as per usual. DSN says to avoid him getting a tax break, she caused ACLU and the hospital to never get that money. Right.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp row over divorce donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says,
matching
I
tie.
think it's on the second page. Her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released,
Objection, hearsay.
Oh my God,
spokeswoman, it's
Elaine,
not
who
her.
cares?
a spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
Want to come forward?
And that's Sidebar. So that tattoo on Johnny's hand, that's a B, right? Is that also because of Dior, I'm wondering? Side note, as we go to a sidebar, I have B tattoos, but not just because of bees. But anyway, I just never even thought about that he has a bee tattoo. I mean, it looks like a bee, stings like a bee. There's probably a saying in there. Okay, let me share this sidebar screen. Sidebar. Wait, not that. Hold on. Present. Okay, cool. So here's the sidebar. But right here. All right, do you want to come forward? The court. If it's a spokesperson, that's a speaking agent, right? Ms. Vasquez, speaking agent. The court, exception. Ms. Vasquez, right. Representative capacity. The court, not an agent. Now we have an issue with the agent laying foundation. This is a spokesperson speaking, somebody who's speaking for her. So what they're trying to differentiate here, right, is spokesperson versus agent. Because let's look at what Elaine's objection was because she was fucking with her or didn't have her microphone on as per usual. Objection here, say spokeswoman, that's not her. Spokeswoman is an exception. Okay, so here's what this says. Okay, here's the article. The article says her spokeswoman responded in a statement. And then Elaine objected and said, hearsay, spokeswoman, that's not her. And then Ms. Vasquez said spokeswoman is an exception. Okay, so, all right, where were we? Okay, Ms. Vasquez, speaking agent, the court exception. Ms. Vasquez, right, representative capacity. Right, so spokesperson represents a person and can speak on their behalf. The court, not an agent. Now we have an issue with the agent laying foundation. This is a spokesperson speaking, somebody speaking for her. Ms. Braddock, I think she has to ask, in fact, if she recognizes that. And in fact, if the spokeswoman, Ms. Vasquez, I'll get to that. Ms. Braddock, she started reading the statement out loud to the jury. Ms. Vasquez, I was trying to lay a foundation. The court, you were reading the statement. She's right. If you want to lay the foundation, that's fine. Ms. Braddock, thank you, Your Honor. The court, thank you. And back to open court. And you know what? They're going to come right back to sidebar. So we're going to do a double sidebar. And go ahead and read this one. The court, you didn't get 2 words out that time. Ms. Braddock, I'm sorry, but we only have received... Oh my God, that reminds me of one of my favorite sidebars where Miss Bredhoff says, I'm sorry, I'm slow. I don't remember where that is in the trial, but anyway. All right, Miss Bredhoff, I'm sorry, but we only have received exhibits from them to 1247. So this was not an exhibit that we have, Miss Vasquez. We marked them now. We can use them in cross-examination, Miss Bredhoff. But they haven't produced them to us. They haven't provided them. Oops, to you. The court, they provide in cross-examination, Miss Bredhoff. They have to give us hard copies. Ms. Vasquez, oh, I apologize. The court, yes, give them hard copies. Ms. Bredhoff, give me a chance to look at it before. Ms. Vasquez, I agree. I apologize. Thank you. The court, thank you. Ms. Bredhoff, okay. And back to open court. Is there another back-to-backer? No. Okay, that's it for now. All right, cool. Because I know that there's some back-to-backers. So, do-do-do-do-leedy, do-do-do-leedo. All right, sharing this. Cool.
You released a statement
May
through.
we approach again?
Okay.
There it is. It's a bird? Okay, thank you, Maisha. It's a bird. Okay, thank you. Well, never mind then. Yeah, I agree, especially when he's wearing the vesty thing. Where's Spencer, guys? Spencer! Cuckoo! Somebody call Spencer. Where's Spencer? Because he always loves the vesty thing too. So anyway, and he's wearing a vesty thing. Look, speaking of which, he's wearing a vesty thing. Yeah, he just needs the fedora. Float, right. That's right. Thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you, Candace.
Before we ask the next question, I'll just hand you a copy of this one.
I want to see it before you ask.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's
Black,
exactly what I said.
Black Widow be dressing fly. She'd be dressing fly, yo. And her partner, shout out to fucking Andrew. Did you guys make up today? It seems like there was a scuffle. I hope you guys made up.
Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
No, that's right. That's fine. Thank you.
Or I don't know if it was a scuffle. It was hard to tell because there were some messages missing from the chat, as y'all know, that just never came through. So shout out to Black Widow and fucking Andrew.
Could you please turn your microphone on?
Y'all,
I'm sorry.
Y'all, I'm sorry. We have to just hear that again. Elaine grumbling in the background. It's just a lot. Oh, fucking hell.
Could you please turn your microphone on? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
for fuck's sake, Elaine.
They gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay, and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full
I'm dying.
document?
I'm dying. Elaine? Where we're going, Elaine? Right, all good after the peace nuggets. Yes. Awesome.
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do, we have the right
Oh
to
my
be able
God,
to see the document.
All right. Do you have a document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
Camille's being so patient with
I
us.
can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Absolutely,
Give an
Candace.
opportunity to look at the
Candace,
unredacted.
yes. Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yes. 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 I love you guys. I love all you guys so much, man. Oh my God, that's right. Oh, dude, I know. Dude, this trial, man. I swear. I'm so happy we're doing this. It's so good. I'm so happy we're doing this. What is this tweet? Oh God. Oh. I feel like my abs are gonna get sore again. I'm laughing. We need Spencer, man. Cuckoo. Squirrel call. Cuckoo. Fender should be here soon because she's waking up early to come on the stream. Fender! Cuckoo.
May I approach?
Yes.
Watch her show up in like 1 minute, guys. That would be insane. Okay, I'm gonna go forward because Elaine takes for fucking ever. Obviously.
You can get a copy of that
Happily.
later
Yes.
today. Okay.
Right,
All
I
right.
mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well, I
thing.
understand, but we'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now, can we continue?
Stop it,
We
Elaine.
can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of, there's some quotation marks missing.
Okay. Come forward.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot about that. They come forward again because of the quotation marks missing. Help! Help! Like slid this off. I also, by the way, you guys, I know you all know I love squirrels and penguins. I also love sloths. They're another one of my favorite animals. They're in my top 4. But we're back for another sidebar. So let me find that. I don't have to look very far because it's on the same page. So here we go. Time for another sidebar. It is sidebar time. All right. Okay, come forward, she says. Poor Judge A. The court. All right, here's the redacted. I guess now I need a copy of the unredacted. Where are the redactions, Ms. Vasquez? I was trying to make this easy. We're redacting all the hearsay. The court. I appreciate it, Ms. Bredehoff. So there's several pieces. here where it shows the spokesperson and then there's no quote at the end of it. I swear to God, Elaine. Miss Vasquez, because it continues. I don't think Elaine knows how quotes work. The court, it continues. They have it. Miss Bredoff. But then they have a quote at the beginning of the next, and then that doesn't have a quote. I mean, you can't make then there's another one where there's not a quotations mark at the end of that. The court, I understand. Miss Bredoff, so the court, I understand, but I'm going to allow it if she can lay a foundation, okay? Miss Bredoff, but in the future, Your Honor, I would. Holy shit. These lines mean Judge A interrupts her. The court, everybody's on the same page on that. Miss Vasquez, thank you. Miss Bredoff, thank you. Back to the court. Whew. Yep, indeed. Yep, or do.
All right.
The exasperation is all of us.
So directing your attention, Ms. Heard, where
Not
it
well
says
done. Not well
her
done.
spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
The
Honor,
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't
Facts.
read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Elaine?
Right. If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that. Go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response.
So Blackwater is saying this for anyone who missed it because yay is another word for Coke. That's okay. I just wanted to say that she was not well known, DSN. Yes, accurate about the bath vibe. Absolutely. Abby, I freaking love that. That is freaking awesome. We are on the same level with that because I also will just read about nerdy shit and it is just life. Kelly, what makes you want Christmas? I might have missed something, but I'm curious. Candace studies ancient religions for a hobby. That's sick. Love it. I know. Maisha's also calling for Spencer. Speak. You guys, did I ever tell you the story about when I spoke Squirrel on live radio on the air? Like, I don't know that I did. I don't think I did. So when I was in college, I used to actually speak Squirrel like out loud, and some of my friends kind of learned it. And I was in a band, I was in several different bands. My very first band ever, freshman year of college, we were called the Sea Monsters with like the letter C. And we had like a college, there was like a radio show, but it was like aired, I don't know, it wasn't just for the college, like anyone could tune in and listen to it or whatever. And so our band was invited on the air because we had like a show coming up or whatever. And so we had like an hour on there and like we played a song or whatever, dude. And my bandmates planned this and I didn't know about it, but it was hilarious. And so at the end they were like, you know, is there anything else that you think that people should know? And my bandmates were like, so Chelsea can speak Squirrel and we want her to, you know, can you ask her to speak Squirrel like on the radio or whatever? Anyway, I don't remember exactly how it was phrased, but long story short, I spoke Squirrel on live radio. Anyway, but yes, but the Squirrel call that I made up the other day for on the fly was I don't remember who I was calling, somebody, but you know, but right now we're calling Spencer, we're calling Fender. I know we'll be here soon though, but yeah. DSN just read Death of Caesar on Vacation. My wife said she missed that title on the beach reads. Love it. That's great. Cute. I love it. I was saying cute, by the way, because I was just reading this comment again. The squeak. Cute. I love it. Squirrels are the best, aren't they? So, all right. Let's get back to this nonsense.
Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts
Objection, Your Honor.
at Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm gonna say.
Elaine?
Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
She just ignored Elaine that time, which is good. Oh, right. That's okay. I was wondering if that's what you meant, but yeah. Oh, that was so much fun, you guys. Wasn't it?
Yes.
Amber thought it was fun.
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
It was so unhinged, man. It was so unhinged. That's pretty cool, Blackwater.
Yes.
Okay. That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly
Oh boy.
what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 12-1260 in evidence over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Elaine.
Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
The Danish TV show.
I believe I said I had. I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for
any
permission
objection?
to publish it.
It contains, has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay.
very briefly.
Okay, so I was just pulling up the sidebar. Oh, sidebar night, wait, sorry. Oh, sidebar trio, no. What did I do before? It's sidebar time, That's probably what I did. That's what I did, yeah. It's sidebar time, time for another sidebar. A sidebar here, a sidebar there. There are sidebars everywhere. Oh, sidebar time, oh, sidebar time. Okay, here we go. Time for a sidebar, guys. Here we go. The court. All right, so which portion? Ms. Vasquez. It's just a question from the commentator. The court. Just that portion, Ms. Vasquez. It's the question which is obviously not being offered for the truth, but that's the interview. I actually had it transcribed. The court, thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Vasquez, by Planet Depots, so there are no concerns and highlighted. Shout out to Planet Depots because they also provided all of these transcripts for the entire trial, which includes these sidebars that we are reading. The court, you highlighted the part that's going to be played, Ms. Vasquez, or is this the only thing that, or this is the only thing that we'll be introducing? The court, okay, which part is going to be played? Oh, this part is going to be played. Ms. Vasquez, yes, correct. So it's just Ms. Heard asking, it's the host asking the court, okay, Ms. Vasquez, the question. What's funny is that Elaine is missing from this sidebar, but it was her objection. Ms. Vasquez, the question, I apologize, Your Honor. It's actually, we clipped it. It starts on page 3 of this transcript. So they're going on about that. And then Ms. Vasquez, so the question here, the court, about the $7 million rather. Ms. Vasquez, what did you do with that money? The court, okay, Ms. Vasquez. And then it's Ms. Heard speaking. I think there's one comment from the host on page 4, line 11, where it says more power to you. That's something that I've never heard of. The court, more power, that's where it ends. Ms. Vasquez, I'm sorry. The court, it keeps going after that. Ms. Vasquez, I'm sorry. After line 13, it ends, so I apologize, Your Honor. The court, okay. Ms. Vasquez, I thought these were the only part where we playing starts on page 3. Ms. Vasquez, line 13. The court to page 4, line 13. Ms. Vasquez, that's right. The court, okay. And then here's Elaine. So the host is actually speaking hearsay. There are all kinds of accusations flying your way, and then people are saying this all is all about money. And then, indiscernible, it's also hearsay, Your Honor. Within that, Ms. Vasquez, it's a question, Your Honor, and we're obviously saying it's not being offered for the truth. The court, yes. Ms. Vasquez, that's exactly what Ms. Heard is alleging here. The court, that's what she said. That's what she said. Ah! Okay, I'll overrule the objection. I'll allow that portion. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. And back to open court. Now, here's the thing. Fender very kindly pointed out to me that this would probably get my channel copyright stricken if I played this very short clip from the trial, because the trial plays a clip from CBS. And she might be right about that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read this short clip so we don't, those of us who are new, don't miss what was contained in the clip. Okay, it's very short. So this is from this Danish TV show. So the male speaker, that's the interviewer dude. He says, actually, we're all kind of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million and people were saying this is all about money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money, Ms. Heard? $7 million in total. I'm going to highlight this if it'll let me. $7 million in total was donated to. I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. Male speaker. ACLU is a human rights organization. Ms. Heard, sorry. Oh, and the way she says this is very patronizing as well, by the way. ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union. Male speaker, right, Ms. Heard. They work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and legislative reform. Male speaker, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard. And she really kind of interrupts him here and says, I wanted nothing. And we'll probably see that last part. And Fender made a joke actually it wasn't a joke, the other night, right before this part, and was like, her face is so punchable. And then I chimed in here when she says, I wanted nothing. It's like it pauses right there with her face. And dude, I've never seen anything more punchable in my life as that. We'll see that part. It's classic. Classic punchability. So, all right, let's take a look. Oh, DSN, I'm still looking at the chat here. DSN said agreed. Amber's direct was like passing a stone. Yeah. Cross was very cathartic. I felt like I earned this after putting up a lot. Yup. How lovely are thy branches? Thank you, Blackwater. Absolutely. Yes. Y'all are funny. Elaine and her stupid hairdo. Oh, not again. Spinny wheel. There is a wheel, spin, spin. I was trying to think of what's that song. It's like turn, but like there's a wheel, spin, spin.
346 in evidence.
And actually were all kinds of.
Okay, this is where I have to skip ahead. I'm going to skip ahead to the punchable face because Fender was probably right.
You did.
$1 million Children's Hospital of Los Angeles organization. They work on behalf of legislative reform,
Right.
and
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
Right there. Hold on. We got to watch that part again.
And
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
One more time for good measure.
On the ground and in legislative reform,
Right.
and
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
This interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
I cannot picture her speaking Spanish, not even a single word.
This was
I don't-
after you had
I would be shocked if she could even say guacamole.
received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
I get
Again, without knowing when
Yay.
it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
Yeah.
This is the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page 5, so the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms.
Oh, for
Murdaugh.
fuck's sake,
We're
Elaine.
not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to that.
Oh, shut
It's a actual. He literally testified to it in
We're gonna
court.
get
I'll
there.
overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No
Mr.
one
Depp's
answer.
accountant, Edward
Yeah.
White, testified
Well, no one answer. We're gonna sewer planner girl. We're gonna get there. It's gonna be even better if you see it unfold in trial.
that he
Yeah.
made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I would object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll
It's
overrule the
improper.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Elaine's trying to stop.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't
Oh,
believe they were.
Oh,
He
boy.
might have
That's not
testified
my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My
Oh,
question was,
boy.
you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
that. I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
That's dude. Weasel.
So back to October of 2018,
Weasel.
this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
I know.
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement.
Here we
You
go.
agree with me?
That is correct.
Here we go.
And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end
Oh,
quote,
my
your
God.
entire divorce settlement to
Oh.
charity,
Here we go.
right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote,
That's,
right?
that's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million
Here we go.
settlement to charity at that point, had you?
Guys.
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
Oh no, no,
of
no,
the
no,
settlement,
no.
$7
that's
million
not my
to
question.
charity, and I,
Oh, no.
I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
oh,
fulfill
no.
those
Ms.
obligations.
Heard, that's not my question. Please
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today,
Oh God.
you have not donated the $7 million donated, not pledged, donated.
Oh my God.
The
Oh my God.
$7 million
God.
divorce
Oh my
settlement
God.
to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They're
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms.
No,
Heard,
no.
respectfully,
Stop.
that's not my question.
That's right, Camille.
As of today,
Oh God.
you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
This lady's.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned.
Aisha's
I
not-
did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of
I
domestic.
mean, Black Widow is exactly right. Here's the thing. After this trial finished and she was unsuccessful at claiming and owning Johnny, she went over and decided to become the dictator in North Korea, which you can tell it's evident by her outfit, right, guys?
Violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen. You wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim
Right.
of domestic violence.
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim, nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the
It's
entirety.
interesting, right? It's an interesting. See, I wish Fender were here. That's an interesting psychological thing because it's true that she's never called herself a victim, but I don't agree. I think she wants to be seen as a victim. It's interesting. It's an interesting psychological thing. I think she wants to be seen as a victim, obviously, right? I mean, it's a pity party the whole time on direct, right? It's just a big fucking pity party. But yet she doesn't want to say it. I think that is the thing. She wants the sympathy. She wants to get away with shit. But if she were to say out loud in her own words that if she were to say she's a victim, I think for her that would mean relinquishing control, and that's why she doesn't say it. That's my personal opinion.
Of your divorce settlement was donated to charity.
I know.
End quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions.
Get it,
Your
Camille.
counsel will have time to redirect you
Well,
after.
and it's such a mess, and it's so
You
good.
testified under oath, quote,
The biggest
the
mess.
entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity. End quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
Oh, Elaine.
No.
N-
Ms. Hurt,
I
this is
did-
really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Thank you, Lisa.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurd?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
It's not a
That
hard question.
statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
Ugh.
The statement,
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Hurd,
entire
Ms.
house
Hurd,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not asking,
time.
Ms. Hurd,
All right. Next question, please.
thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you
To
didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no,
obligations.
right, Ms. Hurd?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct,
I
Ms. Hurd?
disagree with your characterization of that.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
Right? She's worse in a lot of ways, to be honest. Like, he's worse in some ways and she's worse in other ways. But yeah, they're pretty much equal, I guess, in that. And you stack it all up.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Right. That's definitely true. Yes. And I'm going to fast forward while they're looking over these documents. It's not a sidebar.
There's this light coming across them.
So I appreciate them.
Must be
It's
the
probably
work
good light.
A beautiful angel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Look at that binder, man. That's gonna be heavy. It's a fucking binder. Wow. Right. I agree with that. The light of God. That's right.
This is your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Heard?
Look at that.
Correct.
binder,
And
though.
this statement was
I
made
love
under
it.
oath. True?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Dude, is that Runkle? Hold on. Runkle sighting? I think I spotted Runkle. Hold on.
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February.
I just thought to myself, oh boy, I have been forgetting to be on the lookout for Rob and Runkle. And I think as soon as I thought that, I think I might have spotted Runkle. Hold on.
February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4.
I'm waiting for it. Yeah. There he is. Oh, fuck. Hold on.
It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him
Yes.
the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
Oh, boy.
I don't know what you mean by most stuff.
Oh,
Well,
for fuck's
at
sake,
least
Amber.
$500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by
That's
you,
fucking
right?
funny, Lisa.
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah.
Honor? What honor? You have no honor, woman.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
Your freaking pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your
Oh,
name
that's
wasn't
funny.
paid by you either.
It is
But those were
Runkle.
made at the same time.
It is Runkle. It'll pan back and we'll see. We'll get a better view. But it was definitely Runkle. But what's funny is that I noticed that as soon as I had that thought, and then Candace points out that Amber said yes right after I said it was him. That's really funny.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce
Oh, and I
settlement
think
for
Rob
yourself,
is right
right?
beside
I'm
him.
very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor is
Okay,
fine,
you said
this is a good
it's a
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
So that's Rob right beside Runkle. So that's it for this day. I'm going to see if I can find a better shot of them because shout out to those guys. Love them both. Hold on. Let's see if I can find a good spot.
Thank you.
You can see every time I pause it, the text gets in the way, man. That's why I need a better shot here. Well, and he's wearing the yellow tie. Okay, let me do this. Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen so you can see my mouse. Because this is important because y'all know how much I freaking love Runkle so much. I love Rob too, but I'm like Runkle's biggest fan. Okay, so if you can see my mouse. Okay, good. Yes. You guys know the whole thing with the yellow tie, right? With Rob and Runkle. So there's Runkle, and he's wearing the yellow tie. And then there's Rob right beside him. I mean, you can't really see Rob. Rob is right beside him. There's Runkle with his glorious hair. Shout out to Runkle. Shout out to Rob. Love you guys. And I love their bromance. Their bromance is one of the happiest things on the planet. So, okay. So now let me pull up day 17, guys. We're on to the next day, guys. Woohoo! So let me share the other way again. Actually, let me just pull up the video. We did it. We're on to day 17. Woohoo! All right. So Amber has another outfit. I wonder what it's going to be today. Y'all ready? Do 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 boom boom boom. There's DSN. DSN. Love it. There's Brian Albert and Jen McCabe. Jen. Jen. Jen.
All right. Be seated. All right. Next question.
Camille and White.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Good morning.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011, right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times under oath that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you
I
could
know.
tell,
Dude,
Mr.
DSM.
Depp was sober that first
Yeah.
year,
Accurate.
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
and that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was
Yes. Sorry. This is brilliant. Brilliant. So earlier tonight, Lisa had suggested that in the movie Amber should play herself. And I was joking that it might actually score lower on IMDb than Into the Fire, which had 2.8. And then Lisa's saying if Amber can't play herself, when maybe playing Jen will be her comeback. Oh my God. Yeah. She plays Jen. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, then maybe Then maybe playing Jen will be her comeback. Oh my God. Shout out to Kathleen. Happy to see you. Right. I know they didn't. It's crazy. And on direct, how many years was direct? Like 5 years, something? I thought the same thing, Kitsmits. So, dude, the things I would do to see whenever they do the movie, dude, whenever they do the movie for Karen Reed and for Amber to play Jen, that is it. That's the answer. And we've actually been talking about who should play who. I didn't even think of that. That's brilliant. That's the answer, though.
was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them
No,
that
thank
he was
God.
hitting you in 2012.
Thank God,
though.
no.
Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
He was smashing things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
So there's Rob Runkle again. This time they've swapped seats. Wait, now it's blocking. You can see Rob better. Runkle's on the left and Rob is on the right, but you can see Runkle's also wearing white, I think.
That is correct.
Yeah. No, that's not Runkle.
You told this
That's
jury
all right.
that
Sorry.
in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking
Also
kind of
Rob, though.
correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
Oh my God, the knife.
I gave him a knife,
The knife.
I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing.
Do it.
Master Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy
awesome.
Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife to Ms. Heard?
Well, actually, I don't see Rob and Runkle. Where are they?
Yes, that's it.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Ms. Heard?
Incredible.
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him. That's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master
Oh my
Deputy
God.
Sheriff Halusa, will you please show the knife to the jury?
Do it, Master Deputy. There it is.
Thank you.
It's a big knife. It's a big one.
This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012. Yes.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015.
Right? Yep.
You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing the phone against a wall, right?
Yep.
That is
I agree
correct.
with you guys.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
Oh, the phone.
I was watching it disappear.
That Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published.
Right? I know it does in the photo. You're right, Blackwater. It's big. It's big. The knife is big. That's why they brought it in. There was a sidebar about
Thank
getting
you.
the knife into evidence before she.
You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that
He knows who took it.
mounted phone was.
I swear to God.
It's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
Of course, I knew she was going to say that. Ben,
did.
please.
The counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up defendants?
Honestly, DSN spoke, dude. It's so funny. That was the thing that annoyed me the most about her on this day was that stupid piece of hair. But I was never able to put my finger on it until DSN said that. And now I'm like, oh my God, that's what it is. That's what it is. That had been driving me crazy for years. And I never could put my finger on it. You're right. It's that stupid piece of hair. I just have to say it out loud because now I feel so relieved that I can actually articulate what it is. It's that stupid piece of hair. It is just so stupid. I hate it so much. God.
Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence.
It's all good, Lisa. You make sense to me, girl.
You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well. And I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone, obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone.
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
Dude,
And according to you, this is when
this part is so good. This part is so good. This part is so good. Just in case anybody fell for her stupid story about this entire event in Australia, which is doubtful, but just in case, I mean, Camille just pulls out, just logic. I love it. Dude, I appreciate it so much.
and Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Hurd.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of
Right, I know.
perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That
I
is
know.
correct.
I am with
Let's
you
look
guys.
at that
That's right.
declaration.
Yeah, it's awful. The worst thing is now there's two of them. It multiplied. You guys, I think it started out with one piece. It's like it's multiplying. Like there's two of them now. Why? Just why? I cannot.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It's like, just decide if you want bangs or don't have bangs.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the declaration.
You know what? She's wearing a freaking 3-piece suit with a vesty thing trying to copy Johnny too, isn't she? Look, she's got a vesty thing. Amber?
Is that your signature?
No, you did not earn the
Yes,
right.
it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the
Oh, boy.
foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5.
Oh my God,
Specifically
Maisha.
line 10.
Brilliant. You guys are the smartest people on the planet,
Quote,
I swear. Yes.
Right,
Yes.
testify under oath. While he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of
I'm
it,
going to
end
die.
quote.
You guys are
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to die. Guys.
So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
We'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a
this
bottle,
went
right?
So good.
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
Here we go, guys.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter,
Oh,
right?
boy.
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And she never
And
got
he
through
grabbed a
the
bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
It's not a hard question,
While
Amber.
Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
While he's holding the bottle, is that your testimony?
He
While
was holding
holding you
my-
down by the neck?
Sorry. What was your question?
And here's what I have to say about this. This is where what Amber would have done if she was smart is she would have gone right back to this. Because the only answer to this question is because he has 8 arms. That explains it, right? The Rhinoctopus explains it, but she fails to remember that at the time when she needs it the most.
Your testimony is, Ms. Heard, that either he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle that he assaulted
At what
with?
point?
While holding you down by your neck.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence.
Oh boy.
And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence. This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things.
Uh-oh.
This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms.
It's
Heard,
the worst thing ever
Ms.
happened
Heard,
to me. I
we're
don't
not
remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact
that's not my
sequence.
question.
Uh,
My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence.
alrighty.
So you testified, actually. Yeah, I know. I just realized that. Do we have a copy? We gave it to you yesterday. Court transcript.
Let me see if they fixed this real quick. Hold on while they're doing that. Here it is. So you guys, I just wanted to test it out. So earlier when I was like, oh, I got to remove the background for the naked shrimp weasel, shout out to Shout out to Super Planet Girl. So this is the Shrimp Weasel. This is Alex Murdaugh's spirit animal. So I removed the background. So I just wanted to see if I correctly did that. So we have another one. We have another one, guys. There's the Shrimp Weasel in full force and full glory. Amazing, right? Just to appreciate these. We've got so many now, and I love it so much. Shout out to the road trip crew. Gang's all here.
Yes.
Yeah, the all white is thick on her, man.
Mr. Do you have a copy of day 16 in front of you?
Day 16.
I'm
Yes,
gonna go
of my
court transcript.
deposition.
Yes. No, of the court
I'm gonna go forward while
transcript
they figure this
from this
out.
trial.
Oh,
Yes.
I feel like they're gonna end up.
So you
slide off.
testified on page, I'm getting there, 4506.
He wasn't invited. I love it. Right? I know. I know. What? I'm Molly.
all right.
There? Okay. And the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me? Yes.
Okay. So let's go through them.
I like that Camille did that, and here's why. For the jury, because that took a while for them to get the transcript and the right page and all that. And it you lose some momentum, and that would get their attention again and remind them of what, so that, oh, right, here's where we were. I think that was really good on her part. Smart.
Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Then, directing your attention to page 4518. Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Yes, he was screaming that, among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on same page,
Oh, I need to update my
4519, line 20, you say
Guys.
something really important. Quote, "At some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing," end quote, right?
I just remember the sound. Yes.
But you remember, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat.
Here we go.
He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Hurd, that you testified to this jury that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a
Right.
sequence.
But she didn't go.
Keep talking about that sequence. Then on page 4521,
Yes. Correct.
starting at line 3, you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar.
Which makes no
Right.
sense in and of itself.
Okay.
Anyway. Bent over backwards. What are you, a contortionist? Right? So I guess we didn't even hear Elaine object, which isn't surprising, but it looks like they're a sidebar. So I love y'all's comments, are amazing. Johnny has interchangeable weapons that fit into his kung fu grip. South Texas says she dropped out of school at 16 years old She pretends to be intelligent and an avid reader. False. And she's not the country text girl she pretends to be. She has no true identity besides narcissist liar. Yeah, that all sounds accurate to me. I know. It's okay. Let me pull up the sidebar. Oh God, it's even worse when you see it in writing, which we're about to do. So don't worry, guys. Share my screen. All right. This is insane. So I've never testified to sequence. Okay, keep talking about the sequence. Then on page 4521, starting line 3, you testify being bent over backwards on the bar, right? Which is just, I mean, I commented on it when she said it. I was like, this is just like, I'm sorry. Okay, Miss Bernard. This is the one that we couldn't hear because her microphone was off, of course. Your Honor, may we approach? Okay. For a sidebar, Miss Murdaugh. The question Miss Vasquez is asking is not proper impeachment to use. She needs to ask the question and then go to the page and the line number and read what was testified to the page. Instead, what she's doing is she's characterizing her interpretation of the testimony. She keeps inserting her own language. That's not proper impeachment. She has to ask the question that's asked here and give a different answer and then go back and impeach her. So what she's doing, Miss Vasquez, I'm not impeaching her first and foremost, Miss Murdaugh, but she's Miss Vasquez, Miss Murdaugh. I'm not impeaching her. This is the statements of the party opponent. I can use them however I want, and I'm entitled to do that. So we're going through the transcript. These are misheard statements under oath, and I'm using them the way I see fit. Camille, Miss Murdaugh, she's testifying to her own characterizations of what misheard is testifying to. That makes no sense. She's used the word sequence. I can't tell how many times. That's because Elaine doesn't know how to count. There's no word sequence in here, Your Honor. The court, you can ask the questions and you can use, I understand. You can ask the question, just don't comment on the answer, Miss Vasquez. Okay. The court, I would appreciate that, Miss Vasquez. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And back to open court. Short but sweet. All righty. South Texas is saying nothing wrong with dropping out of high school, but she acted like she was so smart and she tested out, and that's not true. She really should have passed. Yeah, I agree. 100%. Well said. Thank you for that clarification. I agree. Right. Maisha making a good point here as well. Right. My chest was up. Yeah.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4.
You know what's funny? The way she says that, guys. Hold on. Let me back it up. And before I say what I think, I'm going to ask you guys, does this remind you, are you guys having deja vu? Let me put it that way. When I back this up just a second. Does this give you deja vu, her answer?
Your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
Are you guys having deja vu? Do you guys remember when she says she answers it with the same words and in the same way? Previous day on day 16. Yeah. Yes. Actually, yeah. Let me do this. Thank you, Angel Baby. Let me put up a thing. That's a good idea. Thank you for that. Giving me that suggestion. Let me put up a thing. Thank you. And I will let you know. We'll take the sign down since you're going to put it on mute. We'll put the sign down here. Hold on. All right. Once that part's over, I'll take this down. Oops. But for anyone who's listening, does that remind you of anything? Are you getting any deja vu from her with that's what I thought? And I'll go ahead and play it while you guys are thinking.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816. Which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
That's not
But you
what
testified in this
that's
courtroom that
weird.
you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
Not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
By the way, I timestamped. This was really, dude, I timestamped this when she was on direct and she says, yeah, she testifies literally. I don't know what bottle. I don't remember. She goes, I timestamped it and I start it where it's like, she says literally she doesn't know what type of bottle and it goes on and on. And then finally she showed the picture and then all of a sudden she's like, gets all like, what is it? She's like, takes forever to respond. And then she's like, here's why it took me so long to respond. Because I recognize it now. It's the bottle. Anyway, I have it timestamped, but it's just gross. The contradiction is really gross. Another good point there. Fender's here.
You claim you had serious injuries
Fender.
after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Fender, we've been talking about you.
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my
Shut the fuck
relationship
up,
wasn't
bitch.
that serious.
Okay, let's testify.
relative.
Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries.
Y'all.
Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if
Oh,
he's
man.
filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings, correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor.
you.
Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was and then.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally
Oh, yeah.
every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay. And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
And you testified that your forearms were cut
My forearms and my feet.
and your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries,
and that's-
Dr. David Kipper came to the house.
That answer is just like the other one when she's like, about the text messages and she's like, asked him about like, wouldn't you be afraid of a monster? And what is it that she's like, why would I? That answer is just like this one, like about seeking help. And again, there's another answer that's in Murdaugh that comes out just like this, but it's very interesting.
House in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day along with
I know,
security.
right?
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning. So technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But he
Yes.
was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right, let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Heard?
Yes, I do. I've given a couple.
If we could please pull up the deposition transcript, day 2. At 589, lines 6 through 8. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think he might be in the clear, Angel Baby. Hold on.
Your Honor, we're going to play Ms. Heard's deposition for the jury. lines, day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9.
I'm looking at the transcript. I
We
think
have
we're-
permission to publish it.
I think we're in the clear.
I
This
think
is about
we're giving
Excuse
it-
me, I'm sorry, day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, if you could just give us a minute to get
Of
there.
course.
589.
Yeah, so this is the part,
I'm sorry,
I'm looking ahead at the transcript.
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
I think we're in the clear for now.
Did you say 540 or 589?
589,
Yeah.
lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection here.
Yeah, I think we're in the clear for the time being. Looking at this.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, God.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Miss Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
And then you saw Erin Barem Filati again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records to know.
You heard her testify, according to her notes. She met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claim to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Right?
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors that was the master bathroom where I was.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence.
Yes, Fender. Well, I think we already kind of
You
went
took
through
this
that.
picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing when I was leaving.
Oh, boy.
That's
That's
a
when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Heard?
That's, what's the question? I'm sorry.
I know.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
DSN's
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp,
Earlier.
yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375. You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
So
That's
was it Maisha? I think it was Maisha. One of you guys so awesomely pointed out that his band covered You're So Vain by Carly Simon. So that actually is really helpful to know, because now this makes even more sense where it says, call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. That makes so much sense knowing that his band covered it. So don't be sorry for spitting venom, Blackwater. You're not alone here. For real.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Like Amber Heard, and Trooper Proctor.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black
Oh, was
paint
it
is from Mr.
Spencer?
Depp,
Thank
correct?
you, Maisha.
It's all from Mr. Depp.
Speaking
And
of
it's your
Spencer,
testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe, end
That's
quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830. And I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
Okay. So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, "She loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot."
I had not read that yet. I mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Okay. Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
The thing
You
is,
know Carly Simon sang the song "You're So Vain," right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again.
the thing too is like, I don't remember where it is, but they show the pages out of the journal. It might be on Cross, but you know, their stupid journal book they have that they write back and forth to each other. And you can tell Amber's handwriting, and you can tell this is her handwriting. It's clear as day that this is her handwriting. You know, obviously they can't say that without having some sort of expert come in, and that wouldn't have been worth it. But I'm sure the jury picked up on that, honestly.
Black smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph. No.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 157:21 through 158:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get you mad. It's not to get, it's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
To avoid talking to me.
to escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape
Oh my
the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Oh, God.
A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come.
Awful.
I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated.
Wow.
I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, bang.
This recording right here, and I'll back it up just a second because I don't want to cut him off. But this recording right here, I think, is really, really, really powerful. Especially because he's more coherent here, and it's not him actually yelling. He's really, I don't know. The way he's describing this is exactly right. Like, for me, this was really powerful. I'm gonna back it up just a second. And she comes across as just so gaslighty, you know.
I come out, fight, crazy, escalated. I split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something.
No.
Knock, bang, bang,
It's
bang.
one person.
You kept coming to get me.
And this is a great example of like what I was talking about. And I'm not the only one, but just, when we were talking about, for example, the mutual abuse, right? Versus not. And it's for me, like I was saying, in my own personal opinion, in terms of like, we were talking about Johnny's words, if they were verbally abusive or not. And like, for me, it's the context matters. And it's about the power imbalance. Here, this illustrates exactly the power imbalance. And the reason I think it's so powerful is because it illustrates the power imbalance without him saying. It would not have been as powerful if he said, hey, you have all the control. You guys see what I mean? This is just telling a story as it happened, and it illustrates to the jury that she had all the control. So I'm going to back it up just a little bit more because I think this is really important. But listen for like the power imbalance. And that's where you can really see what type of abuse is going on and who has the power, who has the control. And
Mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
wow, powerful.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss
that
Heard, Miss
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Miss
you
Heard, that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked.
And honestly, he's still being kind to her. Like he could have he had every right to be more upset there, right? And to yell at her or whatever. But instead he's just like, here you come. He's not like, in other words, he's not characterizing. Here's what I appreciate, that he's not characterizing her. He's not labeling her, and he's not judging her behavior. Even though he had every right to do so, he's not. And that's what gives him the credibility as well, right?
That's what actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I was there.
So that's
I remember it. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Miss
and I
Heard,
went to check
Miss
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going to
if we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
The recording we just listened to, that's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was
Yeah, I see
injured,
what you mean, Blackwater.
he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
Right.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm
Weird.
not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill
Ew.
me.
This
Of course it's scary. He's also my husband.
That's non-responsive, Amber.
Miss Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's
Oh,
Exhibit 371.
Wow. See, that's the narcissism, because even when she's confronted with this, she cannot even say, yes, I was scared. Just like how she can't say, yes, I was a victim, because she still cannot relinquish the control that she's imagining, right? Like, so she knows she has to give the impression she was scared, but she cannot say it. It's so gaslighty. It's wild to me. And like, she knows she has to say it. So instead of saying, oh God, that answer was just, yeah, it is infuriating. Yeah. She had to distance herself from answering that and then answer it
Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
with like a
No.
clause.
Okay.
I don't have.
It's a lot.
If we can scroll down, please.
She is a ghoul. Oh my
No.
God. Lane.
Ms. Murdaugh, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you.
God. Between
You
Amber
still don't have it on.
Redacted. Oh, I need to take a look at the unredacted.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay.
talk to the
yes,
witness about it
Go
if I
ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Lane.
Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I know, right, Candace?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's
Right?
Dr. Cowan?
It is.
He was my
Totally.
therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
And it's funny because Elaine, the comedy break, I'm with you on that, Candace, and that's what I think too. And it's really funny because it's kind of like that slapstick comedy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, you know, clumsy, like, you know, like if it was a cartoon, it would have that funny sound. It's like, oh, I can't do, how do I do the sound? I don't know how to make that sound. Anyway, do you guys know what I mean? It's like a certain type of comedy. It's like that, yeah, slapstick, silly comedy. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, Looney Tunes, yes, that's right. That's right. It's like that, yes. It's just so absurd and so silly, slapstick. Did she get Elaine out of a home for bewildered attorneys? Oh my God. I was also thinking, did she get Elaine from the retirement home where the two gentlemen in Murdaugh, remember? You guys know. Corner armpits and the attorney who we only see that one time, literally. Oh no, not the, oh God, we're back to Elaine and Lolly being married again. Elaine to Lolly pillow talk. Oh God, I cannot. Oh, DSN. It's so good, but yet it's so bad. Oh my God, I have to save this comment. Oh my God, you guys. Elaine to Lolly pillow talk. I need to see the unredacted. Oh dear mother God. I love that we're getting really specific because we had the other night, I forget who it was, somebody was like saying that like, oh God, what was it? Something about the microphone, lean your mic. I can't hear you. Oh God, it's so good, y'all. It's so good. Oh my God. What is Elaine's hybrid animal, you guys? Like how we have the Shrimp Weasel, we have the Lally Bird. We have the Rhinoctopus. What is Elaine's hybrid animal? Because I think you guys probably can guess where I'm going with this. He is a comedic genius. He is. And that's, yes. Right? No, why? I didn't, dude, I clicked on this and then I read it. Oh, man. Oh, Black Witter. Corner, dude. Y'all. Don't hate me. That's a lot. But now it's there. That's there. That's there. But we have to involve Lolly also, right? So it's really a four-way. Ostrich, honestly, Ostrich is a good one, actually. I can see Ostrich. Can you guys see Ostrich for Elaine? I can see that. I can see Ostrich with an Elaine head. I can see the ostrich. Oh, God. Yeah, this could, oh my God. 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 Right, because he is a bird. Squawk! I mean, that would make sense, right? Because he could alert. He could be a good guard bird. Maybe that's his purpose in life, right? Being a guard bird. By the way, DSN, thank you so much for doing your accent in the Discord. I especially loved the last part where you talked about parking the car at the bar. Parking the car at the bar, Harvard Yard. Something like that. Yeah, I think that's the part of the goal. I think if our brains shrivel at the disgust, then it's less painful listening to Amber. Maybe that's part of it too. I popped the cut, the Sidebar, Harvard Yard. Oh, did you not hear him do that? It was per your request. Oh. Good night, Abby. By the way, Abby, we also mentioned you today. We were doing Squirrels of the World, and we said shout out to Louisiana because that's where Abby lives. Please do. Black Widow's going to say 33. Can I play it on the stream? Pretty please. I mean, yeah, you can say no. You can say no, but I just want to listen to it, and I'm excited, and I'm live streaming. So, and I'm sure everyone else will want to hear, and not everybody has Discord. Black Widow's beautiful Irish accent. An Irish lass. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is that from? The tie around the head. Hold on. Why is that giving me a thing of like, I remember that from something. What is that from? The tie around the head. Oh, don't they do that? They do that in the room. That may not be what you're referencing. In fact, I would be shocked if that's what you're referencing. But in the room, that's one of the things that's really funny is the tie around the head. Is that what you're referencing, DSN? I will lose my shit if you're referencing the room. There's no way. There's no way. I don't feel like there's any way that that's possible. But good night, Angel Baby. Thanks for being here. Dude, if DSN was referencing The Room, I'm going to lose my mind because that's like my favorite movie, literally, all time. But most people wouldn't watch it for $1 million. Okay. So that's that. Okay. That's okay. It's funny though, because that means that there's something else where that happens. But in The Room, Johnny, which is the character played by Tommy Wiseau, who wrote, directed, produced, starred in, and something else, the movie. He did all the things. And is described also as an alien. Similarly to Elaine, there's a scene where his tie ends up on Lisa's head, his girlfriend, fiance, although he doesn't know the word fiance, so he calls her his future wife. Anyway, the tie on the head is a thing from that. But what is it? Is that from another thing, or is this just really? I have like 5 copies of it on DVD, and I'm sure I pirated it at some time. Don't tell anybody. We could do like, I wonder if there's a way. See, dude, the thing I hate about copyright strikes is that I would love to be able to like do a thing where we can watch all the things, like we can watch The Room, but like that, you know, having said that, would someone copyright strike that? Probably. I don't know. I just don't think, I don't know who has the rights to that now, but no, I'm free. I'm referencing Johnny as in the character from The Room. Yeah, I don't know how to watch a whole movie though. And honestly, so like the way to do it through Discord. So there's the YouTube activity app, right? That would be awesome though. Because I think I have it downloaded, and like obviously it on DVD doesn't help anything. I'm pretty sure I have it downloaded as well though. I mean, I'm sure I do. I probably have more than one just in case something happened to one of them, because it's like I can't live without that movie. So, but for anyone who's not familiar with it, it's considered to be like, it's like a cult classic, like the best worst movie of all time. It is like my favorite movie. Thank you so much, Random Girl. That would be awesome, because I would, for anyone who would want to watch. I mean, that's not the only thing. There's been other times where I've had ideas where I'm like, oh my god, I wish we could watch this thing together. But it's a thing that would be like copyright, you know. Like a movie, or I can't remember what specifically, but there's just been other times, right? There's like, oh, I want to watch this thing. So that would be awesome though, because we could do like a movie night. Yeah, anyone that knows, dude, that would be awesome if y'all can check with them and see how they do it. Do you guys do it, or do y'all do it where it's just like texting, or do you guys do it where there's voices on? Because the handful of times I've tried to do it where you watch things with voices on, it's hard to hear the thing. So I'm just curious if y'all figured out a way around that, or is it just it's probably easier with texting. But yeah, okay. Let me keep playing this because I think they're whatever. I don't even. They're
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
oh,
That's correct.
there's going to be a side.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015.
Right.
My guess would be about 6 months.
That's so fucking funny because I totally forgot that there was a connection here to the room, which is insane, right? Okay, so let me clarify. It's not quite a remake. What you're referring to is the Disaster Artist, but I completely fucking forgot about that. Thank you. South Texas, you get 1,000,000 points. How did I forget about that? Right. The Disaster Artist is based on a book. The book is written by one of the co-stars of The Room, which I've read the book. And then the movie, The Disaster Artist, is based on the book. And James Franco plays Tommy Wiseau, which is really funny. And that's right. He wanted Johnny Depp to do it. That's right. Can you still hear it, Candace? When y'all do it, can you still hear the thing though? Disaster Artist, right? He does have an amazing voice. Did you do your recording in Discord, Blackwater? I also like his voice. It's on Netflix now. Okay. So I feel like actually that's one of the challenges because I feel like that's one of the things that like, okay, from what I've heard in terms of Discord, one of the problems that they have is that Netflix views sharing, if I recall, Netflix views sharing things that are on Netflix. If you do a watch party, it's like they're kind of considering it as if it's like, you know, you can like share your account with one person or whatever. It's like they view it as like a way around that. So I would actually hesitate to do it through Netflix for that reason. Like somehow Netflix knows you're using it. I don't know. Someone can probably articulate this better than me. But I feel like just having the video file like downloaded is the way to go and not worry about anybody coming for people, for like me or whatever. I don't even know. Right. Got you. No problem, Blackwater. No problem. We will listen. I'm gonna play this and put myself on mute and listen to it.
At that point,
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and
Okay,
forth
if you
if she
can-
wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull that
in
up. Sure.
redacted later.
Let's go ahead and
Thank you.
pull it up.
And it's so funny because I've actually talked to Blackwater on the phone, so I know her voice. But
Seeing these unredacted messages, just
It
this
never gets
fresh
old.
recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan.
That's funny. That's really funny, Candace.
yes, that's correct.
So that's
Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
Do you see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015,
like one thing that I'm thinking about too is like, you know, like obviously like I pause this to talk most of the time, right? Like, and this is where it's like I've only been doing trials for so long. Like in other words, watching. Like I haven't watched anything else for so long, and that I don't know. I'm trying to even remember what it would be like with normal things. Like for like what I mean is like for trials, right? Whenever people are doing commentary on trials, like you pause it to talk for the most part, right? And so I don't even like, in other words, I just feel like my brain has just not remembered how normal things are. So I guess in my mind, I'm like, okay, if you're doing a watch party with a movie, right? Even if it's just 2 people or 10 people or however many people, right? It's like, can you still hear the movie if people are talking, or does the movie need to be paused? Like, I just don't, It might be that it's like you can still hear it if people are talking. I just don't know. And maybe it's just because with trials, maybe it's part of it is because trials are so quiet and the sound is bad half the time. I don't know. Y'all let me know if you have the answers to these things, because I guess that's part of why I'm like, maybe like, do you want it to pause every time to talk for people to talk? Or is it just like, texting? I don't know. Maybe, hopefully I'm making some sort of sense.
You were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off,
He's okay
right?
too.
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote.
Yeah, Candace, that is a good idea in terms of the easy way to do it, right? I could see why that is beneficial, because that's the easy way. If everybody has the Netflix, and that way no one has to figure out how to set anything up, that makes sense. But I guess where you would want to have it set up would be if not everybody has the thing, right? But that would also get around any issues with like copywriting too. So I could see that, because you're not actually playing it through the platform, right? You're just watching it at your house or wherever, right? I can see how that is beneficial. Yeah, because you're just chatting on Discord and watching the things at the same time. That makes sense. But yeah, again, the only issue would be then if not everybody has the thing. I don't know what the Marx brothers are. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, do it, Blackwitter. Shriek, shriek. Yeah, I love that seagull. Hey, if you ever want to get a picture of that seagull.
Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Miss Heard?
Yeah.
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that.
And this is why I've pointed out all the times when Johnny gives her the options to leave, which is like so many times, right? And she's like, I knew I didn't have the power to leave, but like Johnny's like, you can go, no hard feelings.
Knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I talked to my therapist often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Miss Heard's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Heard that clarify even further. And I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bredhoff,
Cowan's.
Your Honor, may we please approach?
Right. So she did the YouTube activity thing, I think. She also, I was talking to her about this. She uses a Mac, so it's a little bit different. But were you guys doing voice chat or text chat? Because I think if you were doing text chat, which is, I know how to do that. He's worse than pose free. Oh, but he's a nice seagull. So I know it's different on a Mac though, with the watch party thing, as they call it, or with the activity thing. Right. Yeah. I have it set up to where it can do either one. Right. Yeah, so that's the easy thing, right? The text, like I know how to do that. I know how to do the sharing a thing and text chatting. That's the easy thing. That's easy because there's no questions about the audio, right? The thing is, like, if you want to use voices, that's where my question really is. Like, if you want to use voices, how do you do it so that you can hear each other and still hear the movie? That's really what it comes down to, I think, for me, for the questions that I have. But like the text chatting's totally, yeah, like that's definitely an easy way to do it and not worry about the audio, right? It's like, in my mind, it's like, it would be great if you could do it with voice, but I just don't know if there's a way to do it where you can hear everybody and hear the movie, right? Oh, well, thank you, DSN. I appreciate that. Yeah, they are gangster. I love seagulls. I mean, I love all animals though. Yeah, because like I said, like we did this on STS a couple times in the STS where we had, we were trying to watch episodes from the interview room with Dr. Brucato, and like I think there were only like maybe 6 of us or something like that, but we had it where it was voices, and we ended up chatting the entire time, and it was great fun, but we couldn't hear a single word of anything that happened on the episode, like at all. Like you couldn't hear it. It was inaudible. So we missed the entire episode. So it was fun, but it was like you couldn't hear it. So that's why I know that like if you do have the voices on, at least from my experience, we didn't, there was no figuring out of the audio for the thing that we were watching. It was just, let's just ignore it, basically. That makes sense. I've got lots of crows. Were you there? I thought you might have been there, Blackwater. Yeah. That's cute. The babies, the bye-byes. Her pink drink thing. So I think this is a sidebar, actually. Hold on. Yeah, I think I was prepared for this. Let me pull it up. Sidebar. So yeah, coolio. Okay. Aha, here we go. Miss Vasquez, I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that Miss Honor, that Miss Murdaugh, the court. I just need, what's your legal objections, Miss Murdaugh? I can't have talking objections. Miss Murdaugh, I'm sorry. I think if you just look at the redacted, the court, you're saying they redacted more of her statements, Miss Murdaugh? Yes, they did not. She's got more in here, the court, right? Miss Murdaugh, that gives the context. Oh, fucking hell, the context. That gives the context of this. They're trying to take it out of context and just put these 3 in. Right after that, she has 2 more, but she also has ones before that. And then we have Dr. Cowan responding to it. The court, but this is their, sorry, I missed one. Miss Vasquez, Your Honor, she's able to, the court, but this is their evidence. This is not indiscernible, Miss Murdaugh. When we were objecting, when it was their case in chief, they were able to put context in, Your Honor. Nope. The court, you didn't object to having in the context. You didn't object to them having the context. Miss Murdaugh, actually, we did. The court, no, you did not. Wow. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, the court, do you have any objection to context coming in? Ms. Vasquez, it's our evidence. We would just like the text messages that I read into the record that Ms. Hurd has testified are her text. That's it. I'm trying to make this as easy as possible for the court and Ms. Murdaugh by redacting the hearsay, trying to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time. She's purposely interrupting she's purposely interrupting the flow of this examination, and she's making argument. Yeah. The court, she's got a valid objection. That's fine. Ms. Murdaugh. The next 2 are saying the same part of that. Same one, Your Honor. She's saying, Ms. Vasquez, sorry, I did that wrong. Ms. Murdaugh. The next 2 are the same part of that. Same one, Your Honor. She's saying, Ms. Vasquez, clearly I can't, Ms. Murdaugh. She wants to keep that out, but that's part of the exact same text exchange. The court. On direct, on redirect, if you want to put that in there, I don't know if that adds to your case, but if you want to put that in there on redirect, you can redirect on it. Okay, Ms. Murdaugh, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. The court, thank you. And it is back to open court. Okay. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. This is the Zoom song that I just made up. Hope you guys like it. Oh my God. Blackwater saying Dr. Drymouth was a goat. The fairy godmother turned into human form. Here we go. Oh, that is so cute about this bird. These giggles. Cute.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted. Over objection. Yes, ma'am.
If we can publish that to the jury, thank you. So you write, Ms. Hurd, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost. I can't talk.
Oh, man.
I don't know if I'll ever be able to change.
Oof. That's a good one.
Right?
And I said, I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You said,
I did.
Not the relationship. Your text messages, clearly I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly I
Hurd,
can't
Ms.
figure
Hurd,
this out.
Ms. Hurd,
as in
that's
the
not my
relationship.
question. The text, just the text.
That's exactly what I was saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Heard, do you contend?
Your Honor, just for clarification,
Oh,
so those
fuck.
2 next
Elaine.
lines did come in.
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, do you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pin was placed.
The skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time. So I don't remember what happened and when
One of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
that was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know what it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That is true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Elaine. So do you guys just want to make sure, is everybody on the same page with Elaine's animal being an ostrich? Like, do we need to combine it with another animal too? Any other animals besides ostrich? So y'all can think about that because this is really important. Because if I'm going to make her a thingy, a hybrid animal, spirit animal, we need to make sure we get it right. So let me share this. Okay, so here we go. Dude, also this is just stupid. Ms. Murdaugh says, I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach? Why don't you just object then, Elaine, instead of I'm going to? Ms. Murdaugh, you cannot impeach somebody else's testimony. We have to impeach them with that witness's testimony. She's testifying to what Miss Lloyd testified to, attempting to impeach her, and that's improper. Why do I feel like we've been here before? Ms. Vasquez, I'm not impeaching her with this testimony. I'm stating what statements have been made in court. The court during this trial. Ms. Vasquez, during this trial. You know how often this happens in these sidebars where the court says something and then Ms. Vasquez, like, they're always on the same page, and it's like Elaine is just like, nah, she's an alien. Ms. Brown, and that's hearsay for her to testify to what she says. Somebody else testified. The court, that's not, I'll overrule the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. Back to open court. Oh, Elaine. Oh, Elaine. What are we going to do? T-Rex, but with googly eyes. That's a good one. Although, the thing is, I really love dinosaurs, and I don't know that I want to affiliate them with her. The little flappy arms is good. Yeah. We can do T-Rex arms on her. Ostrich with T-Rex arms with Elaine head. I have no idea what that means, Blackwater. They look like a man. Who? Alien. Hold on. Sun bear. What is this? Are you saying, is that an animal? Sun bear?
So in a deposition, Ms. Heard, you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Ms. Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Ms. Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So you heard Miss Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember.
Right, Sun Bear. I forgot about this animal, which is okay with me. Yeah, I have seen these. They are very weird looking. They're very weird looking. They're very weird looking. They're very creepy looking. Ugh. Yeah. Ugh. Having said that, wow, they are very creepy. God, that's just very weird. Having said that, it does remind me of another animal that, again, Elaine kind of reminds me of. However, I feel like it's an insult to the animal, and that animal's the honey badger. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to do that disservice to the honey badger though. So maybe I need to leave that out of it. And I wouldn't know how to make like an alien. Like if you guys picture Elaine's, right, like hybrid spirit animal, like what do you picture? A certain type of alien? Because there's like so many options there. So
if she didn't recall that, or if she said it didn't happen, I don't remember. I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
Hold on, let me back it up.
He said it. I can't remember if she didn't recall that, or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember.
That was good. That was worth going back for.
I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
Love always.
So it's your testimony that
Love
Miss
always.
Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident, or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to.
That's accurate, South Texas. That's definitely accurate. Yep. That is so fucking funny. I love that show too, by the way. Oh my God. That episode is so funny.
But I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
She recalled, and she testified in this courtroom, that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with the care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath. That wasn't you?
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister, specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny,
No,
to be clear, but not that
thrown things
occasion.
that evening.
Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern. Imagine that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Wow.
Miss Heard, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yay, the journal.
Yes, we did.
We wrote each other messages in that journal,
I love
right?
That is true.
Yay.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91.
Woo!
I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A. This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
Is it done?
Mhm.
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone
Right,
ahead and
right,
redacted
right.
Mr.
I know,
Depp's
right?
writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm out of water. I need more water. I'm going to let this play while I go grab more water so I can read this sidebar. Hold on real quick. For any of y'all that drink sparkle waters, I've got LaCroix Peach Pear today, which is one of my all-time faves. Okay, now that I'm back, I can pause it and pull up the sidebar. So, yum. Hits the spot when it's nice and cold and it's so hot outside. Okay, so let me share it to you guys so we can read this sidebar. Okay. Yes. So this is where we can look at the handwriting. This is what I've been referencing, so I'm super excited that we're getting to that spot. Alrighty, so, and we actually had talked about this in another instance with the handwriting and the journal. There was something about Amber's journal, and we were talking about this with Sidebar, or not Sidebar, oh my God, hearsay. So let's see what happens here. So, Ms. Murdaugh, Your Honor, I'm going to object on the basis of Rule 2106. When part of a writing or recorded statement is introduced by a party, upon motion by another party, the court may require the offering party to introduce any or part of the writing or recorded statement which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, unless such additional portions are admissible under the rules of evidence. I love that she says that as if she knows anything about the rules of evidence. She's made it very clear that she does not know about these rules of evidence. But anyway, the court, which would be inadmissible hearsay. Ms. Murdaugh, well, I don't know. I mean, I didn't have an opportunity to see which ones she's going to move. The court, she's putting in Ms. Heard's statements, not Mr. Depp's statements. So it's a statement by a party opponent. That's me talking, not the court. Ms. Murdaugh. But is she doing it all? Wait, hold on. I think it's supposed to say is, but you're supposed to have it be verbatim. So anyway, I'm going to read it as it says. But she doing all of Ms. Heard's statements or just one, Ms. Vasquez? Some of them. The court, some of them. Ms. Murdaugh. Then I would like to see if, in fairness, others of Ms. Heard's should be in there as well. The court. I'll overrule the objection. Ms. Vasquez. Thank you. The court. Thank you, Ms. Murdaugh. May we be told which pages? The court. Can you tell her which pages? Ms. Vasquez. Yes. Ms. Murdaugh. Will we know that before? Ms. Vasquez. I remember this. I'm going to go through it as we go through it. The court. Could you just tell her? I remember this. Could you just tell her those pages, Ms. Vasquez? I'll call them out. The court. Could you let her know before you go through it which pages they are? Because she's like thinking to herself. The court's thinking Elaine's going to be a problem otherwise. Ms. Vasquez, sure. Back to open court. Now, I think, no, they don't go right back to Sidebar. Okay, cool. That's right. And then this whole thing about writing them down. I remember this. All right, let's go back to court. Imagine I have a gavel and then I'm banging that gavel because we're going back to court as I share my screen the way that we can have audio. Yay, glad it's working. Oh, Fender. Dude, I'm glad. Okay. You don't like sparkle water? What? That's okay, Black Widow. That's okay. I hope the sequel's okay. Fender, I meant to say this actually, and I'm glad I remembered. So, because we were talking about the StreamYard thing, I don't know if anybody saw any of EDB's stream from earlier today. I think she was streaming while I was streaming, but after I finished streaming and I was doing the timestamps for the stream, I caught some of her stream. Like I went back to the beginning and I saw the first beginning part of it or whatever. But you know what was so crazy is that she talked about she had issues with StreamYard for a long ass time, dude. It fucked up her stream. And it was with audio. And it's funny because initially she kept referring to it as her software or like streaming platform, but like I know she uses StreamYard. And then eventually she slipped and called it StreamYard. I think initially she didn't want to make StreamYard sound bad or something, which is great. That makes sense. And then she was like, but then she went through it and then she was like saying that like she had Magdalena like message them. And then she said that StreamYard's been bought by another company and that's part of why there's been issues. And I was like, holy shit. But she went on and on. And then she was like, yeah, she's like last night, she was like, I know they were having like horrible issues and StreamYard was like down and like people couldn't stream or whatever. Anyway, it was like wild, and I couldn't like fully pay attention because I was also doing timestamps, but I made a mental note of it because we learned more about what's going on from that whole situation. But she was getting really frustrated, and I rarely see her get frustrated actually on a stream, so it was crazy. Yeah, that's what she said. She said somebody else bought it. Yep. So I don't know. I might grab some of that and put like a clip together just so that way, just to show you guys, because it is relevant to like all the issues that we've been having, and also I care that it's bought by someone else because like it was doing a great job. So I don't know. Oh, did she? Okay, so you must have heard that part. Did she say that though? Fuck. I like in my mind, I thought like if StreamYard ends up being fucked up because these people buy it or like whatever, like I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I'm not the only one because StreamYard is like the only platform that's user friendly. I've tried some of the other ones. Anyway, like I really hope that StreamYard can remain to be cool. Damn it! I didn't even hear that part. That sucks. She is, right? Yeah, that's a big deal. So I don't know why you guys don't like sparkled water. I love sparkle water. Anyway, it's not sweet. It's not spicy. The spicy part is like in reference to the fact that it's spicy because it has bubbles. It's not spicy. It's not sweet. It's very subtle flavor. And it's just, I know Kitsmits loves it. And I know she said she couldn't stay because she had a lesson. But she is a brand representative. She is. And that's why initially when she started having issues, she kept saying, she said, you guys, it's the software. And she kept saying that. And I'm like, it's not software, it's StreamYard. Like that's what I kept thinking to myself. I'm like, I know it's StreamYard. I can tell by the way she's talking about it. And because I knew StreamYard had been having issues, right? That's why I was like, oh my God, she's having problems with StreamYard. And but she kept distancing and saying like software, and then she said like computer software, and then she said something like it's on the back end, right? And then eventually she said StreamYard and then said it was bought by somebody else. But she is a brand representative, and I think that's why she really held out on saying the words StreamYard for like, I don't know, 30 minutes probably of having issues. So yeah. Okay. But I'm glad I wanted to remember to say that because you were actually asking, Fender was asking, like, was anyone able to stream? And I was like, well, I don't know if anyone was able to stream or not, but if they did, they probably weren't using StreamYard. But according to EDB, it sounds like nobody was streaming. So with StreamYard anyway. So. Okay.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
Her face is so annoying.
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet.
Oh God, Elaine, shut up. They haven't given me the page.
Writing them down.
Sorry, Judy.
They
Let's
haven't
write it
given
down
me the
first.
pages yet.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right.
If we could please publish this to the jury.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love notebook, correct?
I know,
That's
right?
correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
And you're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly.
Wow.
That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph.
It is
again,
really
please.
incredible that they were able to take a picture like that after that incident, right? Because like we know that incident was awful. He lost a fucking finger. I don't know how you come back from that incident. It just blows my mind, honestly. I know, right?
Let's now turn to page 3.
Dude, I wonder what flag that is. DSN, do you recognize that flag? Because that's not Australia's flag. Let me zoom back where it's zoomed in. I mean, go back where it's zoomed in on the picture. Yeah. What flag is that, I wonder? I want to know what flag that is. Y'all know how much I love doing the flags. So let me see. Is it just a red flag with, hold on. Not the flag of China. Not Morocco. Huh. Not the American Civil War flag. Trying to see if I can figure out what flag that is, man. See, this is going to drive me crazy if I can't figure it out. There's a flag of the community of Madrid that's not it, but it's the closest one so far that I've seen. Okay, well, I'm going to keep working on this because this is important.
Let's now turn to page 3.
Good point. Yeah, that's a good point also, Fender. Look at
This
this.
is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That handwriting is crazy.
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't know how you read that.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
So this is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in
Guys, I tried to type Australia nautical flag and I typed Australia magical flag instead on accident.
Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
Shut up.
Mr. Depp, after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes. And he got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
In this first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not. XX Slim."
Yeah, I agree, Fender.
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last.
South Texas is still. Dude, the hair. I know. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's stupid. Here we are hours in, and it's like this hair is the bane of our existence, right? Yes, it's the Australian correct DSN, yes. So it's just like that was a great suggestion. I found it. It's just like the blue flag, the regular flag, but it's reversed with a red background instead of blue, used by the ships. So yes, it is a fucked up love note. It really is very fucked up. So yes, but we solved the mystery of the flag. Didn't take us quite down the same squirrel hole as the last time we researched a flag. Those of you who know about the Bonnie Blue flag.
Last entry you wrote in this journal, which
Yeah.
seems to be from April 8th.
I wonder if Blackwater Sigil has come back. He really was Maisha.
That would be April 8th, 2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
It's
It would be
hard.
a couple weeks.
even in-
April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt. when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I'm so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There's never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt.
Interesting.
I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Oh my God, the wet noodle. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is not a nice.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence. This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those
Aha.
are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Heard, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
Oh boy.
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
Since your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr.
Oh, thanks,
Hughes,
Thunder.
your retained psychologist,
Thank you. Yes.
that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence.
Oh, I guess I can probably take it down.
You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Heard, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is a picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Heard,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer.
Oh my God.
before, and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
Oh,
He's
God.
not injured in this picture.
Dude.
That's your testimony. Fine.
Really?
This one is
Really?
Photoshop.
Ms. Heard, I have
I
your
know.
answer. Thank you.
I know, right, Maisha? Dude.
This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
Good
We haven't
point.
seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A at page 46, going back to the Love Journal. This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you
That
wrote on
is
July
funny.
22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Right.
Ms. Heard, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67.
Right.
This is another note from you to
Here it
Mr.
is,
Depp in your journal,
guys.
right?
That is correct.
And this
Okay.
one is,
This is the one I was thinking of, and this is the one I had in my brain. This is the one I was picturing when I was referencing the handwriting on the mirrors and the handwriting on the counter. Actually, all of the handwriting, to be honest. And this is interesting for a lot of reasons. Well, first of all, do you guys see what I mean with the overlap that it has with the handwriting on the mirrors? Especially the part in the middle where it's like, I guess, all caps. That to me looks the most kind of like what we saw in the mirror. But also, it kind of like, Fender, what's your take on this note? Let me just ask that question. Yeah, I think you can love Noodles in real life and hate her wet noodle hair. Yeah, you know what it is? The thing that it is, the part in the middle where it's like all caps, and it like here too, where it's this beautiful story. The looking at the sizing of the letters and like how skinny they are together, that's what looks just like the also where it says that's enough, like that also, that looks like the mirror too. But what's interesting is like the handwriting on the mirror, there's different layers and they're in different styles, and that's the other thing that's so interesting. But like besides that, like not just the fact that it looks like the mirror. Okay, how to put this? Like, okay, I understand how you can change your handwriting, like intentionally to make it look a certain way, right? Like I want it to look this way or that way. And I get how this is supposed to be artistic. And so maybe, you know, like maybe she pictured how she wanted each sentence to look. However, I would imagine if that were the case, there would have been a draft page, right, where you test it out. So it's like either you'd picture ahead of time how you want it to look, in which case you probably would have had to kind of test it out for sizing and for spacing if you're writing it in a pen, right? Because if you fuck up on one of them, then the whole thing's fucked. If you're thinking of like the same way you would a painting, right? Or this is just coming out naturally, right? And it's not like planned ahead, and this is like natural. But do you guys see where I'm going with this? Because I think it's interesting. Right. That is what I'm getting. That's what I'm thinking, random girl. It does seem odd. It does seem odd. And the thing that also is crazy is in the mirror handwriting, the different layers, and some of them, or sometimes they're in different colors, the different layers, it always comes back to that same type of style that you see like in the middle and at the top, but there's other ones kind of mixed in. There's a little bit of a variation, which is interesting too. It's like each thought is a different, slightly different type of handwriting. Every time there's another thought on the mirror, and that's like kind of what we see here. But I don't know, man. It's like either this would have taken a lot of effort and planned ahead of time and practiced it and sized, and it would have been like a painting, but like that wouldn't have been a practical thing to do on a regular basis, right? The whole thing with this journal is like they write these notes back and forth. If it was, okay, let me put it this way. If it was like a one-time thing, like you're going to write a special note to somebody, let's say it was for an anniversary, and it was like a one-time special occasion, I could see coming up with something and then practicing it ahead of time. And then maybe you have a draft in pencil, and then maybe you do it again in pen, and then you have like a permanent version. And it's like, again, thinking of it like you would a painting, right? Where it's like a lot of effort put into it because it's like a one-time thing. But like if this is like a regular thing, they're writing these notes back and forth, and this is what you can do with your handwriting. It's, I don't know. This to me does not seem like a natural thing to do. Like if you think about the way that I write, it's like, it's the way that I think, right? It's a conscious, it's like this thing leads to this thing. It's like thoughts connecting, and it's like automatic, right? It's like the way that you would write is like as you're thinking it, right? Like this shows the opposite. Does that make any type of sense? Am I articulating this? A good point, Fender. What about her isn't odd? Yeah, that's a good point. DSN asks a good question. Do you think she believes what she's saying? I think she must. She feels a certain way and then makes up a story to explain why she felt that way. I don't know, man, because she contradicts herself a lot, though. That's the thing. She contradicts herself a lot. And that's why you can see that that's where the gaslighting comes in, because it's an intentional choice to change your story based on how you think it's going to benefit you. And that's why she has issues. The issues with her story are because it changes. And when it changes, there's contradictions. I will say too, to compare her to Alex Murdaugh, he was actually more successful at maintaining consistency in his story. Obviously, his story was total BS. However, the difference between them two was he didn't change it. It was very consistently wrong with the facts of the case, right? The evidence, right? But he never fucking backtracked ever. I don't think ever, really. He maintained the fucking story all the way to the death, and he's still maintaining it. Like down to the last detail. He didn't walk back on shit. Which is actually kind of impressive when you think about it, considering he gave 50 billion interviews ahead of time. Yeah. Fender found a compliment for her. What is it? Yeah, right? Again, I'm still on the fence about, is this indicative of a mental health disorder or a mental illness? Like, that's where I'm at with this letter. I'm looking at this and I'm like, is this some of the best evidence that we can have in this trial as to like her mental state of mind? I didn't even mean to do that. Wow, that was a complete accident. Wow, mental state of mind just came out. Oh boy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, is this a cause for concern? Like, okay, let me put it this way, even without any of the context of their relationship, if I received a note like this from somebody, okay, and it was not, again, like a framed thing for a special occasion, I would be concerned for their mental health. Let me just put it that way. That's how I would interpret this. I would be concerned because it looks like maybe someone that has something going on, right? She didn't try to throw Celeb right under the bus. Right. That's true. That's true, Fender. I don't know what you're referencing here. I mean, I think, where was what you said here, DSN? I'm trying to find that. Like, yeah, I agree with the borderline and the histrionic. I see that. And I definitely see narcissism, like narcissistic personality. I mean, obviously, I'm not diagnosing anybody. Yeah, obviously. But just from my own experience and from having learned about it, I will say I don't have as much firsthand experience with borderline, or knowing people with borderline, and it is more rare. However, we know that was what was indicated by Dr. Curry, and I think prior therapists. Y'all, I'm sure y'all will remember specifically that there were indications of that for her, right? But also, I've read a lot about borderline, and she definitely fits. And then histrionic as well. Both of those, of course, are on the rarer side. And I believe that when we heard about, again, it was probably Dr. Curry, they kind of go hand in hand. So that would make sense. Right. Okay. That's right. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense, doesn't it, though? Yeah, I know. I get it. I'm just saying that's my gut feeling when I look at this. And also, okay, the other thing that doesn't sit right with me on this is just my 2 cents. The way that it starts with "that's enough." Let me explain what I mean by that. That's enough. It's bigger than the rest of the letter, right? The G is really big, and then it has a huge exclamation point. I do have some kind of personal experience with this type of strategy, if you will, with gaslighting. Not exactly, but some things that are similar. And so I guess I see that the way that is so emphatic and so big compared to everything else, and the big exclamation point. Like, let me just put it this way. If I received this note and I was still in an abusive relationship, it's the first thing you see before reading the rest of the note, because you go in order, I would see that's enough. And if I'm on that receiving end of abuse, right, I would assume I'm being scolded for something. I'm going to get yelled at. Like, that to me looks like you fucked up, you're going to get abused. Like, that's what that looks like to me. Like, that looks like the way you would say that's enough if you're yelling at somebody. So here's why this feels manipulative to me, is because it's that's enough, exclamation point. Like, again, if this was me, I would be like, I would think this is a bad letter, right? And then it's like, you've held this book hostage long enough. Let me give you guys an example. Okay. Let me give you an example. In The Office, the show, The Office, okay? When Meredith gets hit by Michael Scott hits Meredith with his this is season 4, episode 1. And she gets hit, but he's not going fast. And then she goes to the hospital, right? Because she has a cracked pelvis. And everyone in the office knows that she got hit. He hit her with the car, right? And he comes into the office and he's like, guys, I have some terrible news. Meredith, okay. And of course, in this context, it's meant to be funny, but this is just an example. And he's like, I have some bad news. Meredith got hit by a car today and she's in the hospital. And he's doing it like tearing up, like kind of not tearing up, but he's like kind of emotional or whatever, right? Like, it's serious. She's in the hospital and then he goes, and the doctors did everything they could to save her. And then there's a long pause. And he's like, and she's going to be just fine. Do you guys see what I mean by that? Oh, good night, DSN. I hate that you have to go to bed, but I understand. Does that example make sense to you guys, though? And everyone in the office is like, why did you have to say it like that? And he's like, what do you mean? And they're like, why did you say, she got hit, she's in the hospital and the doctors did everything they could to save her. And then just to say she's going to be perfectly fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with her. It's just a cracked pelvis or whatever. And it's funny in the show, right? But anyway, that's just an example to try to illustrate my point that if you're in an abusive relationship, this to me, from my experience, the very beginning of this letter would hit differently than if you were just a normal person. I think it's a way of manipulating the person into thinking they're getting scolded, going to get yelled at, going to get abused. And then this is where the gaslighting comes in, right? Because then they're pleasantly surprised. Oh, wait, it's a joke, kind of. It's like a passive aggressive joke. But like, that's enough to already have triggered you to make you feel bad. It's like they don't actually want to make you feel good. They want you to feel bad under the guise of making you feel good. That's what it is. Like, the intention, in my opinion, behind this is to make the person feel afraid, to make them feel bad, to make them feel in that place of like fight or flight. But then under the guise of it's pretending that's not the goal, pretending it's the opposite, pretending the goal is to make them feel good. Does that make any sense? But that's just, again, that's just my 2 cents. So, like, it's a really odd way to start the note, if that makes sense to you guys. Like, it's a really odd like, this feels very manipulative to me. Even that's before getting to the changes in the handwriting, just in terms of that opening, that's enough, all caps, exclamation point, and the fact that it's so big. Like, that's enough, as in that's enough for me to be afraid of this note if I was on the receiving end of this note. So. Okay, good. Fender says it's making sense to her. Good. That's good. And again, obviously, this is just literally, I'm not, it's just my opinion. That's all, literally. But having experience with this, type of behavior, I can kind of go back to imagining being on the receiving end of shit like this, right? Yeah, and I mean, you might not have come back yet, kids. We already were talking for a while about the aesthetic choice and how I perceive that versus it not being an aesthetic choice. I mean, again, this type of change, like the fact that these are daily notes or maybe more than one a day, that's a lot of effort to put into an aesthetic choice with such planning in terms of making sure you can fit all the words and say what you want to say and in pen. So I don't know. Yeah, right. I agree. Well, or even like she never wanted to yell, but she wants him to think he's yelling. Or sorry, she wants him to think she's yelling, right? To have control. Like that's what I get. What I get is like, even if she's not mad, the thing about writing a letter like this in this fashion is that it's a good way, if you're Amber or Heard, to try to act like you're mad, to maintain control, that power, right? If she stays mad, if she acts mad, she gets to be in that position of power against him. And he's on the back foot, as they say, or whatever, right? It's that dynamic. So in a note like this, even if you're not actually mad, you can maintain that power by writing it like this. Because if you know the person who's receiving it is the one who's on on the other end, right? Like you would know, she would know how he would receive this. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I think the changes in handwriting to me does look indicative of like a mental health issue, like borderline, right? Like, I think there's two kinds of different things to look at this here. There's like just the changes in handwriting, right? And then there's also the content. So like the changes in handwriting is one thing, but like, again, for me, I'm still just going off of like the impact that really hits for me is just this first sentence, if you will, of that's enough. And you can even omit the rest of the letter in terms of what it looks like or anything else. Like to me, let's say that the handwriting was completely consistent throughout and it all matched the same as that's enough. That's enough would still have such an impact for me because it's like trying to convince, it's like, it's so manic. It's so gaslighty. It's just so gaslighty. Wanting someone to think that they're, yeah, it's, dude. If I can think of a specific example in my life like this, from my experience, I'll let you guys know. But there, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. It's just, you know, like reading, like looking at that, it's just, I just know because I get that same reaction, you know? So it makes it harder to then remember things from like a critical thinking perspective in terms of what, anyway. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I guess if just in summary, it reminds me of what someone would do if they just want to keep the power. If they know that by being angry, right, and being aggressive, that puts them in that position of power, that's what they need to, if they emulate that, the more they can maintain that, right, the more they maintain power, even if they aren't angry. It's just about, the power really comes from how the other person feels. If you can make the other person feel afraid, you get to keep that power, right? So even if they're not mad, like this would be an example, like you write like this, knowing the other person will think that you're mad and they'll get fearful, and automatically there's that power imbalance. So
Dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim."
that's after
Did I read that
Australia,
right?
right?
That is correct.
Let's take a look at the journal
I mean, that's after Australia, right? The honeymoon. I just can't even wrap my head around that.
entry starting on page 68.
Like, I cannot wrap my head around that. He lost a finger. Right?
This is another entry from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
Interesting.
That is correct. Yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal. And you write, quote, I hope that things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband. XX Slim.
That is
What
correct.
is crossed out?
And sad, the word sad
Oh,
is
right.
crossed out.
That is true.
Interesting.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm because this is so surreal that
This
that's
one's
that, right?
This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
I mean,
That is correct.
it's insane, right? It's like he lost. It just like I said the same thing with the picture. I guess I'm still just in disbelief. Like I said the same thing with the picture. I was like, how the fuck is that picture? Look at his finger. His finger's bandaged. How is that picture after? Like how? And I know I asked that almost rhetorically. I know you guys answered my question very kindly in the chat. You know, in ways that make sense. It's just this is so evident of like who's the abuser, right? He's the one who's injured and she's keeping him in the relationship and we're seeing how she's doing it, right?
The whole book is love notes.
Right.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, my love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I am sure of one thing. And if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
It's your testimony. This was a love journal.
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
Apology notes from you to Mr. Depp.
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you.
She's on the
We
back
need each
foot now.
other. You're my cornerstone, my heart,
This
my
is that
all.
cycle.
You're my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting.
This is a cycle that's really, from everything I learned, this is really a common pattern, right? Of like, especially like the narcissistic type of abuse, where there's a pattern like this. You know, like that's one thing that I also thought was so interesting. Like that, it's like there's the abuse, and then there's like the apology or the making up, and that's what's so funny because like I never had any of that. There was no cycle. It was just all abuse. But this is what's way more common, right? When you learn about that type of abuse, that's more narcissistic. It's winning you back, winning you over, that type of thing, right? I know there's other terms for it. Hot and cold, right? Yeah, exactly.
I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything. I tried apologizing. I tried reading. I tried therapists. I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again. Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds.
Oh,
in the
this
late
part.
at night.
This part.
She saw you personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did
Yeah.
not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you. And so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Oh,
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence.
Here we go with the knife.
If we could please have that published to the jury. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Ms. Hurd, you also testified that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes, that's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99. This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15th, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip?
It was taken on the island.
On that trip?
Yes,
Weeks later?
weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your
It's
testimony?
my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, you can publish.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Hurd's face? Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100. I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 100 in evidence, you can publish.
Ms. Hurd, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier. And this is several weeks later.
Right. If we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Heard, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence, you can publish.
Lisa, we are here. I'm glad you're back. Dude, these pictures are really
If we
Yeah,
could please
sure,
scroll,
right?
zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Heard's face.
they're so natural.
It's your
right?
testimony, Ms. Heard, that you were wearing makeup for this photo
Wild.
shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 102. Ms. Heard, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being
This
zoomed
is a-
out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not
Is-
gonna object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
No
Okay, there we go.
objection.
102
Fuck.
in evidence, you can publish.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
03.
Ms. Heard, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence, publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. And finally, if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence, thank you.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom. You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
Right. You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something in at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
Yeah, I think she had.
I don't know if
on in those pictures.
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that. Yes,
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
that's correct.
Okay, and then you kept apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said? Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to
case.
previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things and you put it in a declaration of sorts. And that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country. And that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you. If we could have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK. May I approach you?
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to zoom the approaching thing real quick. Oops.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 6 of your 5th witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is
I
I'm not sure if I describe it in full in this statement.
Okay. I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the 5th witness statement that accompanied the 5th witness statement in the UK. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
In the confidential schedule to your 5th witness statement, paragraph 1 on page 21, you describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Ms. Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
We could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394. So, Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit, Your Honor? I'm
394.
394.
I think I have no objection.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When I say I'm going to try and change X, Y, and Z thing or network on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I have been doing this thing,
What things have you been doing?
working on this thing, not doing this great thing, trying to change. That's last several times.
hence screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. It never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
You didn't fuck my kids up, but it was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed because I went, oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's. So we go for the countdown. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No, what can't
your clever
it's not against me again.
comebacks.
That's so-
No, you think you're controlling yourself. You think you're controlling
Your
yourself.
characters become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me seem even worse. And believing me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after I have an Ambien and think, oh, I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross how you're using your kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah. And Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
Thanks for being here, my friend.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that
He
recording.
would often use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's
Thank
fine.
you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. We'll see you in 15, okay?
Okay, so we are going to zoom through the break. Look at her stupid face. That outfit, man, is another good one.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, you've testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were you?
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you testified to in front of the jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those 2 occasions early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp and his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the 2 occasions.
You testified that this was the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
Was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand.
On the island for your wedding?
Before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262? This is an email you sent on February 1st, 2015, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
Aha, it is approaching time. Time to approach. Okay, so let me pull up the sidebar. Do. Okay. Here we go. All right, cool. So the court, oh my God, we'll get you down. Oh God, sorry. Where did it go? Hold on, sorry, it scrolled. Where did it go? I lost it. Sorry, guys. I went to scroll and it scrolled really fast. There it is. Okay. Okay. The court will get you down with that microphone eventually. Miss Spreadoff. It turns off on its own, Your Honor. I put it on and then I don't realize it's off. The court. I don't think so. Miss Spreadoff. I have to object more often so that it stays on. The court. All right. What's your objection? Miss Spreadoff. This was produced after. This is not in the exhibits that defendants have. Miss Vasquez. I don't think that's true. Miss Spreadoff. 1262, which was not in their trial exhibits. The court. Is it in your evidence? Miss Vasquez. Well, nevertheless, this is an email from Miss Heard. I'm not certain that's true, first and foremost. Second of all, this is an email from Miss Heard. Okay? Miss Vasquez. and I can use her statements after the fact. Or all right, Ms. Murdaugh. But it's not for impeachment purposes, the court. It's a plaintiff's, Ms. Vasquez. Plaintiff's, yes, Ms. Murdaugh. It should have been provided in discovery, Your Honor. We produced it. Our exhibits, Ms. Vasquez. It's not direct examination. Ms. Murdaugh. But it's not impeachment. There's nothing about it. That's impeachment, Ms. Vasquez. It is. It's her statement. It's an email. She just testified. I laid the foundation, and frankly, Ms. Heard should have produced this. This is her email, Ms. Murdaugh. She should have produced it. Ms. Murdaugh. This was produced in discovery. This was in discovery. She was asked about it in UK, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez. So it was produced in discovery. So what's the objection? The court. What's your objection? Ms. Murdaugh. Because it was not a trial exhibit. That's not what we got objected to. The court. I think it's Exhibit A. I think it's Exhibit A is an exhibit, Ms. Murdaugh. It's not one of our exhibits, Ms. Vasquez. It has a base number. It was produced in discovery, and it's my exhibit, Ms. Murdaugh. It's not a trial exhibit. The court. It's cross-examination now, Ms. Murdaugh, but it's not an impeachment. There's nothing that impeaches her. The court. I'll overrule the objection, Ms. Murdaugh. All right, Ms. Vasquez, thank you. And back to open court. And now I shall go back to the trial. Okay. Do. Okay. Gallery.
Your Honor, if we could please have Ms. Heard's email published to the jury.
All right, 1262 in evidence.
This is a schedule for your wedding weekend, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it's not. It's a proposed draft of a schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have separate parties, as I mentioned. So a bridal party
Is it being
before
fair?
this. The schedule ended up changing quite a bit. And this is a draft clearly that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Heard,
separate.
Ms. Heard, your original idea was to have a rehearsal dinner with your husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then do drugs with your girlfriends on the island after your rehearsal dinner?
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Heard. It's what you said in that email.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little,
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
The as the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
You like to do drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Heard?
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct. That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Oh,
was the
dang
day
it.
before
I
my
just-
birthday. Correct.
And you testified that Mr. Depp was running late to the celebration,
I
correct?
didn't see
That is
that in
correct.
time, random girl. I'm
And you asked
sorry.
Mr. Depp to bring you alcohol when he arrived. Is
Happened
that
so
right?
fast.
So the utility closet where we kept the wine was right by the elevators.
says it
And
again,
I
I'll
also
have
told
that
him
right.
he could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I told him I wouldn't be angry.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show, first of all, this one hasn't been produced.
Oh my
This
God,
is
Elaine.
not, it's a
Stop
brand new trial exhibit, so I don't have it. I'd like an unredacted
Ah!
copy, and then I'd like an unredacted copy to be shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
We can make one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach about
All
this?
Okie dokie. So that is a sidebar. Okay, so let's pull up the sidebar. Okay. The court. Miss Murdaugh. Miss Murdaugh. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Vasquez. Your Honor has already overruled Miss Murdaugh's objection that it's not on our, quote, exhibit list, unquote. The court, I know, for cross-examination. You did it too. We entered new evidence for your cross-examination. Miss Murdaugh, Your Honor didn't allow any of our new evidence in. The court, no, that's not true. Miss Vasquez, cross-examination. The court, the court, here's all the 1804, 1558. Miss Murdaugh, those were pictures from Ben King, Your Honor. That's the only way we were able to allow in, and that's because they didn't produce them in discovery. Miss Vasquez, cross-examination doesn't have to be on the exhibit list. Miss Murdaugh, they have to give us an unredacted copy so we can see it. The court, I understand now, but it doesn't have to be on their exhibit list to have cross-examination. You agree with that, right? Miss Murdaugh, well, it depends. I think it depends on the circumstances. Oh, fuck. Your Honor, whether it has to, cross-examination just doesn't. If it's for impeachment purposes and rebuttal purposes, yes. How kind of Elaine to teach everyone how law works. The scheduling order was quite clear. If it's not on your exhibit list and it's not for impeachment, it's not permitted in. It depends upon whether it's for impeachment or rebuttal. The court, well, we're past that. Miss Murdaugh, I don't know what this document is. The court, if you need to see it, but they need to see the unredacted part. Miss Vasquez, the only thing redacted, Your Honor, is I'm just going to show her one text message. The only thing redacted is personal identifiers. The court, there's a whole chunk there. I just don't know what's there. Miss Vasquez, there's text messages from other people. I was trying to make things a little easier. This is how Miss Murdaugh produced her text messages. So it has text messages from a bunch of people. The court, is there something that was supplied to you from them? Miss Vasquez, yes. The court, do you have the discovery? Miss Vasquez, it's there. I mean, this is how Miss Heard produced her text messages. Miss Murdaugh, we gave copies to them of everything that we had, Your Honor. They're now not giving us copies, but then they're giving us copies of redactions. We need to be able to look at it. The court, I agree. Miss Vasquez, it's just a text message. The only thing redacted is it's one text message that I would like to present. It's hers. The court, I understand, but they're entitled to see the unredacted page. Miss Vasquez, okay. The court, so if you don't have that now, maybe you can try later. Miss Vasquez, I have it. We can show it to her. The court, okay, just show her that. Miss Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Miss Murdaugh, thank you, Your Honor. The court, thank you. Back to open court, and they're going right back to sidebar. So, Miss Murdaugh, during lunch break, Your Honor, can they give us hard copies? So at least I'm not asking them to give it to me in advance, but if they don't have hard copies, at least during lunch break, the court, they'll give you hard copies for the ones at lunchtime. Moving forward, Miss Murdaugh, moving forward, the court, moving forward, Miss Murdaugh, that's fine. And then hard copies of whatever they can give me now. The court, right now, you'll just look at the laptop. Miss Murdaugh, I understand that. Miss Vasquez will produce it. Miss Murdaugh, but at the lunch break, if they can give me the hard copies, the court, that's fine. At lunchtime, okay. Miss Murdaugh, thank you. Back to open court. We go. Yeah, I agree, Kelly. I agree. You know, I think she jumped at every opportunity she could to be upset, to have that upper hand, you know? Just an excuse to maintain that control. Yeah. Right? I know.
I'm going to show the unredacted messages to counsel for Ms. Heard on a laptop because I don't have a hard copy.
Okay.
Yeah, could we?
Oh my God, Elaine.
What's that?
And that's where they go back for that second sidebar that we just read.
Okay. So, Ms. Hurd, I'm only going to.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asking questions while I'm looking at this.
All right, if you could give me a
Fuck's
moment,
sake,
please. Sure.
Elaine.
Thank you.
I'm only going to ask her about text messages on the screen.
Oh my God, Elaine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So any objection 1263 as redacted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1263 in evidence.
So-
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
After all that,
Ms. Hurd, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
And you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, "Hey, baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute, question mark, XX." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then the next day you went to Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Hurd?
I did. Johnny was not there for that.
Let's talk a little bit more about your 30th birthday. You testified about this incident multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday you told this jury
y'all are
that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same
I
thing.
agree, Lisa. Making a great point. Yep. She totally
You did that in something called an interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in the deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't you?
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
I had just not placed when that happened. I
right.
was never sure if that was the same time that he did that on the night of my birthday. And I maintained that as well in my deposition.
You told this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area, end quote, pushed you down, right?
That is correct.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Hurd?
That detail is in my interrogatory response.
Oh
yes.
my God. OMG.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response.
Let's do it.
If we could please bring up
Oh God.
Ms. Murdaugh. Thank you. Okay, approach, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
If we can go to your interrogatory responses at page 57.
All right.
These are signed under the penalty of perjury, correct?
That is correct.
And you testified again to this jury that this was the first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go to page 57. And I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
Okay, back up. There we go. No. Oh no, 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 no. Come on, YouTube. Dude. Okay.
At the top of page 57, Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay, so Starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
All right. On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down, Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face. You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you going to do now? I stood up at some point after getting off the ground.
Crazy.
Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow, my birthday, without him.
That's correct.
Where in this interrogatory response, Ms. Heard, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic bone, pubic area, and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Where?
Page 64, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down. Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting thing on the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there, asked me if I was so tough.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the course of looking at the evidence, preparing for this case, have I put those two pieces together.
Oh my God.
But I've always said what happened.
You were upset that Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. I didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
Oh my God.
So you didn't trust him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
And Mr. Depp texted you that evening to let you know he'd be late, correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was hurt.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went
Like
to
a
Coachella
2-year-old,
to celebrate
really.
your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264. And for the record, Your Honor, this only has music without any words on it.
And again, it's a new one, so I'd like a copy of it.
It's going to be played. There is no sound other than a
Maybe
song.
approach.
Yes, sure.
I know, it's awful. All right, so they're approaching. And also, just as a heads up, I do know from previous experience that this will get a copyright strike thingy when they play that little clip, believe it or not, from the audio. So when they go to that audio, I will fast forward through it. Okay, cool. Yeah. I think it happened to EDB also pretty quickly at the time. Okay, so here we are. Miss Murdaugh. So we have an audio tape that's a brand new exhibit. Miss Vasquez. Video. Elaine's still confused. Miss Murdaugh, video? She's like, I don't know what that is because I'm an alien. And I'd like to see it before she shows it to the jury. Miss Vasquez, can we play it for the witness and counsel without sound, and then you can publish it to the jury? The only sound is the music, so it doesn't have any lyrics. The court, all right, you want to view it just for the witness and counsel? Miss Vasquez, sure. Court, okay. Miss Vasquez, thank you. Open court. And yep, I was just making sure there's not a back-to-backer, and there's not. So coolio. Yeah, because it's Rolling Stones. So whatever record label owns them. Is it like Columbia Records or something? I forget. But the record label which it's some record label that's like really, really, really known to be super heavy-handed on the copyright. Like they like 2 seconds and like you'll get that strike. So I think it might be Columbia. Why, oh why is the spinny wheel spinning? Why, oh why?
Could please publish this to the
For
jury
Evidence? Yes, ma'am.
with a sound.
Skipping.
No, that's ridiculous.
Hold on.
Isn't it?
No, that's correct.
That was a message for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Good, good.
No, that's ridiculous.
Huh, Lisa.
You consumed drugs at Coachella, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time.
I did. Yes.
I
And it
guess.
made you feel sick, right?
I guess if anyone wanted to, I could go back and put it on mute and play it because it's the audio that gets the copyright. If anyone wants to see the video, I know we've all seen it, but just let me know if you want me to do that because I just realized if I muted it, I could do
I
it.
felt horrible. Yes.
So you left Coachella.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified yesterday that when you left Coachella, you left with, quote, your entire group.
That is correct.
And you were, quote, never alone with Starling, right?
That is correct.
You weren't anywhere near him.
Not alone. No.
You sat here when Starling Jenkins testified that he collected you from Coachella when you were sick, right?
He picked up my entire group.
And Mr. Jenkins testified, quote, I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker, which I assume was in reference to the hotel, alone. I took her to 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back up to the Parker, got her in the
She was
suite,
a baby.
and then went back to pick up everyone
Wow.
else. You were there when Mr. Jenkins testified, right?
Yes, he was wrong.
So it's your testimony that
Everyone's
Mr. Jenkins
wrong
is
but
lying.
her.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions are. He was just wrong about that. We were a big group of us. I wasn't alone with him.
Isn't it possible that you don't remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and mushrooms at the
No.
same time?
I remember everything about that night.
I'd like to play for you Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229, which is already in evidence, at 1720 through 2128.
So then why did you say stop the proceeding?
If you don't surrender,
Let people see.
temporary restraints.
You're right. You wanted to vote.
Nobody's telling me.
Okay, no, you told me.
We're on the road.
You told me what you wanted. You wanted to vote. So that's what I came to figure
You're
out.
not going to tell me about yours. Stop the process. I don't want to do this. You're not going to do that.
No, not if, especially people. If you,
Okay, I don't want to divorce.
We don't? How, which one? So I don't, which one?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I
Really?
never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me because I left you because you were fucking.
I know, right?
You fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed and fucking start punching on me. Why? I love you.
Her smug face.
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No,
Miss-
that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room. That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
But you're talking about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and...
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
Right. You don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
Going to publish exhibit, or ask that the witness be shown exhibit 1265. This is you and your friends at Coachella, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's 1265 and publish it.
No objection. All right, 1265 in evidence, can publish it.
There's no injuries to you, are there, Ms. Heard, visible in this picture?
You cannot see any visible injury, no.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm going to back that up a second. Hold on.
Thank you, Tom.
Did they say who was in that picture with them?
Thank you, Tom.
Is that Rocky? Who's that? Who was that in the picture?
Ms. Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut," end quote. Do you remember that?
Do we know who?
I do not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
You were referencing that
Camille slap.
Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened before you said that to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
I'm putting the trigger warning up just in case.
Fucking stuff. Your own.
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go your way, I'm in trouble. And you know what? I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman. I might have. So my dick with you.
Mistake. I wish I had fucking had.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I fucking had. I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're a fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods. You're the biggest fucking, you're the biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods. Talk about presenting yourself as
I
something
did myself as a fake
Suck my
seller
dick.
of goods.
Suck my
I
dick.
fucking you left nothing and I've left
Suck my
everything. So suck your dick.
Yeah, go on.
Which is probably your next move. Because it's what you fucking move. No, I don't want to suck your dick. I don't want nothing to do with your
Oh,
fucking
what?
midsection.
Need something.
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something. Go on.
Huh?
Fucking fuck yourself.
I
No shit, I can't. Suck your dick.
don't want to.
It's gonna be on me, yeah.
No, just not really true, Amber.
Actually, kind of it.
It kind of is. What are you talking about? You know what's Oh, is it? What is it?
No, I'm sure Rochelle. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
Maybe she is.
I'm sure she is.
We'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. I'm sure her for her yoga blog.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances. in
No,
the
no, you're right. I don't. It's all about
performances. How am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I don't
What else that you do? Oh, come on.
don't
These
regret.
words.
I
Come
don't
on. Lay
regret.
it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to you
fucking
anytime.
lying pieces.
Positive.
You what? Oh,
Does
no,
your
I
kids
want to know. I want to know.
Get out your Uber's
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away. I know it's hard to
Your
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous
I know.
plan.
It's
Your
hard.
panicked fucking
It's
plan.
hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else
Poor
over.
thing.
to
You
get
call
their
yourself-
I
fucking-
tried.
they were-
That's what I do.
You're the most spoiled fucking brat. You've got everybody out here almost full, but it
you're
don't
right.
last
You're
long.
right.
I've
I'm
been
sorry.
here a lot longer
You're
than
right. You gotta
Because
figure it out.
You don't have figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your hits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
London Fields is excellent.
You're right. You're right.
Excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 60 minutes. Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can.
So loud.
No, I'm not laughing.
Or no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's
Oh.
serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
I know. And stripping. Man, well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
to
write
that.
a book. You can write a book.
Another
I know
thing.
you can write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't even
Your book.
No,
Is this
no.
gonna be good for your book?
Won't even
Is this
make
gonna be
it.
good for your book? Hey,
I'll write what I
Hey.
want. I'll
I
write
have a
what
good
I want.
idea.
I'll write what
How
I
about you
want.
sell more of your journals? You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh, wait.
Hey,
Hey, you know, no,
Yeah,
you're not
you
what?
don't wanna sell out.
No, you're not
you
selling
don't want
out.
to sell out
No,
Magic Mike.
no.
You don't wanna
Yeah,
sell
'cause
out.
no one does
No,
21
man.
Drug Street when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like
I don't-
selling your journals.
I know it. If you didn't know who the fuck I
You're
was.
right. We'll sell your journals like a real non-seller. Or, I'm sorry,
6.
51. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point.
No.
I don't think
It
so.
really doesn't.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartbroken in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing.
Oh.
If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Imagine mine. You're right. When you play a non-sexualized object. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. You got me. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only I could
You
be
haven't
like,
even taken an interest.
if only I could be
You know,
like
but I had to
you. If
watch
only
your
I
fucking-
could be like
I had to watch your fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew out
You're
these
a
fucking
joke.
lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry. I can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and pedal my way back. Sorry. I can't hear you.
Aquaman.
Oh, 21, whatever it was.
That was
She just said
that
the
was
name.
No
20.
one cares.
21, whatever it was. She just said, okay.
Washed up piece of shit. Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Your jealousy's so tragic. Your jealousy's so tragic.
The thing is that her saying like, I can't hear you. She can, because she's responding to him. It's just, I cannot though.
Tragic. Fucking like
I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on the road with a
Turn
band.
on my head. I can't hear you.
It's like a.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes.
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Miss
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Miss Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion, yes.
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by a
It's a jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Mr. I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E.
Wow, it was a lot, right?
This is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
The thing is that it really is pathetic that she. Oh wait, I took the wrong banner down. It really is pathetic that she actually was trying to say like make fun of his career. Like, I mean, really? Because, I mean, I don't even know. I can't even think of an analogy for that, right? It's just like he's one of the most famous actors of all time. I mean, anyway, it's just.
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
I guess my point is like it just shows how insecure she is about her career, because like you have to really be at a certain level to actually think that it would be effective mean anything to say shit like that about his career.
Text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
And you write, "Monster is back. This is him." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, "Ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, "Promised, swore to me you would be."
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point when he would run away at the first sign of trouble. Often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
God, it's a terrible
So you
answer.
describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was the monster. The monster is the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
In these messages, Ms. Heard,
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
This reminds me of something about using drugs and the word always and then other things here. This reminds me of something very similar. Let me back up what she says here again real quick. Hold on.
These messages misheard.
Exactly.
Monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's always been the monster. Okay. So then it reminds me of
the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills.
similarities there, right?
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr.
Right.
Depp being violent, do you?
Exactly. Thank you.
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He does not like
You
that.
write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything. You go on a little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together. And continuing on page 77, you write, not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78. You write, I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker.
What is even
Describing yourself in that text message,
how
right?
darker?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again.
He's not
I'm trying
responding to
desperately
you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
She does, Fender.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean
She does.
anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again, right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
Oh my God, I
He
can't.
wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd
I'm
be
going to
more
move to
under the
strike everything
influence.
after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
You're right, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Ron.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the
Who
door.
was the real monster in this
The drugs are
relationship,
the
Ms. Heard?
key that opened the door.
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120F.
Of all, there's still a lot of things that are just so annoying about her. But one of them is like monster is like not even creative at all, right? It's just so cliche. Like really, it's just stupid. Yeah, she's desperate because if he makes a decision to leave, she loses control.
There's another set of text messages between you and Mr.
Right.
Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, you're on.
All right, 120F in evidence. You can publish.
I don't think we've even gotten to the most
This is a
desperate.
set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
We haven't heard that
In
one.
fact, you sent all these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
Exactly. Same thing was happening here.
And again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, please come home.
I was trying to stop another bender.
You write, please come home, right?
That is correct.
Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please. And continuing on page 97, you write, give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights.
Ugh.
Please, just pick up.
Wow.
Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
And continuing on page 98, you write, please come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
Yeah.
This is what would happen when Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would
Isn't
try
that
to.
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted you.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
So what I will say too is like we haven't even gotten to the worst one yet, where she's the most desperate of all. That audio recording is probably coming up, but like here's the thing. This is what I was referencing about the whole thing of like, and the person who's the abuser is not going to offer you to leave, right? So like we've talked about this before. So, you know, all throughout, even from her own, you know, evidence and stuff that she admitted on direct, it was Johnny offering her, right? Like, no hard feelings, you can leave, you know, you don't have to ever talk to me again. You know, I think they admitted some of that because they were trying to make it seem like he was saying he was at fault. But what they didn't recognize, you know, is that it's him giving her all these opportunities to leave, right? What we've not heard is her doing the same thing. We've not heard her giving genuine opportunities of like, that's okay, you can leave, no hard feelings, the way we heard from him. Instead, what we hear from her is when it seems like he's finally making the decision on his own, right, to take space from her. It's the opposite, right? She can't, this is exactly my point, which is the person who's the abuser in the situation cannot lose the person that they're abusing, because then they don't have it. So like, that's why he's the one that is offering her opportunities to leave and she's choosing not to leave. And then when he decides he's going to take some space, she can't handle it. Right. It's like the like to say obsessive is just a huge understatement. Right.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
very
my
important.
question is
to me.
much more simple. You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a
Heard?
hold of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the monster for not responding to you,
That's not what made him the monster.
for
No.
needing space from you.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who
drugs.
he was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard. Not for being violent. Just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
This might be the one I'm talking about here. I think I'm planning to put this thing up again.
And let's not do this anymore. Because I'm really getting frustrated.
Yep.
And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours.
Yep.
Okay?
Go on. Go on.
Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me leave.
Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember, I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
I will take it.
Yeah. She doesn't like it.
You will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stop. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay?
She can't even handle a couple of hours.
Some kind of revelation makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home, and we'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please stop doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why are you
You're a
with
fucking
me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah, I think.
Wow.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much. I'm really ready.
Wow. The patience he has with her.
It's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
It is
Just won't
hard.
let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
Is your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio?
I believe that
And he was going to go
recording was
use?
I mean, the thing too is like, what's interesting about that recording is, well, one of the things is that she keeps saying, can't we just have a normal argument, a normal argument, a normal argument? And then at one point she does say conversation, but the rest of the time she says argument. It's like she wants to argue, right? Like what I mean is like what she's begging for is not a normal night. She says, can't we just have a normal night? Can't we just have a normal time together? Can't we just have a normal conversation? Can't we just have a normal whatever the fuck, right? It's just weird that the thing that she's begging for is a normal argument. It's like she can't exist without it or something. It's very interesting. Like who asks to argue? Like it's like she's asking to argue. Like he's not arguing with her. He's very calm. You know, he's just taking his space. That's why to me it sounds like she wants to have an argument. Like she's wanting to instigate it. She's like wanting to have an argument, but then couch it under being normal as opposed to abnormal, whatever that even means. But the point is like what she is saying, right? Is just she wants to argue. But what I hear it makes me wonder if this was one of the first times where he really calmly and met with, okay, if you imagine someone like her, right? The calmer he is, the worse that is for her, right? She wants him to react. And especially because she seems even worse by comparison, right? So this is being recorded, right? And here she is, she's losing control because he's taking his space and he actually means it, but he's very calm, he's very lucid, and he's not fighting back. And by not fighting back, I mean, this is the key thing to the argument, I think. By not fighting back, she's realizing that she's really losing that control, right? Because at least when he was fighting back with her, he's still engaged, right? Like, at least if he's fighting back with her, he's still engaged with her. She still has his attention. She still has the ability to control his emotions, to get him to argue with her. But she's trying to get him to argue with her, and he's found the ability in this moment to not let her affect his inner peace. He sounds actually very much at like he's found something in like an inner peace to say no to her and to take his space. And he's actually says, I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry if I've upset you, even though it's clear he didn't do anything wrong from what we can hear. You know, it's just, it's like he's found, it's like, to me, what I hear in this recording is him finally being able to like detach himself from her. And I think for her, that feels like a death sentence. And that's what, like, I remember thinking that even the first time I heard it live, like, that is her, like, unable to handle losing her grip on him. And he's finally able to get out of her grip, and she's can't exist without it, if that makes sense. Yeah. South Texas, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that. It is. It's awful. It really is awful. And it's a very, yeah, I mean, but I think that this recording is another one that's just really revealing, especially again, that's the other thing. Knowing it's being recorded and she knows how much worse she's going to look, even by comparison, the calmer he stays. And she can't put any blame on him, right? If she can't rile him up enough to argue back, not only can she not keep him engaged with her, not only can she not keep him around her, but she can't put any blame on him when he stays calm. It's just like what they say with bullies, right? What do they all say with bullies? Like, you know, there's a similarity here where they say with bullies, right? Don't react. If you react, that's what they want. They want a reaction. Similar thing. She wants a reaction out of him. She wants him to engage with her by arguing. That's why she keeps begging for it. Please, can we have a normal argument? Maybe the normal part, what she means in this moment, is a normal argument where he reacts. Maybe that's even what she means. Maybe the thing that's not normal about this is the fact that he's not arguing. And he's like, I'm going to walk away and take my space. And he's calm and measured and mature here. You know, I wonder if that's what it comes down to, is like, she wants to have those other arguments where it's a screaming match and there's name calling and he's, you know, not able to get away from her, and he's able to get away from her here. And yeah, anyway, those are my thoughts.
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs. That's your testimony now?
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use.
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm
so she doesn't
very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Ms. Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's not
it's your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
And let's not do this anymore, because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you feel
I
so-
go?
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Let's go to May of 2016.
Right. I mean, that was
yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendant's Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background. So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on May 21?
That is correct, yes.
And you're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the same day.
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted.
Yeah, that's definitely the saturation turned up for sure.
You testified yesterday. This is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday. This is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the mirror on. And then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Mr. Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Testified it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
Yeah.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
That's correct.
Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms. Heard, my question is a bit more nuanced.
So is my answer.
All right.
Bitch, please. And that's an approaching photo sidebar. It's a sidebar. Do 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 do. Oh, all the songs. Okay, so let us do that. Excellent. The court, what's the objection? Ms. Murdaugh, again, she's reciting other people's testimony. The court, which Ms. Murdaugh, her version of those. The court can do. Ms. Murdaugh, Ms. Heard is responding exactly correct. Officer Sines did not consider that an injury. Then the court, that was when she was seeing the picture, but her original testimony in the deposition we played was that she said she didn't see any injuries. You showed her a picture. She said she didn't consider that an injury. Ms. Vasquez, two different things. Ms. Murdaugh, it's just improper cross-examination. The court, it's not improper. It's not an out-of-court statement. It's an in-court statement. Ms. Murdaugh, it's Ms. Vasquez testifying to what that woman testified to. It's hearsay. Oh my God. The court, it's not hearsay. I've sustained this over and over. And for the record, you can have an ongoing objection. Ms. Bredoff, thank you. The court overruled. Ms. Bredoff, this time, in addition to that objection, Ms. Bredoff, this time, in addition to that objection, Ms. Heard is correctly characterizing what Officer Sines testified to. Ms. Vasquez, no, she's not. The court, no, I just told you that was two different statements made by the officer. And on redirect, you get to come up and say exactly what happened, Ms. Bredoff. Okay, but please, also don't be so animated when you lose an, oh, that's when she gets scolded, all right. Don't be so animated when you lose an objection. Last time you left here, Ms. Bredoff, I apologize. I caught myself right after. Court, I almost brought you right back. Holy shit. Ms. Bredoff, I apologize. I did not mean to do that. And you're right. And I should not have done that. The court, I will call you back next time. Don't do it again. Ms. Bredoff, I won't. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. The court, okay. And back to open court. Right. Tom, can we put these down, please? I think they might be confusing the witness. Nice. Okay. Back we go. Back we go. You spin me round, you spin me round, it's not hearsay.
Officer Tyler Haddon's
Right, here we go. Excellent.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard. The red
That I know
when she saw your testimony under oath
injured in them.
to face.
How did it go
You
that
didn't
far?
see night.
Okay.
My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified
Wait, what?
that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face.
Weird. Okay, so it went back.
Let me consider my.
Sorry.
I disagree.
And injuries on May 21 to
Weird.
How far away he was. I don't know what he saw.
He also about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that
Oh,
correct?
wait. Okay, hold on.
You identify yourself. What's being called
The injury.
on your
I'm
testified.
sorry.
Heard. The red.
That I know.
Is it your Isn't that correct? The question is more
Where's the
nuanced.
sidebar? Okay, there it is. All right, just making sure. I was like, what happened? Because the spinning wheel threw the whole thing off. So
Can you put these down, please? I think they might be
I know, right?
confusing the
I
witness.
need some sanity nuts.
My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs,
Stop
and
it.
she said that I was not injured in them.
Stop being gross.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
Oh my
The
God.
red,
No.
puffy face. That was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
Wow.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that
matter
right?
what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016. And he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider
my God.
what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
We're sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know. He didn't even know who
I know.
he was.
But after you
there.
identified
Here's
yourself,
the worst. Crunch, crunch.
He looked
Right
at
now. I
you.
love it.
isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible
God.
injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't. Yes.
You were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to. Yes.
Fuck's sake, Amber. Why?
You testified yesterday that you sought a temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016, because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening
Aha,
of May
there it
22nd,
is.
2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 304, which is already in evidence, and
God,
play
James Franco.
from 254 through
Oh my
439?
God, oh my God. James Franco in the house. Or in the elevator, really. Oh boy. Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Elevator doors opening. They come in. Poor James Franco. Is this like the only time they were like seen together? Do you guys know?
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived. Yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night.
I feel like,
Isn't that right?
I feel like with at least his notoriety, not hers, but I feel like with his, paparazzi would have like gotten more photographs of them together. So I'm just curious, do y'all know? Like, did they just have a one night stand or like what was the deal?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
Why don't we?
$22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Or excuse me,
right.
almost 11 o'clock at night.
Right.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
Wait.
I don't know what I knew of his schedule
Who
at
was that guy? Hold on.
the
Let me
time.
back it up.
It's,
Or excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
Exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
Who's that guy?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule
know
at the
that guy.
time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording.
No, that was not James Franco. That was some older dude. I don't know why they played it. That's why I was asking. I was like, why did they show that clip? Was that another accident? Let's back it up again and just to make sure. Because I don't know how. I've never noticed that part before. It seems insane to say that, right? I don't think I've ever noticed that dude in the elevator. So that's why I'm like, wait, what? What is happening here? Did they just pull the wrong part of the footage?
22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Or excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his
Yeah.
schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of
Or
town.
where we were. You're gonna play another clip.
So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio.
Just like
Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively start another cycle.
Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That
Your
wouldn't have
testimony is now,
prevented him
Mr.
from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Let's play, please, defendants 598,
Fender,
4948,
Fender,
and
did you miss the Team
5035.
Franco clip? Do we need to go back for Fender to watch the Team Franco clip? Let us know.
5035.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to. Why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking, it's not that difficult. Okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're going to go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
Ms. Heard, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
That you wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Yes, that's correct.
And how you walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras and photographers, right?
That is correct.
And how this overwhelmed you?
It was overwhelming, yes.
Because you didn't want this attention on you?
That is correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Exhibit 800.
This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO?
She just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you
Now, what
taken
a
inside the
stupid picture, dude.
courthouse, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Like, oh, I'm
You're having
sad.
a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
Very weird.
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
Ugh.
All right.
Oh, that was good. The Camille thigh. Love it.
Please pull up Exhibit 1.
That's plaintiffs at 1.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
No.
Apologies.
That's fine.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence. You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
That's what you testified to in this
Well-
courtroom, right?
That is correct.
Remember, she did tell one of her nurses or whatever, somebody, therapist, who was it? Lisa Filati, maybe? That she struggled with an eating disorder, so.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had like a leading role in a movie of that size, yes. Well, second time, yes.
What was your first time?
The first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, you know, technically, it was the second one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
You were
now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context.
Yay! We know Elaine loves context.
He wrote here, quote, "Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted."
That is
You're
correct.
referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You're referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-parte domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016, right?
Are you asking me if that's what I was writing about?
That's what you're referring to, correct?
Can you just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
You also wrote, quote, "Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman." This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's in reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise." In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
Of all the things to be annoyed about, and of which there's just so many, another thing that really annoys me about her is this is like the stupidest fucking analogy you could possibly have in this situation. It's just fucking stupid.
Powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue actually than just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat. You know, this is a reference to not just Johnny, it was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Hurd?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended to know.
So this is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
Right. But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's correct.
It's about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him.
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
Ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No,
You wrote this in 2018, right?
exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct. It's
So
not about
May of
Johnny. It's about what happened to me
Ms. Heard,
after.
my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order. So yes,
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
that's correct. And I had to provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face. Yes.
And you were photographed with that mark on your face, weren't you?
I walked out to a bunch of photographers. Yes.
May 2016 is when you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application. Yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on, yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath,
That's
right?
when it started. Yes.
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. Was the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that. Yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Okay. And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence. This is a tweet from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, oh, it's already in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Thank you. So on December 19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence, right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account. All right.
I retweeted it.
You testified yesterday that you didn't have any control over the title and just now
evasiveness just
of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet though, right?
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was a tweet.
Tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet, not retweet.
You included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
Right. So you included a link, right?
Yes,
to the
that's
op-ed.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have. I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I just didn't notice the title.
You didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward, right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh, I
that
see what
you
you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The op-ed is in your name, right?
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, you could have asked the Washington Post to change it. Isn't that right?
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
At the bottom, do you see that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I think
right?
that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I may, would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
We got to keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay, that's
thank
fine,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted. Would you please pull that up? Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you. We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page. Let's go to the 12th. Let's pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 1246, which has already been admitted. And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on to page 11 of a That's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up
It's like if that were true, we would.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818?
Oh. Yeah, weasel alert is when someone's weaseling, man. So it's like they're weaseling, right? They're like trying to weasel out of telling the truth. Like they're being a weasel, you know? Yeah, weaseling, yeah. Right, obfuscate, right, there you go. Yeah, being evasive, right, weasel. You know? Like there's so many examples. You know, thinking about Karen Reed too, just recently, there's a lot there, but they're weaseling. Yeah, I agree. Amber makes everything difficult, for sure.
1A, excuse me. we could please go to page 8 of this article. Sorry, Your Honor. May I just approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't believe it's a sidebar. Let me just double check. No, not a sidebar. They're just approaching, so let me just fast forward it.
All right, thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory was positive, yes.
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
That is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding The Stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention that generated.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the Stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
In fact, there was a lot of reasons why you were no longer active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
There was a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Heard. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
An ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
Let's take a look at some of that.
All right.
All right, so it's sidebar time, time for a sidebar time. Here we go. Okay, let me share. Okay. Okie dokie. Look me up. You'll see. God, she's so stupid. All right. The court. Okay, the articles. Miss Vasquez, the articles. The court. Okay, Miss Vasquez. So obviously, here's a copy for you, Your Honor. The court. Sure. Miss Vasquez. So I plan to do the same thing with these, Your Honor. Miss Braddock. These are all new exhibits that point to Miss Heard. There can't possibly be a reason why they wouldn't have put them in this trial exhibits before. They knew she was going to be making these claims. Miss Vasquez. This is exactly what Mr. Rottenborn did during the cross-examination of Mr. Depp, and they're not going to be admitted into evidence. I just plan to read the headlines and the court read the titles, the headlines like he did. Miss Vasquez, there you go. Miss Prada, first of all, Your Honor, let me just put on the record, it is not correct. That's exactly what Mr. Rottenborn did. Those were in our trial exhibits. In fact, they're in the very first part of our trial exhibits for all of those, so I do have an ongoing objection to using anything that wasn't put into evidence as part of the trial exhibits. They knew she had a counterclaim. They should have had it as a defense part of those exhibits. The court, I understand your observation. Again, it's cross-examination. I'll allow them. I want to give you an opportunity. You're not going to into the text of the articles, just talking about the titles and date. Ms. Vasquez, I plan to read the title, and then I'm not going to be admitting them into evidence. The court, not into evidence. Ms. Braddock, we need copies. The court, you'll get those copies. Ms. Vasquez, I will get them copies. The court, and are you saying all of these are for the 3 statements? Ms. Vasquez, yes. The court, okay, Ms. Vasquez, there you go. Ms. Braddock, Your Honor, I have a question. Oh, God. The court, sure. Ms. Braddock, if we can look at 1272 for a moment, that's May 29th, 2020, which is after 2 of the court. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Ms. Braddock, oh, I'm sorry. The court, that won't help me. I appreciate it. That's not me, that's Judy. Which one? Ms. Braddock, if you look at 1272, if you look at the date, it's May 29th, 2020. I'm obviously seeing these for the first time, Your Honor, so I'm trying to go through them. The court, remind me again. Ms. Braddock, 2 of the April 8th, April 28th, and the court, June 24th. Laminated. It helps me. So that May 2020 would be after 2 statements. Ms. Vasquez, that's right, Your Honor. And I think for relevance, Ms. Braddock's objection is that they're not being cited in the title to Mr. Waldman's statement. It's talking about another allegation that was out in the press statements. So for Ms. Heard to allege that Mr. Waldman's statements caused her to lose opportunities, and there's articles before and after that were in the press, and I think we have something to argue that, Your Honor. Ms. Braddock, so Your Honor, I'm trying to keep up, Your Honor. The court, that's all right. Take your time. Ms. Braddock, this last one is 1273, Your Honor. I don't see the date on it. The court, 1273. I don't see a date on it either. Ms. Vasquez, May 24th, 2020. The court, yeah. So we'll take out 1273. I'll sustain the objection on 1273. Ms. Braddock, Your Honor, I would object to 1274 too, and that title. I think it's not a reputational issue for her if somebody makes an allegation about her having an affair. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think that's something, right? Indiscernible. Court, yeah, okay, all right. Ms. Braddock, indiscernible. Ms. Vasquez, we indiscernible. I mean, we just admitted evidence today about her having an affair with James Franco. There it is, the night after April 21st. So these are all allegations. Ms. Braddock, it's not an allegation. The court, I'll take the objection on this one, all right? Is there any more, or is that 1267, 1268, 1271, and 1272 so far, 1275. Ms. Braddock, this is after the 3 articles. The court, this is after all 3 of the articles. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, again, it's surrounding indiscernible about the statements that they were indiscernible. Court. So you're saying, so you're not offering just for her reputation before, you're offering for her reputation after as well. That affects her reputation. Ms. Braddock, I think that opens up the door, oh God, Your Honor, to the UK judgment. I think she gets indiscernible. If she opens up that door, the court, she's doing damages. She has a limit to her damages. She's starting her damages after 2020, correct? Ms. Braddock, Your Honor, this one is testimony from the trial that says, quote, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aided tells libel trial, end quote. Court, right. We have a lot of testimony from the UK. I feel like I've been at the UK trial. I don't see how that would open up any door. Ms. Vasquez, it's public knowledge, Your Honor. Ms. Braddock, I also don't think that it's an appropriate one. Again, she's testifying, Ms. Vasquez. She testified here. The court, just the headlines, to talk about the reputation that's out in the public. It's out in the public about her reputation. I mean, I did 25 on Mr. Depp on all kinds of different issues of reputation. I think that goes to damages. Any other ones? Ms. Vasquez. Sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Braddock, note my objection, but I understand your ruling. The court, I'll note your objection. I'll overrule your objection. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any more? Ms. Vasquez. Yes, I'm sorry. The court. Okay, last one. Court. Okay, thank you. Ms. Braddock. I'm sorry. I'm slow. The court. No, take your time. Which one? 1276? Ms. Braddock. This one. The court. All right. She didn't. When did she file her lawsuit? Maybe I don't have this clear. When did she file her counter? Ms. Braddock. August 10th, 2020. August 10th, 2020. The court. Okay. So these are all before that. I'm just making sure. Ms. Vasquez. Yeah. The court. I don't have that on my sheet. Ms. Vasquez. Ms. Braddock. Ms. Braddock. I know this. The court. I'm glad you do. Ms. Vasquez, we filed a complaint on the court. You've got it. 1278 is the last one, or I have one in my hand. 1278 is the last one. Ms. Vasquez, this is the last one. Ms. Braddock, okay. Ms. Vasquez, do you want me to start going through these? The court, since you're going to put them on the screen for her, just identify them so Jamie can know it's not been identified. Ms. Braddock, just to be clear, Your Honor, are there 4 out? 1269, 1270, 1273, and 1274? The court, well, we did the ones that I have in. Ms. Vasquez, why don't we do the ones we have in? Okay, they do the numbers. I remember reading this before. Bunch of numbers. Ms. Braddock, may I ask while we're up here how long you're going to take with her today? Are you going to take the rest of the day, Ms. Vasquez? No, I'm not going to take the rest of the day. The court, I assume you'll have these questions and then we'll break. Is that okay? Ms. Vasquez, that's fine. The court. Yeah, we're going to go into the afternoon and maybe after the first break we'll be on redirect. Sounds good. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. The court, And back to open court, guys. It's a longer sidebar from what we've had in a little while. So let's do the things. Things. All right. And it's a longer sidebar, so I'm just going to do all this.
That were out in the press.
Okay.
It's kind of kept.
I did not see the L'Oreal runway show. Is there a place we can watch that, South Texas? I think you might have typed that in the chat while I was reading that sidebar, so I just saw your comment.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So, Ms. Heard, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
I believe that they were made. I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, or articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles, is what it.
Wow.
Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267. Could just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you. This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020, and the title is #Justice for Johnny Depp Trends After Amber Heard Admits to Hitting Actor in Audio Clip. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. This one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard Admits to Hitting Johnny Depp in Recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Ms. Heard, do you see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay. We could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269. This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plants.
Let's go to 1270. This one was published on March 31st, 2020. Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
We can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271. You see the title that says, Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it, quote, erupted like the Vesuvius?
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
We can go to 1272.
You know, the other thing that's so crazy is that, like, right, I mean, but here's the thing that's so crazy is, like, that she has the gall to even in front of the jury be like, yeah, these tapes are just a part of the smear campaign. It's like the jury heard these tapes. Like, they heard this. They heard you admit to doing these things. I just don't, it's pathetic, really. And infuriating.
This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
Going to 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020. Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife, doesn't it?
I just know because he threw down the article.
Ms. Heard, isn't that what that
Mr.
says?
Waldman threw the newspaper
Heard,
at me afterwards.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
What
my
was your
question
I'm
is,
sorry.
The title of the article says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Let's go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1276. Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1277. Published July 28th, 2020. Amber Heard's sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims a witness. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
And 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in an hour.
All righty, breaking for lunch. Watching Zoom. The way she stands there is just so annoying, isn't it, guys? They were always very punctual with this.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next question.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A? Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article? Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11. In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber, her friends, spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, oh, apologize. You're fine. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yep, so then Elaine has a little hissy fit. Oh, looks like Fender's going to go have a little nap. Okay, hold on. Have a good nap, Fender. We might be here when you get back. Okay, so. Okay, let me pull up that sidebar. Okay. All right, cool. So okay. Here we go. Sidebar. Miss Murdaugh. She's reading behind his statements, Miss Vasquez. I stopped myself. The court. She stopped herself, Miss Murdaugh. Okay. Miss Vasquez. Actually, Your Honor, while we're up here, I tried to work this out with Miss Murdaugh. Unsurprising to you, we were unable to come to an agreement. I'm going to be moving to admit these articles in their entirety. The court. Okay, Miss Vasquez. And the reason is, Your Honor, is that just like the op-ed, it came in the entirety, even though Miss Hurd is only alleging 3 of the statements. The court. Correct, Miss Vasquez. In the article. And I think the court for defamation, you have to look at the context. Ms. Vasquez, correct. So to evaluate the defamatory meaning, so on that basis, I'm going to move to admit it. Ms. Murdaugh. I'm going to object, Your Honor. There's a lot of hearsay in both of these documents. It's different than the op-ed. The op-ed is Amber Heard writing the op-ed. And then to be questioned on it, there's also the issue of a matter of public concern and intent here. The rest of this article is not Adam Waldman's and it's not Johnny Depp. It's other people saying things, and it's hearsay, and it's highly prejudicial to Miss Heard. The court, okay. Ms. Vasquez, well, I disagree, Ms. Murdaugh. And it doesn't have anything to do with the context of what he said. The court, this might be a partial. Ms. Vasquez, a partial. The court, maybe it could be connected to Ms. Vasquez. I think if I may just be heard on this, the court, all right. Ms. Vasquez, this is really important to Mr. Depp, obviously. The defamatory meaning of, the alleged defamatory meaning of Mr. Waldman's statements have to be read in context. And I should point out to Your Honor that Ms. Heard, not Ms. Murdaugh, but previously Ms. Heard, was represented by other attorneys in this matter, and they're commenting in this article. And so Mr. Waldman's statements are really response. We argue, right, I'm not sure Ms. Murdaugh will agree or disagree. We argue that these statements are opinions first and foremost, and second of all, they are a response or self-defense of Mr. Depp in this case. So, I think that it's important that these articles come in their entirety. And again, to be perfectly frank, these aren't great articles for Mr. Depp. I don't plan to publish them to the jury. I just want to submit them into evidence. Ms. Murdaugh, if I may be heard on that further, Mr. Waldman doesn't know what else is in the article. When he makes those statements, that's somebody else choosing where to put different things. He has admitted, and we will be putting the testimony in, that he made those statements. But he wasn't the author of this article, so the content is not relevant to what their meaning was on it. Instead, it would have a lot of hearsay from other people that he had no control over. He had control over what he said, and he was not saying that there's no way they could prove that he had knowledge of what the rest of the article is going to say, and therefore have context. That's the sentence. I think it's highly prejudicial and very much hearsay. The court, all right, so how could the context of the article change the extent of 714? Ms. Vasquez, defamatory statements have to be read in the context of the other text within the article. The court, if it is all attributed to Mr. Waldman. Ms. Vasquez, no, I don't think that's true. I mean, the court, I think so, because somebody else can't place his statements there and it become defamatory because they're placed within an article. Ms. Vasquez, I think they have to be read in context, Your Honor. The court, I'm going to sustain the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. Ms. Murdaugh, thank you. And back to open court. Doodly-dee-dee-dee-dee. Okay, coolio. Dang it, I thought of something I wanted to say the next time we had a break with a longer sidebar, and I can't fucking remember for the life of me what it was. Oh well, maybe I'll think of it for the next one.
Okay, and if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C. And go to page 11. This is another article, Ms. Heard, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the statement reads, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Heard, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract, and I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
She just doesn't get impeached every time. It's so surprising.
It's right there.
Your microphone.
Oh my God, Elaine.
Your microphone.
Elaine.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
Right
be
there.
given to me before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
You check the relevance?
Dude, Elaine.
Ejection, I'm sorry, is you, what's the objection?
I'm sorry,
I'm
relevance?
sorry, are you
Overruled
mumbling,
objection,
Elaine? Are you mumbling?
881C in evidence.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
I'm sorry, 1266, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26,
Oh, what is-
2021, right?
Stupid.
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
We can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're
just
on level
stopped.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
Still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
Yeah, the one
You
that
have
2.8 stars.
you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would.
That's your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, when he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right.
And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If I may,
Okay,
hold on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor, I have to check on something. Which one? Which one is the one?
So this is not a sidebar, it's just Elaine being stupid.
To 1:30:07.
All right, and I'm told that we already have a B, so we have to do 356C.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. I promise you. I'm not gonna throw around the voice. I will not say that's it. And then I hope you leave me.
Admitting it, right?
And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Heard, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote, correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
Everyone's lying to her. Everyone's
Here,
lying
If we
to
could
her.
please
In the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry. I
Oh my
checked
God.
and I have no objection to the entirety of
All right,
356
so
coming in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 7:05 to 7:43.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation
Don't.
with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split?
Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
That you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, fuck it. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No,
I know.
when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Ugh.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368? And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened, and you just kept going. You just kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. Please, just don't, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that. I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes, I reacted, but the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
so let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said like, what the fuck, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. and then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door, or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry.
Dude, Kismets, I was literally just thinking this. I was just gonna pause it to say that I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Literally, I don't know if you were here earlier. No, you weren't here earlier. We had a whole talk about doing a room viewing party on Discord. So I'm gonna try to see if I can figure out how to set that up. Cause yeah. So does she not know how doors work? I don't think she does, honestly. Sanity nuts, I know. And shout out to let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly or incorrectly. Iziki, is that correct? But I'm happy to see you again. Glad you're here.
Me?
Your foot? That was why you
have some sanity nut.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
Dan, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
detail.
Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And I
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door.
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit
It's a really cool name.
Meaning the door. The door was on my
Feel
feet.
free to let us know where you're
I
from.
reacted instinctively to that.
you. You've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
Okay. So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
The next thing that I'm going to play
Your Honor?
to
Okay.
you as Hugh.
All right.
Another new.
Oh, if you want to come.
Okay, let me go to Sidebar. Okay, so this one, I'm trying to remember. I don't know if this is a long one or not. I feel like it's. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. So let me share it. Okay, so the court, is this her deposition? Ms. Vasquez, correct. In the divorce proceeding, the court, you got to give us a reference point. Ms. Vasquez, I apologize to the court so we know. Ms. Vasquez, Ms. Heard was being deposed and we played this recording. Ms. Murdaugh, that's improper. Sorry, that's improper. Will you impeach? You need to ask the question, and then if your answer is different from her deposition, then she can play the question and answer. The court, this is cross-examination. Ms. Murdaugh, well, I understand it's still cross-examination, but there's still a proper way to impeach and an improper. You can't just play the deposition excerpt and say, so The court, she did ask the questions. She said, so let's see how you did the first time. So I assume it's a different answer to that question. But I don't have a copy of that. I just would like to know where we are referencing in the deposition. Ms. Vasquez, absolutely. Ms. Brown, the deposition, if we could get the line and the page number of the court, the line and the page number before we start it. Ms. Vasquez, I will do that. Let me do that. Ms. Brown, and then we can see that. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. Or back to open court. I try to remember if there's a back-to-back. No, I don't think so. Okay, no, they're okay. They don't do a back-to-back. Okay, cool. So go ahead and pull her up. Getting to the deposition, guys. Woohoo! Get excited. Deposition time. All right. Oh my God, that's amazing, South Texas. Sorry, hold on. Sorry. You're my favorite customer. Oh, hi, Johnny. Dude, the flower shop scene is epic as fuck, man. I love that you know that reference, and I love that you know that movie and just seen it. It's awesome. My favorite. It's so funny too, the James Franco connection, because I'm always quoting The Room. And like I was already quoting it, and then somebody pointed that out earlier tonight, and the whole James Franco connection is completely a happy accident when it comes to this in The Room. Really wild.
Will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right, I think.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the. Oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what I have.
12, line 12.
All right, 372.
If we could have a moment, Your Honor, to read it before it's played.
Oh, Elaine. He was. I take it you're referring to the disaster artist. I think we were talking about that earlier. He was so good. He was so good. Doom 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 boom 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 ba-da-doom. Dude, the fake bassoons is so good. Right in the very opening. Actually, I guess every time they have the theme, like the MIDI bassoons, is just magical. Magical.
All right.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please?
Dude, Amber with this video, though. Dude.
Let's skip one.
Spencer, dude, hold on. Stop everything. Dude. Spencer, Maisha, are you hearing this? Dude, Spencer, all night, we were like, where is Spencer? And we did all the squirrel calls. Kudu-cuckoo, kudu-cuckoo. And we were like, why isn't Spencer hearing the squirrel calls? And now Spencer's here. Yay, everybody. Woo! Squirrel party. Squirrel party. So glad you're here. Maisha's like, finally. All of our squirrel friends have been here. Right now, Fender is having a nap, and I think she's going to be probably back soon. Oh, you heard? Okay, were you listening? Were you lurking in the shadows? Shout out to all the lurkers, by the way. Love you guys. We just love. We have the best chat and the best community, and we miss our friends when they're not here. So, that is okay. Traffic. Shout out to all the lurkers. So, but we're glad you're here. We missed you, and we are just scrolling it up all as per usual. So, right? Yay! Crunch, crunch.
Your Honor, maybe we stop it.
Oh my God, Elaine. Oh my fucking God. So I'm not gonna read this sidebar. This is a really silly one. They just go over there and she's like, oh, can they get rid of the text? And then that's it. So I'm not gonna worry about reading that because it just will take too long to even switch the presenting screen thing. They'll be done with the sidebar. So yep, they're already done. Yeah, except that I did it out loud too, though. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. That's the roll call. But you didn't hear it, so it was silent to you. So yes, should have done it louder.
Okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue. Would you listen to this, please?
Punching. It's one of
One
them,
says punching.
So,
Let's keep on.
just figure out. Anyway, the bathroom, door over here, knock on it. That's what you're talking about.
There's the door.
Yeah. You just kept going. You just kept going. You kept going. You tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just do it. You know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I just stretched your toes. I didn't do that. I bent down.
The cuckoo I made up. That's not what the real squirrels sound like, but they do have squirrel sounds. But I made that up on the fly the other day.
But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. But I mean, that did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember everything.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q. It was
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but the door thing, I never did that. That was on purpose. I had done it on accident.
Okay. Let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the fuck? You know, whatever. That just got hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you felt the clock.
I remember
remember hitting it as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told us.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door, hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I'm
But punching me in the jaw.
okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched at all, was referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you didn't discuss it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about. And no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
Okay, so I'm gonna just say real quick. So my backyard is like a magical forest woodland. Like I have all of the, I have like a family of red foxes that live over here. Of course, there's like tons of bunnies and deer and squirrels, but I've got the red foxes. We've got raccoons back here. And then there's also a falcon that has visited my backyard 3 times. It's like every couple months the falcon shows up. It's a real falcon. I can put pictures in the Discord. Actually, I probably have before, but I can put them again for anyone that wants to see. It's great. I know, right? And the eating with like the chips or whatever she's got, dude, it's just too much. Yeah, it really is. It's crazy. And I saw a bear also. I have a bear story from like, I guess it was last August. Big, huge bear ran out in front of my car in not downtown Greensboro, but just in Greensboro. Like, crazy. Yeah, I'll post. I've got a video with the fox, and then I've got pictures of the falcon. I'll put this in the Discord for sure. And I'm actually this sidebar is just them talking about an exhibit and refreshing her recollection. I'm going to zoom past it because there's not anything interesting here.
And Ms. Heard, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, what's crazy too, pause it. What's crazy too is that, like, I lived in Boone for how long? 11 years. And like, that's in the mountains, Blue Ridge Parkway. And never saw a bear. Nope, never saw a bear. And then on New Garden Road in Greensboro, like, residential area, businesses, lots of traffic, and bear ran out in front of my car, and it was the size of my car. It was crazy. Very random. And I was like, holy shit.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219. Yes. And if you can scroll down, Tom, again, Ms. Heard, just to look at that page. And then scroll down to the next page, please.
That's cool that you've been to Alaska, though, Spencer. Were you there when it was like summer?
And the next page.
Right, I know. They definitely look huggable. For me, crocodiles are the same way. I want to hug a crocodile, but like, I know that's a bad idea. But like, if I got around one, I don't know. The urge to hug would probably be stronger than the urge to self-preserve life.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Heard, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was probably alligator.
Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, they're approaching. So let me pull up the sidebar here. This one is about the Australia dogs, I do believe. Let me add this to the stage. Okay, yes. Yes. All right, here we go. So we're right here. So sidebar, Miss Murdaugh, Your Honor, this is the subject of a motion in limine, Miss Vasquez, that you denied. Miss Murdaugh, Your Honor said that if they were going to raise it, they had to approach the court. All right, let's take a look. Is it the Miss Vasquez? This is the customs form. She pleaded guilty. She was charged with falsifying a document in Australia. The court, okay. Miss Vasquez, Your Honor ruled that this was allowed. The court, all right, which one was it? Do you remember? Miss Murdaugh, Your Honor, may I grab the court? Yes, go ahead. Motion in limine, Miss Vasquez. So I believe it's motion in limine number 2. The court, number 2, right? Miss Vasquez doesn't say that we have to approach. The court, subject to objections at trial, correct. Approach the bench for raising. Miss Vasquez, so sorry, Your Honor, I didn't see that. The court, okay, all right, so what are we trying to raise here? Miss Vasquez, that Miss Heard pleaded guilty to falsifying a document in Australia. The court, all right, so that would be number 2. Ms. Vasquez, correct. Ms. Murdaugh, correct, Your Honor. And in that situation, it did not result in a conviction. The court, correct. Ms. Murdaugh, it was not a charge of perjury. The court, okay. Ms. Murdaugh, and it was not a crime involving moral turpitude. And the court specifically found that she did not intentionally mislead in the document. The court, okay. So what's the basis of bringing it up? Ms. Vasquez, that she pleaded guilty to falsifying a document and essentially committing perjury, which is a crime of moral turpitude. It's highly relevant to her testimony. The court, she wasn't convicted. Ms. Vasquez, she pleaded guilty, though. She was charged and pleaded guilty. She didn't have to be convicted because she pled guilty. The court, yeah, for crimes of moral turpitude, it has to be conviction. Ms. Murdaugh, and there was not. The court, but the basis for you getting it in just now is to show a crime of moral turpitude, correct? Ms. Vasquez, correct. The court, it wasn't a conviction, so it doesn't come in for that. Ms. Murdaugh, well, we're up here. Are you planning on any of the other ones so we can cover them before? The court, you'll approach right before you, Ms. Vasquez. Well, we've already approached about the topic and Your Honor ruled. The court, that took care of that one. Ms. Murdaugh, so are we doing anything with the immigration? Ms. Vasquez, no. The court, all right. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. And with that, it is back to open court we go. Share this tab. Okie dokie. Cool. Doodly dee doo 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 doo. Sidebar time. Time for another sidebar. Sidebar time. Sidebar.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
It's all good.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing
boy.
for divorce, right? Ms. Heard?
Guys.
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately. So you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Your
I mean,
publicist-
I assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition. And you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
through
874?
74.
74.
Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just
Oh my God, Elaine.
72 lines.
Oh,
74,
Elaine.
line 22 through 75, line 13.
I think they end up approaching. I did see crocodiles in Costa Rica, but they were like under a bridge.
Okay.
And we were on the bridge, so I wasn't in close enough proximity to be able to hug them, unfortunately. Okay, so they're approaching for a sidebar. Do, 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 do. Okay. So we are right here. Okay. Ms. Braddock, I don't see this in the court. This is a text message sent to Jerry Judge. Ms. Vasquez, she goes on, and at the very end of her answer, you see that she testifies. She alerted TMZ about the divorce. Ding, ding, ding. TMZ was alerted at the very end of her answer, the court, okay? Ms. Braddock, I'm sorry, where is it? The court, right there. Ms. Braddock, I'm not finding TMZ. Ms. Vasquez, it's at the very end of her answer. I'm sorry, I don't have my copy here. I don't have it with me. Ms. Braddock to cite. I read the cite. Ms. Braddock, I'm not seeing TMZ, the court. It says there, quote, some of the indiscernible TMZ, which was alerted, end quote. Ms. Braddock, it doesn't say she alerted them. In fact, she's testified that Laura Wasser alerted them. The court, it's subject to direct other redirect. Her theory is that she stated it. Ms. Braddock, well, I don't think it's impeachment, Your Honor. The court, yes. Ms. Braddock, it's just going to be the video deposition again. Ms. Vasquez, yes. Thank you. Back to the court. You guys, this is the big one of the moment with the TMZ being alerted. So, very good. Let us do this. Okay, cool. All right. Oh my God. Thank you, Maisha. Awesome. She found a baby crocodile video and posted it in the Discord. Thank you, Maisha.
If we could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Is responsible.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him.
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file,
weird hand.
or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party.
Weird hand.
To tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know
TMZ
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they pay
owns.
you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
What?
And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when
years.
you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. What extortion?
Tasya Van Ree is your ex-wife, right?
Uh-huh.
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was 2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
Oh, great, Amber. That makes it better.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can we
coincidentally.
please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1279?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh, Elaine. Oh my God, Elaine. Okay. They're approaching. So. Okay. So, where is it? Here it is. Okay. Miss Murdaugh, Your Honor did not permit her to go into the court. We did. We said you could go into those articles, the articles themselves. Miss Vasquez, the only article I plan to show is this one. It doesn't have the word in it. The court doesn't have the word. It's not going into evidence. Miss Vasquez, not going into evidence. Miss Murdaugh, not going to be shown to the jury. The court, not going to be shown to the jury. Miss Murdaugh, okay, thank you. The court, Miss Vasquez, thank you. And back to open court. Yet again. Yet again.
We could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020.
I know, man.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted in after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
The headline says, Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my God, stop.
Your Honor will
Elaine?
say that.
If you want to approach again.
So this sidebar is very quick. It just says it was the title, just the title. Can't have the rest. Okay. Doesn't have the word. Okay. That's all it says. So I'm just going to actually, by the time I hit the button, it'll probably be done. So we're just going to hang with it here. Yep. And actually, they have another sidebar here in a sec anyway. Crazy.
The title reads, Amber Heard allegedly grabbed, struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
Okay.
Judge A is like, okay, I guess. Yes, Maisha's just letting everyone know she's Disney Lover on Discord. Thanks for letting us know. So, okay. So we are right here. So sidebar. Miss Vasquez, Your Honor, I think she's opened the door to the arrest. I mean, the fact that she's saying that's not true, that she grabbed and assaulted her ex-girlfriend, yet she was arrested for the exact same thing. I think at a minimum, I should be allowed to show her the arrest record. Again, I'm not going to be admitting it to see if it refreshes her recollection that she did in fact assault and grab her girlfriend. The court, she did say no. Miss Murdaugh, no, Your Honor, I'm sorry. What did Your Honor say? The court, indiscernible. Miss Murdaugh, right, because she's still going to deny, and that's the whole point. An arrest is not a conviction. She's the court. I'm not going to allow that. Miss Vasquez, thank you. Miss Murdaugh, you're going to? The court, no, I'm not. Miss Murdaugh, okay, thanks. I couldn't hear you. The court, I just didn't know if I was, sustaining your objection or overruling her. I wasn't sure exactly which way you were. Miss Murdaugh, okay, thank you. Miss Vasquez, thank you. And, oh, by the way, before I forget, for those who haven't seen it yet, we do have, where is it? This. These are new of today. We have that and another new one. This is the Shrimp Weasel. That's Alex Murdaugh's hybrid spirit animal, which the Shrimp Weasel can be found with the road trip crew. And actually, ever since the Shrimp Weasel came about, which was a couple episodes probably into the Murdaugh deep dive that we did, the Shrimp Weasel can be found in every single thumbnail because all the thumbnails are different, and the Shrimp Weasel is always in the thumbnail somewhere, like a little Easter egg. So, yeah. Okay. But now let me go back to court.
the title.
You don't want to miss any of this, that's for sure. Look at Amber's face. She's like, brr, derp. Oh. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. You can do it. What is it? YouTube, you're our man. If you can't do it, no one can. All right, I did this the other night, and then we were like, wait, is YouTube a man? And I was like, I don't fucking know. YouTube can be whatever it wants as long as it stops doing the spinning wheel. That's what I say. And for anyone who hasn't heard the news, just while it's doing the spinning wheel, Amber is living in Spain under a different name, and that name is Martha Jane Cannery, who happens to be Calamity Jane, the Wild West female sharpshooter lady who's very famous in history, and also is a main character in the HBO TV series Deadwood, which is awesome and one of my favorite shows. It's a masterpiece. And she's going under Calamity Jane's real name, which is Martha Jane Cannery, living in Spain. So that's the news on that. I don't know why. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a spinny wheel. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a spinny wheel. Tell me why this wheel won't stop spinning. Okay. Do I need to refresh it? What do I need to do? Let me see. Let's try that. Oh, is it going to go all the way back to the beginning of the day or what? That's what it's doing. That is incredible. Wow, what an amazing thing that it's doing. It went all the way back to the beginning. Okay, so we were, let's see where this is. I think we were probably, there's a break. No, we weren't that far. Okay, hold on. Let's just see. Don't know. That's going to be amazing if this was the same sidebar, right, guys? This is magic happening.
If we could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Executive is responsible.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny.
This is close.
It's extremely important.
Okay, let me afford
Please.
This is really close.
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just press. Isn't that true?
When I filed for divorce, I asked my team to said, I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim, with his new phone number on it.
I'd like to
wait. This is it. This is the sidebar. This is it. Okay, cool.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend.
She's already overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tasya Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
There it is.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, redirect.
That's it. All right, we're on to redirect,
Ms.
guys.
Heard, did Ms. Van Ree come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Yeah, I should at least be.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day. So it kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of
Hi, Laura John.
publicity
Dude, I'm happy to see you.
outlets.
Love it.
I believe that we had been remarkably lucky
Just in time for
following
redirect.
the divorce that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me.
She had
I
this
didn't,
answer
I didn't want him to find out
Incredible.
in that sort of context online.
Damn.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny
Your
and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about
Good
who had
morning,
connections with
Lorna.
with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the very beginning here. You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the
Oh my
eye.
God, you guys.
And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again."
Oh
You
my
recall that?
Oh my God.
I do.
And that was during the mediation process.
This is insane. Are you in the UK, Lorna? I don't remember if you're in the UK.
Won't or can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." You recall that?
I do.
And that was during the mediation process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
the first one.
Sustained
Okay.
is the leading.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016. That was the first mediation attempt. We met after that, and Johnny very much looked me in the eye.
Please tell the jury about the next meeting after he said, "You will not see my eyes again."
We met in the lawyer's office. They gave us
Oh, you're in Germany.
a
Cool.
moment.
That's neato.
Johnny kissed me again, held me.
Are you on
I
vacation?
cried, he cried, and then we had a short
Mhm.
exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim," with his new phone number on it.
I'd like to bring up, Michelle, if you can, Defendant's Exhibit 1581L. I'm sorry? Oh. Do you recognize this?
Objection, Your Honor.
document?
May we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Approach. It is time to approach. Okay. Okay, here we are. Sidebar. Miss Vasquez. So we are now redirect. Or right, Miss Vasquez. This is something that was never produced, and if it was produced partly production and past discovery cutoff. Miss spread off. So it was produced by Mr. Depp. It was used in the UK trial. Mr. Depp produced it as a black and white. In this case, this came out in color, though. It's true. Sorry, this came out in color. It's true, though. Through Mr. Young's view, but it's not responsive to any document request that they've asked for the court. I'm going to sustain the objection, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court. Woo! There's Judy. Shout out to Judy.
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear,
I think that's
on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
This is happening soon.
Many.
Okay. And when Ms.
Right.
Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. He knows he's lying.
Oh my God.
Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that was on your arm from March 15, 2013. Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December.
Ugh.
And my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it. That wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor,
That's
leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Oh my God.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent
my
statements.
It's
They
leading,
raised
it's
it.
sustained. Next question.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
My
Objection, Your Honor,
therapist.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's
on that?
fine.
Oh my God. All right, sidebar, guys. Dude, her face. At least she must have gotten word about her wet noodle hairdo thing because she pulled that back. So that's nice because, you know, that was hard for us to look at. Okay, so let's do that. Okay. The court. You don't have forever to do that. I mean, there has to be a timeline you're trying to talk about, Ms. Brock. Actually, Your Honor, there's two different ways I think it comes in on prior consistent statement. Your Honor, I submitted this brief earlier to Your Honor. The court, I've seen it, Ms. Brock. So there are two parts. Oh boy. To this one, and one part of this is just the prior consistent statements on specific. This is like what she always does, right? It's like the two parts means she doesn't know exactly what she's trying to argue with the objection. And so she has one reason and then a backup reason. Of course, usually neither of them work. This is just one part of, okay, yes, this is just part one. Wait, and one part of this is just the prior consistent statements on specifics, and I will have some on that. But the second is the offer to rebuff allegations of recent fabrication before litigation arose, and that's Virginia Supreme Court Rule 2801 D2B, and the Virginia Supreme Court has further defined this principle, and I'm citing Faison here, where a witness has been assailed on the ground that the story is a recent fabrication or that they has some motive to testifying falsely, proof that they gave a similar account of the transaction when the motive did not exist, before the effect of such an account would be foreseen or motives of the interest would have induced a different statement is admissible. And that's Faison. They're also citing Gramsci Duncombe. In this instance, they're clearly suggesting that she's made this up for the TRO and that it was never there before. She didn't tell anybody. It didn't exist. And I think that brings in, Ms. Vasquez, that's not what we're saying. Ms. Bredoff, all of the statements, Your Honor. The court all sustained the objection. Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, just so I can make a complete record on that, I'm removing the admission of the exhibit, oh my God, that I tried to put in last Wednesday and Thursday that were for hearsay because they're prior consistent statements. I just want to put my record on, Your Honor. The court, okay, that's fine. But it's not prior consistent statements, so I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court. Oh, I see what you're saying, Maisha. Okay. The only problem is if it's law and crime, that's another big, they've really cracked down on their copyright strikes. It's actually kind of insane. They've added this new thing where like, even if you have something covering the logo, like the screen will flash with the logo. It's just to try to catch people from using their footage. So if it's law and crime, I will probably need to avoid it. But if it's a different feed, then that's fine. Yeah.
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
How
Calls
many?
for hearsay.
How many?
Overruled.
Oh my God.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's
dear
just
Mother of
showed that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection,
she
Your
didn't
Honor.
tell
Can we
anybody.
approach? This is, again, an
Okay, where is this one? Hold on. Where's this one? I'm looking for the sidebar because sometimes it doesn't. Okay, there it is. I found it. Okay, cool. Let me pause this. Okay, so this is again, that's what we started. So sidebar, Miss Vasquez, Your Honor, she's making arguments in front of the jury, the court. I understand, Miss Vasquez, and it's just inappropriate. I mean, you said at the outset of the trial, speaking objections are not to be permitted. Just one word objections, legal objections. The court, okay, so Miss Murdaugh, so Your Honor, I think it's been suggested that she made these up. I think she should at least be the court right. She said 10 people, so why do we need the names of the 10 people? Miss Murdaugh, okay. The court also sustained the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Murdaugh, okay, and back to open court.
With your no.
Sorry.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you in fact had after the divorce, correct?
objection leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection leading.
All
Calls.
right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Leading.
And-
Next
and
question.
Your Honor, if we could, the witness could be instructed not to answer until I've
All right.
lodged my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077? Do you recognize this document?
My screen is black.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay, so while I have it paused, I'm going to pull up the clip on that Maisha posted with Johnny saying he didn't want to. Let me see if I can pull this up, if it'll work. Hold on. So let's see here.
Occasions in that second mediation, did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that was on your arm from March 15, 2013.
Thank you, Aisha. Yeah, that's funny. It seems like he said something else after I didn't want to. Did he? Let me see. Or is he just laughing?
You were asked about a bruise.
That's awesome. Okay, hold on. Now I need to share this one again. Hold on. There we go. Thank you for sending that.
Okay.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. I'm going to rewind it a little bit because this is such an epic failure that it's just important to get the full context of the fail. I mean, Elaine has so many epic failures, and this is just like, it just crash and burns, man. This redirect is amazing. Well, YouTube. What is happening? YouTube, get it together, man.
My screen is
good.
Black.
Yay.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay.
No. Wow.
What, if any?
Oh my God.
You were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true? Or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely.
So it's leading. It's leading question though.
Oh my
Sustain
God.
the objection as to leading.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yep.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection. Leading.
Sustain.
Foundation. Hearsay.
Oh my God.
What, if anything, is not the cure-all?
There it is. Let's hear that again. Hold on.
Foundation.
Specialist relating to your nose.
Objection. Leading.
Sustain.
Foundation. Hearsay.
What, if anything, is not the cure-all? It's sustained.
Wait, one more time, because we need one night bot to wake up from his nap. Hold on.
Nose.
Objection. Leading.
Sustain.
Foundation. Hearsay.
What, if anything, is not the cure-all? It's sustained.
There it is. Oh my God.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they
What
said.
did you learn about your
I'll
nose?
sustain the objection.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
What, if any, production did you make to the
God.
plaintiffs
Oh.
of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
If you only have foundation.
Do you know whether the records, medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery? In
Objection,
this case?
Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
Really?
I'm
I'm
asking.
overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
And
Correct, Maisha. Yes.
do you recall?
Oh my God.
I'm trying.
Oh my God. Elaine.
What, if anything,
Fucking hell, man.
did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Wow.
Do you have
A nose.
injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of
object
scar
to
tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
Ooh.
She can certainly testify to.
We'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Not to mention.
Objection, leading.
Coke.
What, if anything? And that does cure on
No,
Oh my God.
But I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and
No.
I
One thing I just have to say, like, what a difference though, right? Because Judge A actually pushes back on the what if any, and we hear it from her so much less than Lolly, and never once did Judge Bev correct Lolly on that ever. I mean, he got away with every single what if any when it was blatantly obvious, and he wasn't even, dude, it was just gross. I know. Yep.
I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Ugh. Whatever, Amber. Anyone can elect to have surgery. Just saying. If that's even accurate.
Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection, Your
question?
Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you report, what, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and hearsay.
All right, time to approach, guys, for another sidebar. Sidebar. Okay, so look at this. I have scar tissue. Okay, whatever. Reminds me of a song. Boom, ding, 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 bam, 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 bam. Boom, 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 boom. Scar tissue that I wish you saw. Whatever. Okay. Anyway, before I get too distracted in songland, the court approach. The court. You can't just put what if any and Miss Broft, I can't hear you. The court. You can't just put what if any in front of a whole statement and say you're directing her directly to that. There are ways to ask the question. You can't just ask it in those ways. Miss Broft. So if I'm going to, Your Honor, I would like to do a preview. Oh, this is one of my favorites. The court. Sure. Miss Broft. There's notes from Aaron Falati's records that were excluded from 12/16. The court. Okay. Miss Broft. Miss Vasquez were from 12/17. The court. Okay. Miss Broft. I'm going to now bring in 12/16 prior consistent statement because she was impeached with 12/17 from the hotel about the injuries to Aaron Falati. In fact, Aaron Falati documented the day before that, quote, client states JD was inebriated, client states disagreement escalated, and states husband, indiscernible, abuse, indiscernible, to head. Client denies loss of Consciousness, indiscernible, headache, and closed eye. I would encourage client to notify Dr. Kipper and then go to the emergency room. Client declines, states friend Rocky was here and the husband will not be able to enter home, end quote. This is a direct response to, this is a prior consistent statement, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez asked her about 1217, which is in evidence, the court, right? The funniest thing is I don't even know how this helps them. Because what it says is she denies loss of consciousness, headache, and closed eye. Anyway, Ms. Croft, and suggested that she didn't tell her about it. Then she went and got that Dr. Kipper wrote and suggested that she didn't tell him about the incident. So she's suggesting she falsified the incident. This is a prior consistent statement to Nurse Flotty, so I am going to be Ms. Vasquez. Your Honor, it's hearsay. It's hearsay. The court, well, she's saying she's not using it for, she says exception hearsay is a prior consistent statement. Ms. Croft, correct, Ms. Vasquez, but it's still double hearsay, Your Honor, because it's not misheard statement. It's misheard statement allegedly to a nurse, and it's recorded on a document. That's double hearsay. That's double hearsay. The nurse isn't testifying to that, Ms. Croft. That's the whole point of having an exception to hearsay. Ms. Vasquez, no, you still can't get over the court. I understand. I see what you're saying, Ms. Vasquez. And you need an exception, Ms. Croft. And there's medical records exception. Nope. Ms. Vasquez, no, there isn't. The court, who is CT? Ms. Croft, client. The court, client. Okay. Ms. Vasquez. By the way, my question wasn't what injuries did you tell Aaron Filati about, which would have elicited that testimony perhaps, but you still have to get over the 2 levels of hearsay, and she doesn't have an exception for the 2 levels of hearsay. Ms. Croft, I don't agree. A prior inconsistent statement is an exception to the hearsay rule, and so is medical record. Dude, Elaine, why? The court, but medical record, you still have to get over the hearsay in the medical records. Ms. Vasquez, you have to get over the hearsay. Ms. Croft, it's not hearsay, dude. This is just insanity. The court, anyways, where we're at. Ms. Vasquez, correct. She's trying to offer it. Ms. Croft, it's specifically intended to impeach her and suggest that she did not tell Aaron Filati about the injury, and she brought up the 1217 note, which is in evidence. Ms. Vasquez, I did not. Court, all right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to allow this into evidence because it's double hearsay. But because it is a prior consistent statement, if you want to ask her, quote, did you tell dash on 1216, did you tell the nurse about your injuries? I'm going to allow that because that would be a prior consistent statement, but I'm not going to allow the notes in, okay? Does that make sense? Ms. Croft, it's just I know the jury doesn't get to see that, and they see the 1217 and they're misled. The court, but you have a hearsay issue inside of that. I'm allowing you to ask the question for prior inconsistent statement because I think that's appropriate, okay? Ms. Vasquez, just what, and not reading in the court, and not reading in the note, just asking, just an open-ended question. What did you ask her? Ms. Murdaugh, and then I also have a text message. Oh boy. Exchanges between Aaron Filati and Amber Heard on 1216 about this. This is Defendant's Exhibit 535, Your Honor, and for the record, I want to move it. What I want to move in is Plaintiff's 46A to add in the 1216-15. The court. Which part are you saying is a prior consistent statement here? Ms. Murdaugh. She's telling her about the headache, and it goes through, and then she finds her. I think the 3rd page, Your Honor, is an exception. The court. Show me the prior consistent statement. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, I'm going to object that none of this should be admitted. The court. Well, prior consistent statement. Ms. Vasquez. Prior. The court. Go ahead. Ms. Vasquez. Prior consistent statements cannot be admitted into evidence because they're used to rehabilitate the witness. Court, right, Ms. Vasquez, but it cannot be admitted into evidence. The court, right? So you can ask her the question, I'm not going to allow the documents. Ms. Vasquez, they have to be open-ended. They can't be quoting. It's hearsay. The court. You can't quote the text. You can't quote the notes. Just say, on 1216, did you report to the nurse any injuries? Does that sound okay? Ms. Vasquez, that's fine, Your Honor. And I, just for the record, Your Honor, Ms. Murdaugh. And did you text with the nurse? The court. And did you text with her about your injuries? But that's it, okay? Ms. Murdaugh, all right. Ms. Vasquez, and just for the record, Your Honor, the court, okay? Ms. Vasquez, I didn't impeach her on this incident. I asked her if she had any injuries. The court, we're not going impeachment, just prior consistent statement. That's fine. Ms. Vasquez, okay, thank you. Back to open court. Woo! Long sidebar. I wonder if this is the day that Runkle and Rob couldn't get in because I haven't seen them yet.
2015.
Okay, here we go. Cool.
Did you tell Nurse Falati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay. And did you text with Nurse Falati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
Oh God, this is insane. Oh.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
Oh my God.
Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes
Objection,
on
Your Honor.
12/17?
Leading.
Sustain is leading.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the
It's
objection.
observations for
I'm
the
gonna-
12/17,
Oh my
the same
God.
day.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
May I approach?
Okay.
No, Elaine. Oh my God, Elaine just torturing us with her stupidness. Okay. Okay, so here we are. Miss Vasquez. They've been, the court prior consistent statements can't be testimony. That's an evidence. That's not how it works. Miss Murdaugh. They brought in Dr. Kipper notes from 12/17, alleging that she didn't say anything about it. In 12/17, she's appearing in front of Laurel Anderson. The court, again, prior consistent statements can be permitted. You're asking about testimony that's not her prior consistent statement. Miss Murdaugh. Miss Vasquez got to talk about it. Dear God. The court. That's not prior consistent statements, so I'm going to sustain the objection. You can move on. Open court. That was a quickie. Oh, spinning wheel. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, I like Camille's shoes too.
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Oh my God.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Elaine's even bothering.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
Attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016. And I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No, sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor.
I
Leading
think I can bring
calls for
that out.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Oh my God. I know, right?
Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
But there was no injury.
Now,
to the back.
we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
Leading,
I haven't asked the question
hearsay,
yet.
I mean,
Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading,
I said, why did you not ask?
Irrelevant.
I'll
The
sustain the
explanation.
objection, sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for $32.5
Lane?
million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
asked
it.
and answered, relevance.
Oh, overruled, good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit, can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will, and I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do.
That's gross.
Trying to be tough. Not show what kind of pain I was in.
Gross.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned.
Like,
I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
what,
really
what they
hard.
said.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself, and I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off. That's why.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, if you lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why he and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I'm so sick of hearing Elaine's voice.
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him actually right after it happened what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Look at Johnny Depp trying that laugh.
Sustain the
Oh
objection.
my
Next
God,
question.
y'all.
Stay away from what was said.
Wow.
Can you just tell us what
Like
interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor,
impossible.
leading.
I'll sustain the objection as leading.
Kids Mrs.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, wait, the math doesn't add up. But also, I'm still like, how the hell would she just be hanging around 5.5 months early when she's not supposed to be there on set? Like, again, trespassing is none of it makes any. Yeah. She says she went so long to get there and work her butt off, and none of it makes any sense. You can't just, dude, they're not going to let you just hang out. Like, in. There's just, you know, for a million reasons. I mean, one of them is, I would imagine, it's probably required that if you're an actor on one of those movies that you're part of a labor union, and that the rules are not going to let you be there working for free, right? They're just not. So working your butt off doing what, right? If they're not, if you don't know, if you don't have the role until after you've worked your butt off, then you're not hired. It just doesn't, anyway. Yes, that's exactly right.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Seriously, I can't.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination.
Okay, let's find this sidebar. Here it is. The court, you can redirect, but not hearsay. I mean, Ms. Vasquez, hearsay and leading. Your Honor, or Ms. Braddock, Your Honor, it's, oh my God, patently not fair. Your Honor, it's patently not fair for them to cross-examine and Your Honor, say, that's for redirect. And I said, she's answering these questions and she's answering what Melissa signs. She's testifying to what this is. Ms. Vasquez is testifying to what these people testifying to and asking them questions. I object to that because I think it's not the proper way to do it. Your Honor says that's for redirect. Now I'm trying to redirect the court. You still can't redirect with hearsay, Ms. Vasquez, or leading the court or leading. I'm not sure from that question exactly. I mean, are you trying to get to what her testimony was when she testified? Because that's what she was talking about was, sorry guys, I had to sneeze. That was all of a sudden. Okay, sorry. Because that's what she was talking about was the testimony. The in-court statement that she made for a deposition that was played as a witness. Is that what you're trying to get to, Ms. Braddock? Yes. The court, that's not what you asked. Ms. Braddock, okay, all right. But it's not hearsay if it's an in-court statement, so I can ask that because the court, you're talking about her testimony, if she knows what her testimony was, Ms. Vasquez, but you still can't lead the witness. The court, but you still can't lead. Ms. Braddock, okay, thank you. The court, thank you. And open court yet again. Sorry for that sneeze that came out of nowhere. Shimon. If anyone wants to look up the laws or rules for actors being on set before they have a part, feel free.
What, if anything, do you recall of Officer Science's testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in was enough of an injury to her, or wasn't injury seeming to her.
That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Okay. Injury seeming.
And what about the property damage?
She claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass. So I don't know why she's saying that.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 22?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. I spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always, as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
Because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends.
I believe that.
Was happy to welcome as much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Dude.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
Oh my God.
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor.
my
Calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation. If
Dude,
she sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain the
too.
objection.
Okay.
Again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness
If
to
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right, next question.
What did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He touched the side of my face and
What a mess.
responded to what he saw.
We talked about you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand the question.
Overruled, we'll see where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of, actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us. And he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay? You can go ahead and have a seat next to her. That's fine.
Let's hear that one more time because that's an amazing grand finale. Hold on.
Question.
Yeah, okay.
Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
Hey, well done, Elaine. Good job. Wow, you that was great. Well done. Yep. There it is, guys. We did it. 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 Oh, I forgot about that part. Hold on. Let's see.
You can go ahead and have a seat next to her. That's fine.
Oh, right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Wow. Yeah, that's wild, isn't it? Wow, she does look pissed. Is she gonna go punch somebody? Dude. Y'all, we did it. We watched the whole thing of Amber with the sidebars. Some of it we watched more than once, actually, even just this run through. That's all right, Lorna. It's all good, man. Spencer saying bye, Amber, right? I know. I would say don't let the door hit you in the back, but no, let the door hit you in the back, just like you hit the door into Johnny's head or hit Johnny in the head with the door, as it were. So as far as Depp v. Heard coverage goes, the plan is to jump back in when our friend DSN gets to Spiegel, and then the Morgans, and then Amber back on the stand again, and then like closing arguments. So I'll probably have at least, I don't remember how far away we are from Dr. Spiegel. Who knows? It could be soon, actually. Let me see. Let me actually look and see what day that was. Okay, he took the stand on day 20. So Yeah, we might have another day or two. So we'll see. But that's when we will jump back in. And yeah, but in the meantime, what I plan on doing is, in addition to keeping up with all the newest of Karen Reed, because, you know, I'm expecting a response from the defense any day now. I'm surprised we don't have one already. So I keep refreshing and looking for that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something that comes out tomorrow. And of course, as soon as that happens, I will cover that. But I do have the next recap ready to go because we're still finishing the recaps for the trial. So it's on week 9, so almost done. So if nothing else comes out news-wise or document-wise tomorrow, then I think what we'll do is we'll do another recap tomorrow night. And some of you guys may have not joined us yet for one of the recaps, so that will be exciting to have y'all there if you're interested. And oh yeah. Oh, I know. Spiegel, dude. Yes. Oh, it's just so good. It's just so good. I know. I can't wait. I'm really excited. I'm going to be like, DSN, hurry up and get to Spiegel. So yeah, so that's the plan. So thanks everybody for being here and for joining us on this crazy endeavor as we watch this and we just had a nice break from all the other craziness that's happening. As always, I'm keeping an eye for anything coming out of Idaho for Brian Koberger and Chad Daybell post-conviction for anything with that. I will definitely cover anything that happens there. That's right. Good job, squirrels. Round of applause. Another one in the books. Yes, indeed. Absolutely, Spencer. Right? So, y'all, it's been awesome. Y'all are the best. Squirrel crew for life. And I will see you guys on the next one. And I'll go ahead and roll the outro.